Oh my goodness, ho ho
What?
ho,
What?
welcome, Merry Christmas to one and all. Oh my goodness, here we are.
Ah, humbug.
Ah, what a
Which
nice,
one of us
not
is the
that.
Grinch?
wonderful
Wait,
time.
I'm,
Oh, I
I'm
wonder.
Ebenezer Scrooge.
I don't
I'm
think
Ebenezer
so.
Scrooge.
I'm a snowman.
It's not.
Mahler
There's
is
no.
Snowman.
There's no Grinch here right now.
Is there not? You
No, there's no Grinch. We're all
you
happy.
sound
Or at the most, there is the Grinch after he's completed his arc and is pro Christmas.
Ah, I see.
Yeah,
don't-
that's
you don't
it.
look like you've completed your arc.
Yeah, you look a little.
You look like
hmm.
you look a bit Act 1, if you ask me.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
I
if I'd
think
say that.
you look a little
No,
Can you
no,
see
no,
me and Rags are smiling?
you look a little
but
devious.
you're
Yeah,
not
I'm smiling.
Oh.
Yeah, I am. Look, that's a smile.
You also don't want to have a smile with eyebrows like that, because that means you're up to something.
That means you're gonna
wait,
do
hold on.
something we
Make up
can't
your
put
mind.
in
Am I? Make up your mind. Am I smiling or am I not?
I did make up my
Look,
mind. I said you're not, but if you were, it would be bad.
Oh, I see. Covering his tracks.
You look like something we can't put in the video.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I mean,
I'm happy
I
to
think
be
it's-
here.
I think it's strange that I'm the one wearing the most clothes for a change. Just getting into the Christmas spirit.
Yeah.
I've
Merry
got
Christmas.
I've got sweatpants that have Black Santa on them.
Aw.
It's odd.
Okay.
Well, here we are. It's the Christmas day. You're listening to this
Yeah.
live, potentially, viewer, or you're listening to it once you've had a full, fun, filled with love and celebration Christmas day. But we're
Yeah.
we
While they're
did
putting all their
this-
toys together. They got their toys unwrapped, and now they're starting to assemble them. All their train tracks and their Lincoln logs and their Tinker toys. That's what the kids get.
Yeah.
And they're assembling them, and their imagination's going wild.
And you're like,
And
ugh, annoying
we're-
children. I'm going to
we're
put
in
on
the
my favorite
background.
podcast.
Yes. That will annoy them even further.
Mhm.
And it will. If we haven't annoyed children, we're not doing our job.
Every year we try to put something out for Christmas. Sometimes it's a surprise. Didn't we do Andor one of the Christmases? Wasn't that a Christmas
Yes,
thing?
we did.
Yeah.
We did.
Who knows if that'll be able to happen again? Probably not, because it's coming out in the middle of a
Well,
year,
it's
right?
coming out way earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, way earlier.
April,
Unless we
so-
covered it like 9 months late.
Which is not impossible for us, because sometimes we're a little late with stuff. Now, you may
Christmas in
remember,
April.
I have said, several times in fact, the Penguin would not work for coverage, because it just doesn't function in this format. I may have been telling Christmas porcupines.
Oh
It
Primarily.
could be the
my
Christmas
God.
format is
How
what it needs.
could you?
Because
could you?
I'm very naughty and wanted people to unwrap this video and be like, what? What? I say this video. There are two. One is coming tomorrow. We're going to cover 4 episodes of season 1 of The Penguin. We're going to talk about why they're so good, why we like it so much, and primarily, we're gonna do it because you guys were very, very invested in seeing such a thing happen. You were like, why do you like this show? Tell us. We were like, you know, we could do that. We could sort that out. And we'll pop it out while we're doing other things in the IRL world. What a perfect idea. I mean, it's not going to be a huge
Well-
surprise because you'll have seen the title already, but still, surprise.
Mahler wanted to do this because it's what the fans really, really want, and it's a good show that should get recognition, blah, blah, blah. I wanted to do it because penguins are the most Christmassy of all the birds,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought it would be seasonally thematic.
You sure?
Bring
Wouldn't
it-
it be like puffins?
Fringy, can you please stop looking at me like that? Can
Well,
you
I'm just-
chill? Can you chill out, please?
I was just. Don't you think
We have
wouldn't it be
barely begun.
puffins? Wouldn't they be like the most Christmassy animal?
No?
Okay.
What is the
I
most
figured it.
Christmassy bird?
Well,
The
it's just
northern
got,
cardinal.
The
what's
northern
that?
cardinal?
What's that?
The cheery,
I don't
bright
know that
red
one.
cardinal is synonymous with Christmas. In fact, the cardinal is the Christmas most
Oh!
popular bird.
Those are the ones we have
Oh.
here. We have northern cardinals here. We've got them all over the place.
Maybe there's a top 10 list. Ooh, top 13 list. I'll go for that, I guess. That's good enough.
Whoa, they couldn't even narrow it down?
Yeah.
Wow. Couldn't narrow it down to 10. They had to put all 13 in there.
Oh, this feels a little bit random, though. They've just got loads of stuff in here. Like,
Birds?
swans, geese, night
aren't-
jaws, cranes, black grouse, woodpeckers,
Wait, for
sandpipers.
Christmassy birds?
Yeah.
The fuck is
Mm.
Christmassy about a goose? I guess you can eat a goose on Christmas.
I was
And
about to say
swans.
that it's turkeys, but I don't know. Would it be considered an iconic bird of Christmas if you eat it? If it was like that's not quite what you get.
Turkey is an iconic Thanksgiving bird
That's true.
because you eat
I
it.
guess it is. That's true. Yeah, that's. I
I
suppose.
think it crosses the threshold because of just how much it's definitely eaten. But I mean, people always have turkey on Christmas as well, right? That's very
Yeah,
typical.
sometimes.
Yeah, that's pretty
You
common.
can get a big old turkey and carve it up, get some gravy on that bitch, and
Maybe it's more common here than it
plow
is in
away.
America. I mean, we don't have Thanksgiving, so we don't have another holiday that's oriented around eating turkey. So, whereas I guess you guys are like, oh, we had it a month ago, whatever, you know?
Turkey is a lunch meat here that's fairly commonish. So,
Right.
but
Well, the more you learn.
the
Yeah.
more you learn.
So, for anybody out there who's like, oh man, I got nothing to do today because of whatever circumstances, we're around, and if you're interested, we're gonna recommend the hell out of Penguin. In fact, you should
Yeah.
probably watch it first before watching this.
Yeah, you should.
Yes, you should.
We will do what we can in terms of breaking it down chronologically, but there will
Break
be
it down.
references here and there, and we might just spoil some stuff as we're going, which obviously the intention is not to spoil it at all because you'll have seen it already. We're just going to be breaking it down, talking about what works, what doesn't,
Word.
etc. So, we've got a grand adventure for you all to enjoy. Can't say how long this is going to be, but it's probably not going to be short. I'd imagine, because Penguin, especially the full thing, is an 8-episode TV show at an hour per episode, so that is longer than Arcane Season 2, right? I didn't just make that up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so.
think so.
pretty sure.
Do we count
Yeah, it has to be, actually.
do we count the music videos?
They're not even
I
that
think- I
long.
think we have to.
If you count the
Yeah.
music videos, then it doubles the length of
Just because
Arcane,
there's
I
700
think.
of them doesn't mean they actually add up to much.
And they
It's
last
just
for
they're only-
16 hours, yeah. Odd
Um,
decision, but
But this did take a little bit of time, so hopefully this is the kind of thing you guys were hoping it would be once it's completed. We decided we would just have the three of us, a nice, comfy Christmas special where we're just gonna have us lads talk about why we thought this TV show was a banger. Which, to be clear, it was. Again, with the recommendation-y thing, we're gonna try and do that more whenever we talk about something good, because it's like you guys should go and watch it and be like, ooh. I guess I don't want to be clear on exactly what kind of experience you'll have either, because it could entail a spoiler or two, maybe. Just go watch it. But for those who are now here and like, oh man, I've seen it already, I want to talk about it. It's like, all right, well, you know all about it, and maybe you're already had a wonderful Christmas and you're just going to listen to this. So, for those who don't know, Matt Reeves directed a film called The Batman. It was, it's
I liked it.
yeah, it's good. It's all right. It's a combination of things. There's choices in there that are excellent, and then there are other choices in there.
Which are
It's-
not excellent.
No, we had lots to say about praise. We had some criticism too, and just it wasn't something I was hyper passionate about. I was like, well, that was that. Visually speaking, oh, mwah, beautiful film. But
Yeah, impressive visuals, neat bit of a scoreage. I enjoyed the Batman's look. I thought it was very grounded, very believable. I like that Gotham seemed to have a bit of character to it.
yeah,
There was a lot that I respect that movie for all of its foibles. I do respect that movie,
yes,
and I am interested in. I guess the Batman 2. I suppose they're making another one. Are they?
yes, and
Yep.
and you'd be like, well, I was definitely in the position of like, you know what? I'll be more than willing to see something else in this world. Maybe give it another shot, see if we can get something potentially great.
Yeah, 100%.
And then they were like, well, how about before you get the Batman 2, we give you a spin-off TV show for a character that has about 8 minutes of screen time in the film? It's like, okay, that's
That's what we call
strange.
a gamble.
Um, and for a while, up to its release, the general sentiment was just, man, you guys are gonna have to make this real good for it to have a necessary impact, and this is a bit of a risk. Yeah, it's not the kind of thing I think that most people would say is a sure thing recommendation. But you know what? I mean, if you want to do it, and then the
And I think it was
episodes.
also caught up in the sort of meta of DC getting rebooted and this kind of lingering question of what's the deal with the Batman and all that stuff? Like, you gonna continue with that, or is this like, do you want to run concurrent universes or anything like that? So I think that was working against it as well.
So
DC is still somehow less complicated than the Marvel Cinematic Universe, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's pitched as a sequel in a sense to the Batman.
dun, dun,
I wonder
dun,
how much
dun.
Right.
I I'm curious because of the Penguin's critical acclaim, how much of it will be incorporated into the next Batman if they're going to
I
see if
guess
they
maybe
can.
more than initially intended.
I'm
That would be
I'm
my guess.
thinking so. I'm thinking so. It's interesting to think that um you kind of play it by ear in a lot of ways. Whereas like, yeah, we had the Batman movie and that was pretty good. We're gonna make another one. In the meantime, we got the Penguin show, and then we put that. Oh shit, people really like it. Oh wow, they really like it. Yeah. How can we? Who do we need to call to see if we can shimmy that into the sequel? Which isn't a bad idea if they can do it, and if they're given the time and the the writing talent to do it. I think that's interesting.
The series, the mini series, has been developed by Lauren LaFranc rather than maybe one would expect. It may have been like primarily driven by Matt Reeves, which I'm just gonna be honest, is not the greatest of news before watching the show. If you look at her history, you'd be like, oh, you probably want
Well,
someone
what's she done?
just more so commentary on experience. We've had this problem with almost
'Cause I don't know her
everything
name.
well, that's another aspect, I suppose. That's okay though. It doesn't mean you can't generate anything worthwhile. But she's worked on Agents of Shield previously. Chuck. Some
Oh
people have
my
seen that.
god, that
Yeah.
show.
Impulse.
Chuck.
I've never seen that. By the way, this isn't like, oh, that's not enough experience. Like, well, that's a chunk. It's just that you'd hope to see something that would make you go like, oh shit, that's really good. And I'm glad that she's. Well, you're just like, well, all right. I guess we'll have to see how it goes. We've encountered a couple over the time of EFAP of showrunners or creatives that you're like, how the fuck did they get this job? And then they do horribly, and you're like, why?
Yeah.
Um,
Well, sometimes they get given these shows that have these multi-$100 million budgets, and it's just
mhm.
like, oh, you're
Like,
just
what have
some
you done?
guy.
Oh, I wrote like an episode of Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I was I guest starred on an episode of
I'm sure
Jag
you're
one
ready for
time.
this.
Yeah, I got dirt on somebody, and I'm gonna leak documents if I don't get a big Disney show.
He is showrunner and executive producer, and then you have plenty of other people working on it. But that Matt Reeves himself, I don't know exactly how much one could say the show's story was dependent upon his involvement. I'm sure he was invested to have it go a particular way broadly, but it looks like the nuts and
I'll say so.
bolts
Yeah.
were not necessarily do with him. The interesting angle that was a bit of like meta information was that John Turturro would not be returning to reprise his role as Carmine Falcone, even though that was already like a what? Isn't he dead? But you just assume like, oh well, I guess they're going to be doing a flashback of some kind. And the reason given was scheduling difficulties, but then he himself later said that he wasn't interested because of just how much violence toward women there is, which was
What a pussy.
well, it's just fascinating considering what happens to the Batman. It's like I don't know. Okay, all right, maybe he had
It's
it was too much for him.
who knows? Maybe he's got a thing. Maybe who
Yeah.
knows?
In any case, I thought that was like kind of like oh no, because I thought he was quite good as Carmine, but we'll have to see when we get there. About talking about Mark Strong being a replacement casting for him, which is interesting. Always like
Yeah,
seeing Mark Strong pop up. He's a
that's
fun
right.
lad.
He's in the Dune Prophecy show.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, I haven't seen that. So
I saw him
alright.
on the television at Chili's when they were doing ads for Dune Prophecy. I was like, oh, it's Mark Strong.
Hmm.
I remember him from hit films such as Cruella.
Oh my God, who's he in Cruella? I'm
Oh
trying to
yeah,
remember.
he was in that. He was, but I don't remember what role he played.
Man,
He played friend guy from the place.
friend guy from
Friend guy
Place.
from place. And he did good because he's Mark
Usually
Strong.
does, yeah. Well, in any case, that's the expectations sort of set and the discussions that were kind of had. I think all things considered, it's kind of like a, well, see how it goes, and that's
Mhm.
precisely what we did. And you, gentle listener out there, may have heard the word of mouth for Penguin just climb and climb and climb and climb till it all came
The reason I
down
watched it.
to a
I got
finale
enough recommendations.
and the hope that they could tie it all together. And I mean, as we've recommended, I believe it very much did. Oh
They
boy.
landed the sticking.
Mm.
Incredible.
And on that note, I suppose there's nothing more to say than how about we start talking about the Penguin?
Let's
Pingu.
start.
Yeah.
This,
I say we start with episode 1.
You know what? We might
I think
just
that's a
change it
good
up and
idea.
start with episode 1 this time, yeah. I know we usually go with finales first, but feeling spicy.
Yeah, we explain the end, and then we're like, well, that was really interesting. Let's explore how we got here. And then the rest of the episode is like a weird flashback.
But yes, spin-off, bad guy protagonist, like villain story, adult, and I would say the content it is spinning off from not what I would call a phenomenon, you know? Not the kind of thing that was so hyper crazy popular that you're like, oh, I guess it makes sense that they're probably trying to bank on it. So you know, it's like, all right, best of luck. Now, for those who remember the Batman's ending, good old Riddleton's Mr. Riddlestein. He did some screaming and he blew up Gotham's seawall at several significant points, flooding Gotham. What a bad man! And
What a jerk.
other chaos ensued. And it was mentioned the National Guard are on their way, martial law is in effect, and the criminal element never sleeps. Looting and lawlessness will be rampant in parts of the city that no one can even get to. Things are going to get worse before they get better, and some will seize the chance to grab everything they can. Which feels like basically the writers pitching the show to the audience. It's like,
Yeah, this is what it's going to be about. It's about Penguin getting to the top.
I didn't have any illusions about that in terms of like I figured by the end of the season he's going to have everything in control, but will the story itself be of interest? The Penguin being made very grounded, even though he's probably one of the more, well, depending on interpretation, right? He's one of the ones you can already expect would be able to
Well, yeah, compared to Killer Croc or Mr. Freeze, you know,
yeah, everyone
he's a
knows
character that
if
you
you're
Not
can
gonna
not that
tell
the
better.
show not that the show wouldn't be improved with Arnold Schwarzenegger reprising his role as Mr. Freeze in the show. Obviously that would make it better.
yes.
But the
I'm not
Penguin is
talking
a
about
bit
better
more
or
of a
worse. I'm talking about
Oh,
yeah,
definitely
just
better.
grounded or fantastical.
Yeah, and we know in the Reeves Batman interpretation they're probably going to either outright avoid the more fantastical, or they'll be like, Mr.
They're
Freeze,
gonna
he
be
owns
very grounded.
a freezer company, and you're like, okay, it's fine.
He's not gonna be no goofy wacky stuff, or at least if they are fantastical, they'll be given the appropriate reaction from the world. I think it's
Yeah,
very
the general
very
thing is
approachable.
expect no superpowers or supernatural events. But maybe down the line, maybe Reeves will feel like adventurous, you know, have some lightning strike someone.
Maybe, yeah. Some stuff you can get away with. The like the fear toxin
Yeah,
that the scary crow man has is like, okay, that's like it's a gas,
Oh,
it's a
Scary Crow.
neurotoxin
Is that his
chemical,
name?
Gary
and
Crow,
yeah,
yeah.
because he's a spooky guy. Ooh, he's a spooky guy.
Ooh.
But like, okay, I could believe that. That's like science and stuff. But like a poison ivy, she has her little pheromone she could blow
Yeah,
at you.
Feels
you
like
can.
you could maybe, but feels like she's nudging more towards
She would
the
have to be like a
fantastical.
scientist who's cracked some kind of manipulative
Yeah.
pheromone thing. Yeah, she couldn't be an actual plant lady. Like
What? Well, what if you just had a crazy scientist pour random chemicals on her, and then she rises up from the ivy
she
and
sinks
the
into a big
bushes
hole, and then
yeah, and then there's lightning from like underground.
I
and
love
it
that
flashes.
few minutes from John Glover. He's great. Bye bye,
He's a
dear.
crazy guy.
He's yeah, he should have been in the whole movie, like everybody. It was a beautiful film. One of the best Batman outings we've ever had.
It is.
Anyway,
but
they do
can the
mention
Penguin reach its greatness?
they mention the Batman vigilantes helping people on atop Gotham Square Garden, helping to save the lives of hundreds of injured victims, like at the end of the Batman. So this is definitely taking right after it. There's no worry about any kind of like significant time jump. You're not quite losing anything. I think they want to take advantage.
I think it's about a week,
Pretty much right after.
It starts about a week afterward.
And you kind of need that because you need a lack of law enforcement for this series and a lack of Batman. You need to justify why these two are not going to be present. Now, the Batman one's harder to justify because these are the kinds of things he gets himself involved in. But you know, they don't give you a lot in the whole series, and it is considered something of a bit of a gap, or at least something they could have done better with. But why isn't Batman in the entire thing? He's very, very busy, is basically what we have to deal with.
I think what's interesting is they might have thought we're showing restraint by not throwing Batman in here, and it's like, I get that, and I kind of respect that, but like the story is starting to push towards almost demanding his presence, even a little bit. But you know, I mean, I don't think the show is like dramatically worse for it.
Well, we're safe for a little bit, but they will get to a point in the show where it's like, where the fuck is
Batman? It's never like Black Widow needs to call the Avengers level, but it is, you know, like, yeah, Batman could solve a lot of problems if he arrived.
It's just that he'd be interested in a lot of what happens.
Seeing what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just don't know what else is happening to Gotham. Maybe the Batman 2 will return of Mr. Freeze.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Will
Batman 2, Mr. Freeze, and you know what? Just get all of them. Get 100 villains in the movie. Do something radical. All the craziest ones. They mentioned Gotham's poorest neighborhoods have obviously been hit the hardest, especially Crown Point, which was like it just that would be expected with the attack. It was one of the things that baffled me about Riddler's plan, obviously, and lots of other people in terms of just he was very much a man of the people. His motivation, like the corruption and higher ups, don't care about the people underneath and all that sort of whim-whammery. But his big flooding plan to try and get every official into a big old, fish in a barrel situation is just like that's an interesting idea. But you had the unfortunate, aspect of basically annihilating all of the poor people of Gotham in the worst way ever.
The Riddler's, well, I mean, it's like the Riddler says.
Wait, which line are you thinking of?
I thought you were just going to say, Ave Maria.
Yeah.
No, it's like what the Riddler always says. What is a bat, but also a man?
Batman.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's
I got
right.
it.
Holy fuck, damn.
That's not a very difficult riddle.
Yeah.
Well, you're a smart guy, so it might be easy for you, but
it's harder for other people.
You don't have to. You have to. Yes,
maybe,
editor, cut this part out.
But yeah, obviously, grander efforts would have been made immediately to rescue better parts of Gotham. The lowest parts of Gotham are going to be experiencing. Like we see the results of the flooding for a while in this show.
Yes, and that's something I really like about the show. I like that this big event that happened in the movie does have repercussions, and it does come up in the plot of this show. It is not something that they just sort of forget, like, oh, that's movie stuff. That's already happened. We've moved past that. Like, no, this is a very lingering presence in the Gotham situation.
Like, just random example in a hypothetical, but if, let's say, like a crazy alien snapped out half of the life on Earth or the universe, and then they snapped them back in 5 years later, like, that would be a crazy event that could cause so many different storytelling opportunities. Or you could, like, skip over it, I guess. Depends on what kind of storyteller you are. And this, they're like, instead of saying, I don't want to deal with the flood, they're like, no, we're going to use it to our benefit. We're gonna create a whole bunch of storylines here as a result of it, which you
That's
love to
right.
see.
Yeah, it's generally the approach that I think we prefer. Is even if something's a bit tismy, flimsy, wibbly wobbly, accept that it happened, move forward with the consequences, treat it if it's as if it's serious and the world is reacting to it.
Drugs are scarce. Brutality is up. It's like the perfect environment for Batman, but the argument, obviously, like I said, being made is that he's got a very, very full plate. And besides, Gotham's a big place. It's not like we would expect him to be everywhere, but that the environment is basically crime time. We're going to have crime running rampant, and there's very little to be stopping it. So, crime show, everybody. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, the police do not make many appearances
Not
in
many,
this
but they still
show,
are
which
here.
yeah, they show up here and there, but I think the fact that the police aren't constantly around does kind of lend to the sense of like lawlessness. They're so busy, there's so much going on, they're either stretched thin. It does give you this idea that Gotham is sort of a fertile ground for what the Penguin wants to try to accomplish.
Crime time.
Crime time. It's time for crime.
They mention the murder
Shit, look at that. It's
of
crime o'clock.
longtime mob boss Carmine Falcone outside the Iceberg Lounge has complicated efforts to restore order, creating a power vacuum in Gotham's underworld. True. That's all. Remember when Riddler shot him? Very mean, wasn't it? We like John Turturro. You can't just kill him, even if he's a bad guy.
He was a real jerk. Yeah.
I guess so.
And now he's dead.
The
And the
jerkler.
Riddler is in prison singing.
But yes, just this is definitely the portion of like, this is what we're taking from the Batman, just to make sure you understand.
Yep.
So the rumors are getting swirled. Alberto Falcone is going to take his father's place despite the public struggles he has with alcohol. After the shakeup of leadership, insiders are worrying about their future within the Falcone organization and wonder what will become Gotham's most notorious family, which is kind of fun for people who have no idea really about any comic source stuff. They're just like, oh yeah, I remember in the Nolan movies you had the Falcones and then the Maronis, and it's like, well, now it's Falcones.
Because for me, I don't know any of that from the comics. I just don't know about it. So it's
I can't speak to the timeline, but it just seems like it's a consistent element that those are the crime families, and then they're the powerful ones that get subverted or defeated eventually and then replaced by the supervillains. They're like the more regular villains that would exist in real life. But then you get people like the Penguin or whoever else climbing the ladder.
I hope Mr. Freeze is out there somewhere.
Yeah, same. Do you remember he falls in the tank of freeziness in Batman and Robin? That's how he becomes Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, I do remember.
I mean,
absolutely.
How else would you become Mr. Freeze?
And then
they
he
have
got
that shot
up
where
really close to the camera. He got up really close to the camera. It was like, I'm cold now.
Yeah, this shot where he's got coming out of the freeziness. Like, yow. If this were EFAP movies, you'd see that clip right now, but it's not. So you gotta imagine it. But I know you can all do that because all of you know the film back to front. Yes. That's basically the opening. That's our playground. We've got...
Which, I will say, it being relayed through news reports was a little bit like, it's a bit lame.
So very common as an easy way of being
like,
we can get so much information out, though. And you're like, yeah, I know.
We got a cool shot of Penguin, looking out over the city to interrupt it, which is fun. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, this is kind of like the way that you do it if you want to do it super duper fast. But it's not particularly creative.
They did it well, though. I do like the shot of the Penguin at the window. I think it's nice.
I think it's expeditious. So it's getting you caught up in like 2 minutes, which is.
And is it allowed to get
the total runtime of the show?
Credit for that shot when it's a Batman shot, the Penguin shot.
Oh yeah, because that shot was in the Batman, wasn't it? It was right at the end of the film.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I suppose so, right? It's part of the same world, so
Well, I mean, I'm for the record, I'm fine with all of this. It's just, yeah, you sometimes, especially when you brand new to a show, like, what have you got for me? And then it's like hyper exposition dumped through a news report, and you're like, okay, Yeah.
Well, and it really feels like it's covering for one, you may not have rewatched the Batman before you started
Mhm.
watching this show, and also there's probably still new information that you need to be aware of before we get started, just in case.
And it's very efficient, right? It's like
Yeah,
2
it's like
minutes
2
and
minutes.
drops everything,
It
then it's like,
really is
right, we can have a
fine.
story now, okay? And you're like,
It's
yep, yep, yep.
fine. It's just that obviously starting out, it's like, oh, is this just gonna be? Is this just gonna be an okay show? Is this just gonna be doing okay things in terms of like creativity and storytelling? But obviously, given what we've already said so far, that's not the case. So you know,
Mm-hmm. Gotham is looking as beautiful as it did in the Batman. Got some real nice big wide
it's a
shots.
really cool rendition of Gotham. It's
Yeah.
really I'm a
Got some
big fan.
character. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a rainy night, and the Penguin, as he gets out of his car, pulls out an umbrella, and it's like, wow, guys, this much fan service already. I mean, if you want to,
Mm.
that's fine with me.
With his purple car.
Mm-hmm. Classic.
Yeah, his Maserati.
Um, Now, in terms of speculation, I would say that it's expected, like I said, I think it's a reasonable expectation that he's going to end up on top by the end of the season if you know anything about the Penguin as a character and what you could expect a spin off TV show miniseries would try to accomplish. But at the same time, if you've watched The Batman and now you see this, he's suitably, I'd say, in the case of trying to tell some stories that can be gripping. He's not doing fantastic. He's got a lot of work to do, which is kind of a recurring theme in this whole series. He's a hard worker. This fella. We're gonna find out more about
Yeah,
that.
he is definitely got that Sigma male grind set.
But I would say,
Uh
like, they, broadly speaking, you could tell a goal was for them to be like, we want to show you who he is by creating a lot of scenarios where he's going to have to take some very extreme action.
yeah,
So,
like where he's gonna have to be quite brazen, like almost like insanely dedicated to getting to the top.
so we begin with him. Oh well, there's actually a bit of obscuring him just for a little bit, and then you get what feels like the equivalent of a hero
The
shot being a
hero
villain
shot,
shot.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
where it's just like here
with
he is.
the incredible prosthetics.
Yes.
It's wild, isn't it?
It
Yeah.
really is like it
It's kind
feels
of
like
crazy.
you really struggle to see Colin Farrell like in the Penguin because I mean of course it's not just the prosthetics. I mean obviously we're jumping the gun a bit, but like I mean he does a phenomenal job. He is like he really sinks into the role very
The
well.
voice, his particular gait because of his
The way that
leg,
he
just the
walks, the
size
Yeah.
way
of
that he
him.
waddles like a penguin, it's great.
Wow, that's very offensive.
Yeah.
Well, he
Very.
does. He waddles.
Oh my
Well,
goodness.
look. I like his waddle. I like that. I like that it doesn't keep him down.
True.
He is
uh,
overcoming his disability.
And we're going to praise him throughout this. There are several moments I'd say that are highlightable and individual, and I'm not going to get tired of it. He deserves it. He deserves every last repeated
Hmm
praise
He,
for this performance.
Absolutely, he does.
I would not be unhappy if he got nominated for the Emmy,
Hmm
which I suppose
I
would
would
be
like to
next
see
year.
it.
He
I didn't see
deserves
him at the
all
Game
of the
Awards.
praise you've heard by everybody. He's
Hmm
earned it, and he's not the only one in this series.
No,
So
no, no, no. There's another standout. We're
I'd say
gonna
there's
be
three
gushing
standouts
about.
total. Penguin's one of them.
I know. I think I know who you're going to be citing for the third one. Lots of great actors in this show, but in terms of
Yeah,
standouts,
no one stood
yeah.
out as no one stood out as bad, which is a good start. No
Yes.
one was
Mhm.
conspicuously bad. No one's like, "Oh, you're an actor they hired, and look at you go." They're like, "Oh, you're a person living in Gotham." And you're like, "Oh, okay, good."
So Oz arrived. Oh well, I should say. Obviously, for those who don't know, his name is Oz Cobb, as in Oswald Cobb, not Oswald Cobblepot.
As Matt Reeves thought Cobblepot was cringe, basically, which
Yes.
is a bit lame.
Yeah, I mean, I would have kept it. I don't think this show would have been damaged whatsoever by calling him Cobblepot and then having people call him Cobb for short.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. We need to get way past the era of like having any amount of embarrassment about the source material. We need to.
Some
I
people
mean,
I
just
wonder,
have those kinds of names.
do you think you'd have a line for it? Like, would you keep Condiment King?
Absolutely,
I
we
think
would
I would be
keep
tempted
Condiment
to
King.
basically keep whatever the names
I would
were,
be
like,
tempted to
even if
find a
they are
way
silly.
to
Yeah.
do
Like,
that.
that would
I
be a
mean,
mean,
again,
nickname that some people
what
give him based off of something that happened, and that may not be his official name, but it's like a
well, yeah,
street name that some people call him.
something I imagine is that maybe even Oz himself presents himself as being Oz Cobb, but then it actually turns out that his name is Cobblepot, but he deliberately leaves that out because like it's part of him trying to build a a character, right? That
Cobb
he's
sounds stronger
trying
than
to
Cobblepot.
yeah, it sounds exactly.
Yeah, there's
It's not a
definitely
big
things
deal
you can
because
do.
again, they take this character very seriously, and I
Hmm.
appreciate that. But it is just a little bit unfortunate. That's like, yeah, we're not going to call him Cobblepot because that's cringe. It's like, damn. All right.
So he arrives at the Iceberg Lounge and collects a document, and it's pretty quickly done. And I don't think you really need to truly like absorb everything as it happens. But we'll probably point it out. But it's the leverage he's going to require for a couple of people is stored very safely. And one of the people included is
Moderately safely.
Sebastian. Well, yeah. I mean, it is his place, so maybe he knew more than the average
wouldn't
person. Found it
know
easier.
You might not know that that's a place you need to hit with a big hammer, which is, fair enough.
But yeah, Sebastian Haiti, a councilman, which leverage on him is going to be incredibly important. But this is where he first grabs it, and yeah, there's some other stuff on some other people. It's all very interesting, sensitive information, as well as
Dirt.
some
It's
jewels. Hmm?
Jewels?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about a measure of electrical current. I was.
No,
I know what you mean.
the shiny rocks.
The ones that are worth lots of dollary dues.
That's right.
Well, that applies to the both of them, sort of. But I like jewels and gems and jewels.
All right.
Jewels
Um,
and dollars.
As he's stealing them, feeling pretty good about himself, 'cause this will be useful. Oh no! Alberto, who's been mentioned previously, catches him and says, "Hey, making yourself at home already, huh?" He's got a gun on him as well. What a catastrophe! We've just started.
Gadzooks.
Gosh
But
darn
then
it! Can't he catch a break?
Well, no, I guess not.
No.
Immediately he's like, "Oh, hey, Alberto, yeah, what's up? I just got this stuff
Hey.
for you. Saves me a trip." I love it. It's like straight away he's immediately like, "Yeah,
Well,
no, I
let's
got this for you, buddy."
let's talk about the notion of character introduction, right? Like, this scene is incredibly important, as I think should be considered for any introductory scene to anything, really.
Yeah, you're setting expectations for the viewer of what who this character is. That this feels like the
Who the
first
character is and what the
big,
show is going to
loud-
be.
Exactly.
And so it's like, so how well do they do here? And I'm happy to report I actually think this is exceptional work. So
Yeah.
he's caught as red-handed as possible. He's stolen everything. He's holding it all. Guy's got a gun on him. It's over, right?
Red flippered.
And then he's like, as was mentioned, "Oh, hey man, yeah, good you're here. It saves me a trip." The implication, of course, being he was going to take it to him. It's like, "Yeah, I'm doing this for you." And he's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He says, "Yeah, these jewels, they belong to you. Your dad made that clear. And some of the guys are fucking scavengers, So I thought I'd do you a favor, stop them, get to it before they do, and show
God, what a
support
bro.
for your new position. Congratulations, by the way. I only wish it was under different circumstances." Carmine, what a great man. And he's like, "You got big shoes to fill." Not too big though, manageable shoes, because you're so great. It's like the first proper chunk of dialogue we have from him, and he, in a span of like 4 sentences, has like 6 arguments that are an attempt to persuade the person he's talking to of the complete opposite of what they've just clearly seen. Like, he should be done, but he's like, "No, definitely not stealing them." And then respect to his father, several times mentioned. And then degrading like the other guys in the organization, putting himself above all of them, trying to point himself out as notably trustworthy, and that he would do him favors, and that he believes in him. He's going to be supporting his role. And then again, like, respect for the father having died, and trying to say like what a force that man was, what an incredible guy, never gonna be able to replace him. And then immediately being like, but obviously you can though. You'll be fine. You got manageable shoes, yeah. It's just like, fucking hell, look at him work. Like,
He
he's
comes
Yeah.
across as like instantly they're letting you know this is one of his skills. This is something
His
he's
skill is
good
that
at doing.
he will talk his way. He will talk his way out of any situation immediately.
it's just it's remarkable
And
how they
also that
write
he's
it.
willing to lie very brazenly. Very brazenly. Because I
Hmm.
mean, you know, it's like Alberto immediately points out, like, you think I'm fucking stupid? Like it's exactly what the situation is. It's like he's caught him.
But something else this show does that I have immense respect for is that we can see it as an audience, right? We can see all of that and be like, you are being manipulative. And a lot of the other characters in the show will have moments where they recognize it too. And Alberto is not, unlike that potential. He says, you think I'm an idiot, you greedy prick? My father's been dead a week. It's like he's practically ignored all of those attempts, right? All those different arguments. And then Oz tries something else. He just goes, "Oh, are you okay? You know, we keep a stash in the loft if you want to hit." Like, just immediately appealing to his drug problem, and it
Yep.
throws him off. He's like, what? Like, just being like, I'm
I'm here for
completely
you, bro.
ignoring the
I got
fact
you.
that you've caught me doing something that you should kill me for, and instead I'm just like, "Oh, are you okay, bud? Yeah, how you doing?"
Which is really is establishing a sort of tempo for how things go throughout the season, where like Oz will just kind of like reach for a bunch of different
Yeah,
things until he gets the one that's going to get him out of the situation or earn him favor with whoever he's talking to.
and
Then if you give him enough time, he'll find the right thing.
well, yeah, you tried like 7 different things, and that one actually hits. You can tell is something that he's very insecure about, Alberto. And then he sort of wanders into talking about how he's not sure he can do this. He's got a huge weight on his shoulders. He's gonna have to take over, and he's got to keep his head straight, as he said. And Penguin's found his way in. He's like, "Oh, you're right, boss. I got no idea what the pressure you're under, But you're Alberto frickin' Falcone. You're the kingpin of Gotham." He's like giving him all this bluster, and you
Hyping him
just
up.
again,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
every second we move away from, "You're not gonna kill me for stealing from you," right? Like we're done with that. That's history now.
Like
And
a Falcone.
he says, "We should celebrate. Listen, of course, stay off the drops. Good. But booze doesn't count, right?" And then they just cut to
Don't count.
drinking. And
Yeah.
it
Rules don't
takes
count, right?
just seconds later, he's already doing drops as well. And it's just a really great way of showing how the Penguin just went from being absolutely easily executable to now discussing with his new boss about the plans for just stuff. He just narrowly escaped death, which
I wonder. I wonder if there's a name for it. Like when you're kind of so sort of brazen, but when you're so just like confident and you're so upfront that you think, oh well, this. Of course he's being earnest. He wouldn't lie to me because he's. I mean, here he is. He's saying all this stuff. He's just so. This couldn't possibly be a trick because of how upfront it is. You know.
yeah, he's like it's like a superpower equivalent. He's so brazen, persuasive, convincing. Greasing the wheels is like his thing, but it's almost self-perpetuating because he's so confidently doing it. Most people listening to him just be like, "Well, it must be real. What he's saying has to be
Yeah,
real.
this
Like
is just
nobody
his
could be."
Yeah, like
personality or something.
there's no way that he would be this brazen, essentially, like because they couldn't imagine themselves being that brazen.
And yeah, like what we're discovering, he'll do anything to survive in a conversation. But this is just one of many where that becomes very
Well,
clear. It's
yeah, because
just
it becomes clearer as a bit of a pattern. Because at this point, you're not in a position to say like, well, does he have any loyal? Like, is he loyal to anybody or just himself? It's like, well, you haven't seen that much of him yet. You don't know which people he cares about or like if he has any history with anybody that makes him feel compelled to have some amount of allegiance to them. But obviously, the longer the story goes on, the more you get an insight into what's really, what's going on in that mind of his.
mm-hmm. Alberto mentions that he's got a new drug that he wants to get on the market at some point, which is going to be hugely important. But for now, they just start talking kind of a little bit more personally, and he says that Carmine liked how good of a soldier Penguin was. Which, by the way, what's interesting is in the Batman, just before Carmine was shot, Penguin found out he was the Rat that gave away a lot of information to the police, right? But it was more so in tandem. It's all to do with the renewal fund and everything. And Penguin almost like threatened to shoot him. Basically, the Penguin's relationship with Carmine could be said to be awful just before Carmine died, but I guess Alberto doesn't know anything about it, so he can claim he loves the guy, amazing, great man, so sad that he died. You know, it's already that kind of brazen. It's a risk. Like, Oz will lie, knowing there is a potential that the person he's talking to could know the truth. It's not airtight, but it doesn't matter. He'll just try it anyway. And it's very interesting to watch. Regardless, Alberto says the Penguin would steal him money off the top, but only in such a way that Carmine was happy to let it happen, as long as he didn't like cross a bigger line in terms of stealing money, because of the fact that it made him almost more loyal or more invested in the actual job, knowing that he could continuously take a decent amount of money from it. I think it's just an interesting way to show more about Oz as a character. That he's like a part of this sort of crime family, but at the same time, he's just actively, regularly stealing from them. And then the fact that they're aware of it and they let him do it, like basically, there's almost an assumed relationship of like, you're kind of scum, but you're good at it, so we'll keep you around, which is a recurring theme for how people treat Penguin or feel about him. But yes,
which I mean, I suppose he's not doing a great job of making them believe.
No,
right? That it very much is a case of like, you have aspects of your personality that are like very concerning and you need to be sort of an eye kept on you, but you're productive, you're like effective, so that offsets it enough that that it can be kept around, and that when things were a lot more stable, that it almost like sat at an equilibrium, right, where Penguin couldn't go much higher, but now that everything's much more chaotic and turbulent, you know, it's like now's his opportunity, right, to see how far his skills can get him.
Yeah, and I like that this adds to what Carmine was in this world. Like, he was that aware and that powerful and sort of ready to go. He had like control over basically every piece on the board, knew how everyone worked and how best to balance and work everyone. So him having been killed, which he didn't even think was ever going to happen, is part of why it's believable that everything is out of whack, because everyone kind of relied on him to control everything. The classic power vacuum argument, but still. And we find out that Alberto is wearing Carmine's ring, which is a ring that was originally taken from Salvatore Maroni, who was mentioned, I think, several times in The Batman, but we never saw him.
Yeah.
We will be seeing him in this season, though.
Right.
Yeah, and so things calm down. Some drugs have been taken. He even hands Oz a necklace just to give to like a special lady or whatever. But things seem a little chill. And Oz offers that when he was a kid, there was a real old school type gangster called Rex Calabrese. And he helped people. He'd find you a doctor if you needed one. He'd front you cash if you needed it. He knew everyone's names. He'd see you on the street and he'd call out to you. He'd ask how you are. Felt like he meant it. And, he had a heart attack when, I think he said Oz was 16 when he died. And he was still holding his cigar. And they threw a parade in his honor. It wasn't fancy, but it was the gesture, the show of love of what he meant. Can you imagine that? To be remembered like that, to be revered. Which
it's something that Alberto recognizes, and it's something that you would recognize as a viewer too. It's like, we are getting some fundamental motive right here, aren't we?
Again,
you're just telling it as a little bit of a story. Like, this is exactly what you want. This is what you want.
It's cool because, of course, again, opening scene, we just saw his skill set perfectly represented, and now we're getting some really core motivation stuff, and it's all in a handful of minutes.
We get that contrast too of him lying his ass off, and then here, moments later, we see him like really being legitimately earnest about something that he cares about deeply. You get both of these things in relatively quick succession, which is a really neat thing to see. You know, those two sides of who he is.
Yeah, like what an interesting idea that he would love to be seen as someone who helps people, and he will kill as many people as he can to get it.
Yeah,
Well,
that
yeah,
is
it's that he
interesting.
doesn't grasp the nature of like
Yeah.
what it would actually mean to earn that legitimately.
Yeah.
The reverence of people. It's like, well, he really likes the idea. It's funny, we're talking about stuff that becomes much clearer the longer that it goes on, and you start to get insights into how he thinks.
He
But
loves the idea of being loved more
Yes.
yeah,
than
but he
love in
doesn't
that
quite
sense.
understand like the nature of how those sort of feelings arise and what it takes to earn those feelings. Other than, I guess, good old fashioned brute force and just sheer determination.
Yeah, as he's describing that whole story, you get a full sense of like, oh man, he really believes in this, and
Yeah.
Alberto does not take that the way that he likes. He starts making fun of him. He says, it's such a sweet little dream and so pathetic. You really think people are going to make a float of your dumb face and march it down the street, chanting your goddamn name? Oh, Oswald Cobb, remember him? What a guy. What a little bitch. And
Yeah.
starts laughing. And you get this little
Uh-huh.
moment that I feel is easily placed in just lots of different discussions online, and it's just clip format of Penguin just draws his gun and fucking kills the shit out of him. He just shoots him. And it's such a great way to show us just how much he does not like being not only laughed at, but on this topic. This is like core to him. He's willing to
Well,
get
yeah,
to like
that
basically his whole
he's
notion of
willing to walk
manipulating
away.
the underworld, right? He's very careful about a lot of it, as we see. He understands the powers, where they are, and what to do, and how to grease the
Whoa,
wheels. Like I
Molly,
said.
robot for me. The
Hello.
robot for me.
Should we go to Singapore?
Yeah,
Hello?
everything's
Oh,
okay
hey,
now.
hello.
It's all
Thanks,
good.
Singapore.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
thank you, Singapore.
Um,
I was just saying,
You did it again.
being the kind of person that respects and understands exactly how all the powers of the underworld work, it's interesting to watch just how careful he was and just how much knowledge he used to save his own life, and then in an instant, making fun of his dream, basically overrode all of that to the point of him being comfortable with just killing Alberto, just straight up.
yeah, which he know there's a big deal. Like he's in charge now. This is a this is a bad decision
Yes.
when it comes to achieving his goals. Now obviously once the decision's been made, he's got a whole bunch of problems that he'll be having to navigate to overcome it. But like there is no logic to this. But there is a logic in the sense of like you insulted me on a very deep personal level, so fuck you. Which yeah, I mean it's just like, oh, that's a new sort of thing to bear in mind about Penguin. He doesn't like being made fun of. He
Hates
really,
it.
really doesn't like being made fun of.
And as I said, hates being made fun of, but we'll find specifically on this subject is a real sore place. And
Well, yeah, because he gets made fun of plenty, but he just sort of grits his teeth and tolerates it. But not in this case.
so Alberto's dead. He's absorbing the situation. Then we get a real tight shot, and he just goes, "Oh fuck!"
Oh,
Like it's because it's
The
yeah,
penguin.
just seeing him. And I will say it was at that moment that I was like,
Yeah,
this
the
yeah.
okay.
show's interesting. All right, you got
There's
me.
just
You hooked me. Good job.
he filters through like several different expressions, right? Of like
Yeah.
at the beginning, he's kind of like proud of himself, and he,
Happy
you know, he
and
sort
yeah,
of he
victorious.
looks at him like, "Ha, yeah, got you," and then it is that sinking feeling of
He's got that
ah,
wince. He makes that
shit,
terrible wincing
yeah.
pain, like, oh shit.
It's great.
And just, yeah, what a top-notch introductory scene. It's pretty much nailed everything we need to know about the character and shows us just how far he's willing to go when, let's say, the nature of his overall goals as a character are threatened, even in just a petty way of being made fun of. And it's almost like he's very good at navigating problems, but simultaneously is gonna have trouble because of his own emotional outbursts. Um, you can grab so much from this opening scene, and in retrospect, you know, once you've seen the whole show and watched it again, you're like, oh, I see what they were doing. They've got everything in here pretty much that's gonna be needed to understand things later. But um, it's very easy to understand, and I would say that already it's like if you've watched the Batman, he's very entertaining in it, but this is already way more. in terms of being able to chew on, which is suitable considering this is his own TV show as opposed to
Yeah, and
him
he
being
wasn't the main antagonist of
No.
the Batman.
In fact, I'd say considering his
He
screen
wasn't even
time,
secondary, really. I mean,
yeah,
it was Riddler, and then Falcone was more so was probably a more prominent antagonist in terms of impact
I'd say
in the
his
story.
Penguin's impact was actually pretty good considering his screen time.
Yeah, disproportionate. Like when
I would say disproportionate. Yeah.
I did not realize he was only in it for like 8 minutes total. I thought he was in it for a lot longer than
Oh,
that.
that's like a guess
Got a
from me.
lot
I
of
actually
presence. He's got a
I
lot
don't
of
know
character.
how long it
Yeah.
actually is, but I know it's not long. Because
Yeah.
you get the main scenes you'll remember, of course, is like the car chase scene, his introductory scene with Batman, and then the interrogation he has with Gordon and Batman, which collectively really don't add up to a lot. And then you catch little bits of him here and there, but you get a lot of him in this show. Shocking, I know.
Yes, you do.
So, he zips up Mr. Falcone, because what else you gonna do? And makes his way outside to his car, and
I feel it's got to be
There
noted
is-
that when he's walking down the stairs and carrying him,
Yeah.
it's clearly like a bit heavy, and then he pauses for a second, and then just tosses Alberto down the stairs.
So-
it's a really fun little moment.
on this moment, if you could do me a favor, one of you or even both, it doesn't really matter, but I'm showing it on
Yeah.
screen too. I thought I noticed something weird, and I don't know if my eyes are broken or if I'm registering something wrong, but the shot of where he's going to throw the body, right, how do I explain this? It's like, watch the bag, it looks like it disappears as it drops down. Like it gets phased
Let's
out of
see here.
existence, as opposed to, because it's heading into a shadowy area, which I think makes sense in terms of we would lose track of it. But
I know what you mean.
I think
It
it
hits
gets
like goes into the shadow, and it just kind of like sifts away as if it disappears into
It might
mist or
just be because
something.
of the color grading. I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
It might be because I see what you mean.
I see
It
what
does
you mean.
kind of.
I think they've, like, my assumption is it may be CG the bag, and that they they faded it too early. Because I was just
Maybe.
like, wait, did that just disappear? Like,
You know,
Could
I
be
think
the
you're
color
right. I
grading.
think they might have. I think they did maybe make it fade out a little. Uh,
I feel like we should still be able to see it when it's halfway down, but it's
Oh,
completely
it's-
gone.
it's tough. It's like the bag is so close to the color of like the concrete wall.
Which
It's
Obviously,
actually
you know,
really difficult.
this because we're talking about what could be a little flaw, but I do really enjoy the color grading
Yeah, yeah.
of the Batman and the Penguin. It's got very like very orange a lot of the time, but the good kind of orange.
I was
If there
gonna-
is such a thing as the good
Yeah,
kind.
the electric street light orange.
This
Well,
one
I
is
guess
less
industrial orange.
less a flaw, more curiosity. I was just curious if you could see what
Yeah,
I could see, sort of thing.
I suppose almost to clarify though, the bad kind of orange to me is like in the Michael Bay Transformers movies where like everybody's really orange.
Yeah.
Like everybody's just really orange, whereas here it's more so just like dominant colors for a lot of scenes. And it kind of helps in terms of distinguishing. I might be jumping the gun a little bit since it'll become clearer as the show goes on, but like the color grading really helps distinguish like where you're at, since usually in Crown Point or, you know, those sort of areas of Gotham you have like much stronger dominant color schemes, but when you eventually go out to the suburbs and the more affluent areas, it's much more naturalistic sort of colors. It's fun. I really like the way that the Matt Reeves Batman world looks. Just like
In a world full of these kinds of shows that take place in these kinds of places, it does stand out despite those things.
yeah, I think so.
There's a certain care of filmmaking that's taken
Well,
that a lot of
certainly
shows
compared
just
to
don't
Marvel.
take. Oh,
Just on,
absolutely. It feels real. All the places feel real. The places they go to, how they move around. There's a lot of the decisions in terms of how silhouettes are created, just like different light sources. It feels they clearly cared when they made the show.
Curious if either of you felt this way as well, but the direct comparison I'd have is Tropic Thunder with Tom Cruise's fat guy suit. They give him fat guy hands as well, but they don't for Colin Farrell in this show. Sometimes when I see his hands and arms and stuff, I'm like, that feels very
Some
not.
I wonder
some
if it
fat
is-
guys are like that. Some
They
fat
are.
guys
Some
just
of
have,
them are.
you know,
Some
some of them are.
It's just interesting because it does tend to make me think that's definitely like they've not done anything to.
I wonder if it's just practicality because like he's a lead character and he's got to do a lot of stuff with his hands, and it's just like
Well, yeah, if
having
you
to put
remember,
on
Tom Cruise
glove just
mainly
makes
only had to pick up a phone, but even that looked
yeah.
funny, kinda, with
Well,
his
yeah. Can
hands.
you imagine that if Penguin's got that, it'll be like in The Simpsons where Homer tries to dial on the phone and he hits 400 at the
Would you
same
like a
time.
dialing wand?
Your fingers that you've used to dial are too fat. Anyway.
Dialing wand. But yes, he's heading to his car, and who should be here but Vic? And you're probably like, what do you mean?
That's right.
You don't know who this guy is. And it's like, of course we don't. But we will, damn it. And
John Vick. Yeah.
yeah, Penguin shoots a whole bunch of times, doesn't tag anybody there, but everybody scatters and runs away except Vic, who's like, please, please don't kill me. And yeah, he's like, you messed with the wrong fucking guy on the wrong fucking night, like, and actively shooting at them. And then he's like, Jesus, take a breath. You know, like the idea that this
Fucking
isn't
calm
that
down.
absurdly crazy for Penguin, as in, you know, oh, calm down, whatever. I'm just shooting at you and.
I
Whatever.
wonder if it is specifically at this moment because this is when it first becomes clear that Vic has a what'd you call it, like a speech impediment, I
Does
guess.
that right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Better,
like
yeah.
he sometimes struggles to get the words out, and it's like at this moment Oz even kind of looks at him, and it's like, and then he's like, all right, calm down. I'm just wondering if this is the sort of first instance of him almost like recognizing. Because it's something that happens over the course of this episode is, I mean, you know, you watch enough shows, you're like, I think Vic's going to be sticking around for a while. Like at this point, and
Yeah.
you're wondering at this point already, like, how they gonna work their way to that? Since obviously Vic's situation right now is pretty dire,
Well, it's
especially considering what we already know about Penguin.
you know, we often judge a decent bit, arguably unfairly, but still truthfully, based on meta. And it's structurally, this is not an accident. Nothing in this show is. They've done it all very deliberately. This is not an Ahsoka or an Acolyte where you stumble through everything and crash it all together and it's all horrendous. Having this be the second significant scene is like, oh, so this guy's going to be important and very likely going to be his subordinate. And it's like, and how will that work? You're like, well, you know, because he's going to be a brand new guy, he's going to be able to bounce off him pretty well. There's lots of potential here. And it's like, how can you know all that? It's like, well, it's just how TV shows work. Structurally speaking, this is all very pragmatic so far. They gave us world building information, and then a specific location that we're familiar with, and then a big old character rundown and state of the world, and now we're getting our secondary character rundown. It's all clean and efficient, I would say. Even though, of course, you're supposed to do it so well that it doesn't come across that way. You're supposed to feel like this is all very genuine, which I think it does. I think it
Yeah,
achieves it.
I think if you notice efficiency in hindsight, I think that's one of the things that can make it like really good. If you
Yeah,
sort
yeah.
of realize like, oh, we've done a lot. We haven't been watching the show that long, but we've done a
Well,
lot.
it's how I assume you're supposed to fucking make these things. You're not supposed to just run in and run around and do whatever you want. This HBO has always been known to be better at making TV than several other people who've decided to get involved as of the recent era. And so, yeah, seeing structure like this is just it's almost comforting and pleasant. You're just like, I'm gonna be taken care of. They're gonna give me a strong structure, even if it's like a lesser show than great. We should be getting competence. I'd say we are. He looks at his driver's license and discovers his name, which feels worth pointing out, considering how everything goes. How's that for foreshadowing?
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, and he says, this scumbag, because they're moving Alberto's body, and he says, this scumbag disrespected me. Are you going to disrespect me? Vic, because you and me, we're in this together now. I own you. It's just like, fucking hell. And yeah, the actor for Vic does a very good job of just coming across as absolutely terrified, but desperately doing whatever Oz says, because he knows he'll be dead any second if he doesn't. And the thing is, now is worse than ever for being able to be killed and get away with it, because there's just so little accountability in Gotham after everything that's happened, at least in the next few days to weeks. So it's even scarier to be around here, you know, like in terms of people making crazy decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think, I don't think Oz has any compunction. You probably didn't have compunction before about pulling a gun on anyone in the street, but certainly not right now. And certainly not when he's desperately trying to cover up the fact that he just killed Alberto Falcone. So,
Well, yeah,
you
it's the thing that's looming over this situation as it progresses is like, yeah, man, Vic, you're I don't know if you're walking out of this one. You're walking away from this rather. Like this is really like it would be in Penguin's best interest to get rid of you.
yeah, and he says, you gotta do everything I say or else I'll murder you and anyone you care about. Got it? He's like, yeah. So good. And you know, it's surprisingly meaningful, I would say, on rewatch to say to Vic, "I'll kill everyone you care about." I don't know if it should be mentioned yet, because it'll be episode 3 that will. Well, actually, I think you find out. Is it this episode or episode 2? The fate of.
I think it's either this one or episode 2, or at the very least that there are things that you can infer even in episode 1 about you know, like whether or not he's what's the status of his family.
Yeah.
Because Penguin figures out, you know, that he's from he's from the poorer areas of Gotham as well, which were the places that were hardest hit.
And yeah, as they're driving, Vic is fucking terrified, and Oz is just sort of staring at him, interested, just keep an eye on him, people watching, if you will, just being like, look at him. And what's fun with a show like this, of course, as with any show that's of a certain caliber, is you can speculate to your heart's content as to what exactly is going through Oz's head, what he's thinking about, how they may connect or not, or what he's going to do with him in future, or how he ended up here, and all the different things that could come up. And what a situation for this poor guy to be in. And it's worth mentioning there's like an attempt at sort of Oz having a conversation while also he breaks Alberto's phone with his gun. Obviously trying to. I would imagine what's big on Oz's head is how he's going to get away with killing Alberto, which not as simple as just burying or tossing the body. It actually is going to have repercussions.
Because a lot of people are gonna. Yeah, he's like, where is he? What's going on? Where would he be? Who's accounted for? Who isn't accounted for? Do you have an alibi?
The guys that were with Vic, it's like, well, they were near the lounge and they saw Penguin and they saw his car at this time. And it's like,
a lesser show would have completely forgotten about that.
Yes, that's true. But in a better show where, again, things are thought through, you can expect that these sorts of things are consequential. Which it will be, you know, I mean, this will be. It will be relevant.
Yeah, considering how high stress everything is, Oz just casually is like, you ever go to Buddy's, quarter market, and mix up the flavors of like their slushies or whatever? And then Vic's just like, no. And he's like, you missed out.
Which is like, awkward. You missed out. It's like, oh, geez. Missed out.
Yeah. But like an attempt to break the ice, it feels like, from Oz knowing this situation. And I'd say it's all calculated from my perspective with everything Oz does and says. He's just like, yeah, I'll chill him out a bit until we get the job done, sort of thing.
And then he can make a decision on what to do.
And just so everyone understands, we're not going to be covering every line from every scene. Because
we can't. We'll be here until New Year's.
Yeah. So if you feel like
that's a credit to the show that we can't.
That's why I want to say it is there are good things in the show that we're not going to be talking about here and there. I'm sorry about that. It's going to happen. I obviously I want to point out everything I thought that was good, but I'm going to have missed stuff, or I'm going to have decided we should probably move past it because we need to. I mean, we're already how long? An hour and 10 minutes. Jesus.
Yeah, we're like
this is very much a talky conversation. Do things, make plans, stuff happens, things are set in motion. This is a lot of stuff happens in this show.
So yeah, sorry if your particularly favorite thing gets missed, but we are going to try and cover as much as we can. So First things first, like it was said, it was the body has been put in the trunk, the phone's destroyed, and Vic is driving Oz to his alibi. He's going to speak to Eve, a lady of the night, you might say. And he says he's very serious, and she says she can only afford him an alibi after 10, but not before. And he says that's going to work, which, again, I appreciate seeing this level of intelligence, the fact that he's already sorting out his alibi. It's just like, yeah, that's good. That makes sense as like a
It's a good
thing
thing to
someone
do.
should do to
Solid
cover
move.
their ass. Yeah. And so then they pick up some food. There's this line that always just stood out to me. I don't know if you guys thought it was funny too, but he says, "I asked for extra pickles. They give me 2. So what? A normal amount of pickles is 1? Makes no goddamn sense."
Yeah.
It's a very. It's just these insights into Penguin that are just very normal thoughts to have, normal complaints. He has these very high ambitions about being like a crime lord of Gotham and having all this power and wealth. But I mean,
1
the man
pickle,
wants
2
his
pickles, yeah.
pickles.
And then the fact that Vic
That ain't
is
right.
like, "What, one of my pickles?" And he's like, "No, I don't want one of your pickles." It's to take as many moments as you can to get levity like that in a show like this that's obviously pretty dark. It's always appreciated.
Well, it's just people make jokes even in stressful situations.
Yeah. And he says, what was even your plan? Sell the rims to a scrapyard? And it's like, you get $1 in your wallet for that. Can you afford to think that small? No goddamn ambition. Which I think is so interesting that Oz is simultaneously telling Vic how stupid it was for them to try and steal from him, but that they should be stealing more. Like, they shouldn't even be thinking so small. It's like, I'm disappointed that you are such low on ambition, but also never do that again. It's like,
Yeah. Which
interesting.
feels like kind of an interesting way of communicating that that Oz sees himself in Vic in a certain sense, that like they both came from the same place from difficult circumstances, but and even that they've got things that make it a bit harder for them than the average person to sort of thrive and succeed, but that Penguin is a hell of a lot more ambitious and gutsy than Vic is.
Yeah,
Got a vision.
they
Plan.
managed to pop the body in a truck in the middle of a scrapyard. It's in there. Everything is pretty much sorted, and then Penguin's like, "Hey, there's a nice sunrise behind you. Why don't you take a look at it?" And it's funny, Vic has the exact same thought as the audience of like, "Oh, don't do that." Like, this is like, what?
It's just a funny way. Yeah, just go look at the sun. Turn that way.
Isn't that a nice sunrise? Yeah, just go have a little look at that. And it almost feels like dark humor, the fact that both characters know what should probably happen next, in terms of from Oz's perspective. It's like even Vic has to recognize it's probably a smart move now to kill him because he's a loose end.
Yeah.
And there's like almost a meta of knowing there's nowhere else it could go, but it's just like, I wonder how much can reflect here, considering this is now already technically kind of a little bit of a parallel to that first scene. What can Vic say? Because even Oz says the smart play here is to kill you and stuff you in the trunk with Stinky and be done with both of you. And Vic says, "I got ambition. I'm not a waste. I could help you with whatever it is. Please, I need a chance."
Yeah, I think that's the line that pushed him over the edge, I think.
There's that. Well, and then I think it's because Vic was paying attention when he criticized him for lacking ambition. He's like, I can do ambition. I can definitely do it. I can do it for you. And it's like, oh, it's just too tempting to not. It's like, Penguin does want to give him that chance, and Penguin can make use of him. You could tell he's weighing it up, though. He's like, oh,
yeah,
always thinking about it.
Tempted to kill you. It's like, you would be very
You were
effective.
helpful. You were helpful tonight.
And he says, "Oh, okay, calm down. Maybe it'll be useful to keep you around for now. We'll see if you've got what you say you got. But if you step out of line just once, I swear to God, I'll gut you like a fucking fish, you understand?" It's just very like, yeah, that's Penguin-y. So we have our team, kind of.
That's right, yeah. The duo.
Yes, and the thing is, Penguin is he's just low on resources right now, and he's got a shit ton to do. I'd say
Well,
there's
yeah,
good
he's
reason to use this kid, especially because he's kind of in it, you know? Like, he's helped him enough as well that he's going to be
but it's
on the line for...
yeah, it's really he doesn't have much incentive to betray you because it's probably not going to turn out very well for him either.
Yeah. And, you know...
And yeah, it establishes them a underdog status. You know, it's like they're both in a really bad position, and they're gonna have to sort of work their way out of it.
And I like you have all this stress, almost died, this what's going to be for their future, what's going to happen, and then Oz just like, oh, shut the fuck up, I want to watch the sunrise. He just actually wants to appreciate the sunrise. It's like, oh, okay. Which I actually think is kind of important to just throw these little things in to really throw the audience off as to what kind of man Oz is. Like,
Well, we're still learning. I mean, we're
exactly, it's
we're fresh to the show. This is the discovery process of learning who he is. We're still figuring that out.
the fact that he appreciates so many little things in life that are so relatable, and you know, he's kind of a bit of fun in terms of what his observations are, but simultaneously it's
Look,
like, well, I'm supposed to hate him though because he's a monster, right?
look, he's a pickles and sunrise kind of guy.
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta appreciate that, even if he's an actual bastard. So
And yeah, so next day is about to start for Oz. Obviously, everything he's been doing to make up for this execution of Alberto is all extra work, but he's not gonna be able to sleep. And he brings Vic into his apartment, and I like that he says, "Touch anything, and I'll know." It's just
yeah.
you know, just like it's almost like these casual threats that he knows will probably work, even though he can't actually be 100% sure. But Vic is scared enough that he probably has nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
And we get a very explicit look at his foot.
Yeah.
There's like another point in the show, I think in this episode actually, that you get kind of another shot of it, but this is like the main one, and then we don't really get it again. It's to just show what he's working
I
with.
think this is
You know, I don't know what
Iceberg
that
Lounge,
can.
more like Club Foot.
Yeah.
uh we have fun here.
So it's not a small element at all, and it looks gnarly, and you see the way that he walks. Obviously, how much of an effect it has on his life, the fact that it gives him his nickname, and this is arguably even more important than it already seems to be in terms of what's made him who he is. We're going to see more of that develop as time goes on, but they really did not skimp on using that aspect of the character when adapting it. It's the kind of thing that gets complicated with any given character from a source of exactly what you keep and what you use and what you accentuate, and his leg is super important. Anyway, they're driving to the next location, and Penguin's just looking out on Gotham, and he says, look what this fucking madman did. Which,
I mean, yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I just think it's a super interesting line too, that he's like actually fucking probably hates the Riddler for messing everything up, and how much it's going to take to recover from all of it. Because obviously Riddler and Penguin had no connection whatsoever in terms of goals. It's just that
No. Just in the same city.
looking at that flooding and then how everything's been uprooted, and of course Falcone being dead. Carmine. It's just a small moment where he doesn't have to make any particular decision. He can just look at it and be like, "Fuck's sake!" All of
Because
this.
we don't get until I think it's like the next scene where we learn like financially what the damage is from the explosives. So I think this is just to sort of imply that when he looks at this sort of thing, there really is this element in the Penguin that's like, oh, this is an actual just like tragedy of destruction that all of these things happened. He's not thinking about it from like a business or a financial aspect.
Which, yes, next scene is...
And it almost certainly creates problems for them because, you know, like, Carmine being out of the picture, that's like one thing in terms of a power vacuum. And yeah, maybe the chaos has some utility, but I mean, it also messes everything up. Like, that a significant portion of the city is just destroyed.
Yeah. First thing we see him sort out is getting information to the councilman and let him know that they have leverage over him. Then they find out what the state of the Drops organization is, which was prominently featured in the Batman. And they say there's 30% left, essentially, of their operation, as in like all of the stock and resources they have, which is arguably catastrophic. And obviously Oz is like the operator of the Drops organization on behalf of the Falcone family. So this is not good, but, you know, you got to keep moving, keep everything moving. And he says, we've got every asshole on the street testing fences. I think it's a really interesting and quick way to tell us the control and power that this organization would have had is weak, and that everybody's going to try and muscle in or fuck with it now that it's particularly weak from what Riddler has done. And then Oz gets called in, which, again, about the efficiency. All the information you pick up from this scene is going to be super relevant, not only in the next scene, but just stuff going forward. And we're approaching halfway in the episode. I just think it's worth saying already, but we'll probably come back to it. Very strong foundational episode for getting us a lot of stuff in an entertaining way.
Yep.
Make sure everything is built up. There's respect, I think, for plot writing and for the world in this, which a lot of the time can be neglected.
Well, I think it's about to be sort of demonstrated here, because at the halfway point, we're now going to a completely new part of Gotham that we didn't see in the Batman. We're going to the more affluent side, which is it feels like it's sort of enforcing the divide. Penguin is very much of the city of the poorer parts of Gotham, and now he's venturing to where all of the, you know, the people who are presently in charge live. You know, somewhere that's much nicer at the moment.
Well, and having Vic is so useful for this, because he's like, what does this even mean? Do they know? And he's like, Jesus, kid.
That's right. He can ask all of the questions that still relay exposition, but it also gives an opportunity for Penguin to respond in ways like that, where it's like, yeah, that's nice and in character.
Yeah.
Which is the way to do it, because obviously having a character who's new to all of this, who can ask these questions, can be beneficial, but it's worth recognizing that the character that they're talking to might not be that interested in explaining everything to them.
Yeah, it's
you don't need to know everything, just do what I tell you.
We've got like very specific character action happening throughout all this opening, and it's done a really great job. But to have someone like a Vic be able to poke at different points to get access to a bit extra, like Penguin
but he's not overly inquisitive.
No, but use him carefully. So like the fact that he said like, "Oh God, do you think they know?" It's just like Penguin's reaction shows us that that's on his mind as well. He's like,
yeah.
You know, but he's got to stay strong in front of Vic, of course, and as well for himself. It's like a psych up sort of thing. Like, nah, everything's fine. We got this under the
Well, it's even when they get to the house and pull up, and when he steps out and looks in the reflection of the car to make sure that his hair's looking, you know, as good as it can. He is balding at the moment, but like to, you know, make himself look like he's well composed and ready to go before he presents himself to the guys in charge.
The reality is the guys in charge have no notion of even asking about Alberto. They don't really care that much about him.
No. And similarly, they're not really that interested in Penguin either, and what he's like. He's just here. It's going to be revealed that they just need him to sort some stuff out for them.
It would be a waste of tension not to use that, because of course that's what these two would be thinking, and you've got the audience gripped that way, so then they can, you know, they can drool in some squeakies for the plot.
A lot of good stories take advantage of is the differing awareness of the situation, or differing information between people. The one way that you can make a conversation more interesting is that one guy knows more than the other guy, or they've got something that they need to hide from them. There's just like a difference in their knowledge can create good tension, because they're gonna well, it's just they're going to approach the conversation in different ways. Like in this case, you know, Penguin's, he's the one who's going to be thinking like, oh shit, I should probably be careful about the things I say, because I don't want to, because I know something really important that's going to be really important very soon. But it's not like everybody else has got that on their mind, because as far as they're aware, everything's just business as usual. Nothing's going on.
The point of praise again for, I don't know if you'd call this meta writing in a sense, but knowing we've got to get more exposition out about the family dynamic, the operation, and essentially the industry that they run in a somewhat what could be called a heavy exposition scene with the family. It's like, so how do we make that more interesting, or how do we get the audience to take the scene and that information in while experiencing something a little bit different, which is the tension that they've just built up of is he about to get found out? Is he about to be executed? Who could say? Who can know for sure?
Yeah.
He says 9 times out of 10, top tier guys want to meet face to face to feel big, so I make myself small. They feel better about themselves, and then I can get back to work. It's such a like, telling himself that, but knowing this could be different.
Yeah, this could be a bad situation.
And there's this great moment that, again, these lines specifically, I was like, "Oh, this show could be special." Where he says, "All right, listen, if I don't come out, there's a gap," and he looks at Vic and he goes, "Nah, it'll be fine."
He's like, I'm just messing with you. Yeah, we're just having fun.
It's the way I see it is that he was with any other well-established sort of group and a henchman he truly cares about. He might have been like, this is the plan, this is Plan B, blah blah. Vic is so new that he's like, look, you'll be dead too if I'm dead. Like it's this, there's no need to discuss what'll happen. I'll be fine. That's it. Yeah, I'm gonna totally be fine. Like the normal protocol is to figure out Plan B, but there's no point in doing it with Vic because he's just too new. And yeah, it's the all in the delivery, and then of course the dialogue. Because I'm messing with you, kid. All right, just sit tight. Maybe look for a sense of humor. It's got to be in here somewhere. Which again, I think is actually recognition of he can be kind of reassuring. You could maybe convince you that he was joking. Actually, he's not, but you kind of okay.
There's a type of charisma that the Penguin sort of exemplifies, and it's like it's funky, weird charisma. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's just like, yeah, I trust you, but you're clearly bullshitting all the time.
All the
and
time.
I hate you, but like I kind of like you, sort of. That you're endearing in an evil sort of way.
And you've hit on another aspect for what keeps him around for a lot of people is they kind of like his presence because he is someone who makes you feel more confident, someone who makes you feel more inspired and stronger. And he's just admitted that's something he knows how to do and does regularly. It's a really interesting power to have, right? To keep yourself around because you make other people feel stronger when you're there. The perfect henchman.
We've seen how like he could just like he will pull out a gun and kill someone.
Yep.
And he can threaten people and he can get stuff done already, but he comes across as not threatening, not like you said, coming across as small. But we've seen what he can do, and he is dangerous. So it's nice to kind of see those. It's this two-faced element of his character in the way that he talks and in the way that he acts. You're always kind of wondering, what actually is he? And it's the little things that tell us about that. Pickles and sunrises.
Upon entering this like room where who knows what's gonna happen, he can't be sure. He says a lot of pomp and circumstance to be coming out here like this. Not that I'm complaining. Have we got some celebrating to do or what? Basically keeping every door possible open. He has no idea what's about to happen, but he's simultaneously said, like, you guys are over-exaggerated. Not that I would ever complain about anything you guys are going to be doing or choosing to do. Also, are we celebrating? Like, what's the deal, Is he just ready to start work in the room no matter what the actual thing is. He doesn't know what it is yet. And so the family want to abandon the current drops operation and move it to a safer location because it's essentially crippled as a result of the flooding. And Oz wanted to stay, pretty obviously because it's it was his way of climbing the ladder, right? Being in control of this organization and its potential. To move it to a shittier place cripples it.
I think he's got legitimate pride in kind of like what he does here. I think he even lies about the loss percentage to the bosses, which is one of those just like bold lies.
Oh, it's brazen,
that could be like verified and checked.
They've got a recovery of 30. He tells them it's 70.
70, right? Yeah. He's like, what? We got a recovery of 70%. He's just like, what a massive lie to the top of the food
This is what I mean.
right here.
He knows they can discover that real easy, but he's that kind of character that he would say, oh, they told you it's 30, they told me 70. Like that's what he would do.
Like, even if he got caught out, he'd give it to a new argument. But I mean, he's reminded essentially, like, this is ours. It's not your operations.
Yes.
Which, it's kind of a difference in terms of like obviously like Penguin would have an awareness that that's the case, but like he views it as essentially his thing.
He runs it every
But he
day.
doesn't have
Yeah,
any
it feels like it
loyalty
is.
to the Falcones really. Loyalty insofar as it benefits him, but that's the thing. Like, it tells you something that he obviously views it as being his, not theirs, even though it is theirs.
Yep. That's what he's doing every day. That's what he's got pride in doing, running this, building it up. I mean, hey, even when he walked into the plant, he was talking to people by their names.
Yep.
Like he was, mentioning about, Rex Calabrese. So
something he lives through. He doesn't just believe in it. And yeah, Johnny
VD does
who's
not like him.
Well, I was
at
gonna
all.
say played by, I never learned the actor's name, but
He
by
was the
gosh, he
guy
pops up a
who-
lot.
the
in-
guy
in
you've
House of
seen, but you
Cards,
don't know his name. Yeah, he's
he
one
was
of
in
those
that,
actors.
and he was in something else. He was in damn it, what else was he in?
Go have a
He's
little
in
look.
House of
I'd be curious how many things we recognize him from. Because obviously, House of Cards is the main one I recognize him from. Yeah, but he's made his way into some movies, and he's in a lot of TV shows. And I mean, I'm always happy to see him because he's a good actor, and he kind of interestingly plays the same role here as he kind of does in House of Cards. He's almost an enforcer, and he says, Milos asked you here as a courtesy because he's a courteous guy. I'm not. You're going to do as you're told. Which is a lot more of a, explicit mention of what the relationship is, that Penguin does not have much of a huge stake. He works for them and does everything they say is how they feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, you know what? Another opportunity for Penguin to be like, all right, well, it's all about money, isn't it? And he says, I know you don't like me, that's fine, acquired taste, but I make money, and I got wind of a shipment coming in. Don't want to tout it too much, but it's big, and it's got the potential to revolutionize the drug business. Someone will help you expand beyond drops, and all you guys got to do is sit back and reap the rewards. I'll oversee the whole thing, I'll use some of the crew, I'll run it out of the plant. And it's just another, like, after everything we've learned, it's just like, yep, once again, he's trying to find the best way in and give them everything they could want. It doesn't matter how many lies are involved. And
while he's saying this,
there's
someone walking into the room.
I just love the shot is so fucking good because it's doing through filmmaking rather than I guess you could say, like, instead of having her walk into the room where he could see it so that you could see through his performance that something's not quite right, instead it's like just the way the camera's going, obviously the music, how it's put together, that the audience are like, what's happening, what's wrong, what's going on.
You just as he's talking, the doors open and the background is blurred, but a woman in a white dress, a very white dress in an otherwise pretty dark room, starts walking in, and
a fucking ghost from his past.
Well, yeah, it's really cool because the longer the shot goes on, the more you're like, wait, you're really important, aren't you? Like, what?
You're deliberately keeping her there in this shot.
What's cool is, like,
behind him.
It's solid at translating an experience to the viewer first time around. Second time around, this means so much more when you know all of it.
Well,
You're like,
yeah,
oh,
the
shit.
nature of their meeting.
The role that Oz had to play in her life.
And I like that they both are looking at her, and he's looking at them, being like, "Are you not listening to all of my lies? Hello?" Like, what's happening? And yeah, just a really, really strong intro shot, let alone the first set of things she says.
Another goated character in
yes.
Penguin.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best characters recently, just like in
honestly,
any TV shows or movies.
Well,
as of late.
I don't know, man. I love watching these two work as well in the same scene, being Colin Farrell's Oz and Kristen Milioti is her name, I think, right? Yeah. Her Sophia. They know what they're doing, and you get to drink in so much detail from both of their expressions. And yeah, when they say, like, Sophia, please join us, even Colin Farrell's like, oh shit, as he turns like, fuck. And it's almost hard to properly break down because of just how much is being worked here based on stuff we don't know yet.
It's just that at this point, all you can do is infer, and a lot of the things that you can infer are going to be pretty accurate. Which is okay. They have history, and it's not
Mm-hmm.
good. And then of course it's pretty quickly established that she just got out of Arkham, which you might not even need because she just has slightly unhinged kind of like micro expressions,
Oh, I love
you
it.
know, just a little bit off.
She's like
Just a
right,
little bit,
always on the verge of snapping.
Well, because he
yeah,
says, "I thought you were still a," she like gives him a moment to say the word himself, and then she says Arkham, and then he's like,
yeah.
"Yeah, yeah," and then she like does these little movements. It's really hard to explain other than saying the micro expressions of absolute unhingery.
Yeah, well,
She's
it's like Rad said, it feels like she's kind of like teetering on the edge of exploding, but
when she
just
says, "I've
sort of
been
like,
rehabilitated," and has that really awkward smile. It's just
yeah.
like, ooh.
No,
That's the
that doesn't
sense you
give me
get
the
from him.
confidence that it
Which,
should.
of
Yeah.
course, is
She's
it feels. Oh man, I wonder if it's worth mentioning at this point the nature of like, because I think as more information comes out, you're going to essentially have the same read on her that everybody has because you have access to the same
Yeah.
amount of
It's
information as
so
everybody else,
clever.
which it really is. It's a really great idea for a character, as will become clearer as we progress.
I also kind of want to note, not for any particular reason yet, but it'll become clear. Her clothing, she is very, what you could call properly dressed, very covered up, very appropriate, concealed, and her clothing's going to change dramatically the further along the season we go. Um,
Yeah,
I imagine somewhat
has to be on
representative.
purpose.
Yes, we'll talk more about that as
didn't
she.
notice that before, but that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, okay. Because you say that, I'm already thinking about some of the dresses she wears later. I'm like, oh yeah,
Mhm.
those are a bit more revealing and risque.
Um, yeah, Oz is coming across as pretty worried almost in this scene, not now in as much power as he had, probably because this is a complete shake-up in terms of her just being here. And of course, we're left to wonder why that might be. Could be nothing. Could be a lot of history is here. I guess we'll find out. And he says, "Have you asked him about my brother? He went out last night, refused his bodyguards, and never came home." And they say, "Sophia, that's enough." And it's like, nice. With that already, we know that she's been kind of obsessively asking about her brother, cares about him intensely, probably, just with like a handful of exchanges, which, is enough to make sense on its own, but it'll make even more sense the more we go on.
Hmm.
And she wants to ask Oz about that, which for us being invested somewhat in him being able, I mean, not necessarily every audience member, but we needed probably to talk about this at some point as a dynamic of watching a show. But like, I at this point don't want him to get caught. I want him to see if he can get out of this. And it would be like, why? He's a horrible person for all the different things we've seen him do in Batman added this. And I'd just be like, well,
Yeah.
He's the
Well, I
underdog.
mean,
That's why
you
he's the
kind of
underdog in this
all of these
situation.
people, all these people are bad. So it's like,
Yeah.
might as well be him. I want to.
and it's almost just a caddy do it sort of thing with everything we know about
Well,
him.
it's
Is he able to work this problem?
yeah, it almost it's kind of like if you're watching Light in Death Note, and it's like, dude, what kind of plan is he about to hatch to get out of this situation?
Yeah.
Where you're just almost fascinated to see like how are you going to wriggle your way out of this? Like you're screwed, and then seeing what kind of clever plan gets created to resolve the situation.
And from what we can gather, the conclusion seems to be, and it doesn't seem like not a smart thing from the family, is to consolidate the drops business as it is and not risk anything in terms of blowing it up further than it should go in a way that's not safe or not prepared, and to move it to a place they have more control over, and to consolidate everything and figure out what the leadership looks like. Basically, the family is just restructuring and making sure everything is strong, while Oz obviously just wants to have his chance to build his part of the empire somewhat. So they tell him he has 48 hours to wrap it all up, basically. He says you'll get it done, and that it's good to see Sophia. I
That's a
genuinely
lie.
got a sense in the scene that Oz kind of was so thrown off by her that he gave up his attempt at appealing
I
to
think
the
so.
family.
Yeah, because it feels like now there's a new variable that he needs to deal with that he wasn't prepared for.
Yeah.
So just like, fuck it. All right, I'll lose this one because obviously if he fails essentially to keep this ruse up, the consequences are going to be dire. So it's not worth it.
And she comes out after him and asks about
He's a bit more
Alberto,
persistent, though. Yeah, that's right. She's not done yet.
which is already
And
enough again for us to be like, oh, he's gonna have to deal with her, whoever this person is, because she's not giving up on it. And
he's a
he's
bit
like, he'll be
persistent.
fine, he'll be fine. Then she says, purple, very subtle. He says, technically it's plum, you know? Leather seats come standard too, so. And,
Which I don't know. Again, standard storytelling vocabulary. Like that's the reminder. Yeah, it's going to be important that he got spotted outside of the iceberg lounge.
well,
That's
it
going to
felt to
be
me in this
relevant.
scene, she's almost subtextually pointing that out to him, as in,
Like
if
she already
you're
knows.
involved in any of this, you understand how easy it's going to be for me to know that. You should probably
Yeah.
tell me. Because she then says, as well, you've really moved up in the world, haven't you? So it's like very much an explicit note of exactly what iconography that he has now and where he could be spotted, but also a little comment on their past and how she's not forgotten it.
Yeah.
It's just really effective lines. Like I said, that get boosted in quality when you rewatch the show, which is really cool.
Mhm.
Um,
But especially paired with Sophia's very intense energy. Feels like the only way to describe it. It's very intense.
Yeah, it's like this like unease almost feels like a bit too subtle. Um, but it's like, yeah, it just it all just kind of comes together. It makes you curious, is what it does. Is it's another one of those hooks that works really effectively. What's their history? He's behaving weird. Why Arkham of all places? That's for like criminally insane people. Yeah, she does seem a bit unhinged.
hmm.
What are we gonna learn? What are they gonna tell us?
She wants to have a meal with him right now. He's like, okay. And yeah, there's just that creepiness underlying all of it. But something they keep pretty consistent about it, she wolfs down her food. She's just getting right in there, getting stuck in, and you know,
Which makes a lot of sense when you think about what kind of food she probably would have been eating in Arkham, and
yeah.
you know, who knows if we'll get to see what her time in Arkham was like. Who knows? But yeah,
Who
that's true. It is
knows?
consistent that she just like with very little regard for how she looks to other people doing this.
Well, and that's noticed.
It
People are
contrasts with
looking.
how she dresses too. The behavior
Hmm.
of the way that she eats, and then you see a woman who's very well groomed, who looks outwardly very healthy, who dresses so nice, but she's eating like a little gremlin. So
Well, and that's something that's super notable. She's wearing, I guess, a scarf and the kind of clothing that covers her shoulders, which when you see more of her body as the season
Yeah,
goes on, you'll spot what she was not necessarily. This is what I mean. I almost feel like I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but is she covering it up because she wants to, or because she knows that the family would want it, or because she's trying right now to reintegrate, sort of thing? But it's just an interesting thing to compare. Um. Anyway, he
and also you're
says.
right. People, yeah, like it's something that's worth mentioning is that yeah, people in the background are looking at her. They're just
And
kind of
yeah, and
an
she
eye on
says,
her.
"Do you think they're wondering if it's really me? Is a psycho killer just roaming around free having a salad? The guards insisted I read every article, that I see all the stories. If only I'd been a dutiful daughter." And then there's just are you nervous, Oz?
Uh,
Which again, these lines are so much better when you've seen the whole season.
when you say the whole thing.
And you know, because first time around, it's the drip feed we're talking about of like a psychopathic person, and then second time around, it's the reality of that situation. And
Mhm.
Well, yeah, because first time around you'd be like, "Oh, are you nervous because I'm a crazy person?" Versus like, "You nervous because you know the truth, like,
yeah, and
and you think
he's
I'm gonna be furious about it."
we've only seen him confident in all the different conversations he's had so far, but this one he's off, and you're like,
He's
why? And it's like,
uneasy. He's
well,
actually, yeah.
he's nervous
Which
because of how much she knows that he knows she knows, if you know what I mean.
which is a really good way of conveying to the viewer, "Oh, you should really take her seriously." She is she is there's cause to be concerned about her and what she can do, what she knows, and what she's capable of. But it's a misdirect, kind of, right? It's again, it's a misdirect because it's like, well, capable of, but why though? For what reasons?
And I believe she is like here at the restaurant. I think she is the first person to mention Alberto. So this is the first time he's kind of being confronted on it, whereas he might have expected that earlier, but it didn't happen.
She'd brought it up, but the family shot it down. But yeah, now she'll be
Oh,
able
no,
to do
so in
it.
this case, it's much more of a direct confrontation. Like,
Yeah.
first time is, yeah, you
No
seen
one
him?
else here, yeah.
And
One
this
on
time
one.
around, it's less of like, have you seen him? To like, you're hiding something, and I know you are.
When she says, "Are you nervous?" By the way, I felt like it was deliberate. She has like a stone-faced, blank expression. It feels like a deliberate attempt to sort of she knows she can let him interpret what that might mean, what it refers to, because it could be the
Yeah.
past, but it also could be something he's done in the present. She's still trying to figure out what's going on, of course. Says, yeah, I'd hate for you to feel nervous with me because despite what you might think, I don't blame you. You know, if you hadn't gone to my father, he left you no choice. And he says, yeah, sure, but I could have done something. And then she says, let's not do that. Which is like a little taste of what's to come, because perhaps in a lesser show we never would have heard any more on that. Because they never actually wrote a history, but oh boy, did they write a history for this. And
They
the
plan
pivot
this out.
to me feels very real on her behalf, because it's like she doesn't want him to be cornered such that he gives a flimsy sort of apology. She wants to actually, she's interested in figuring a lot out, and so it's like maybe she'll deal with that past with him at some point, but there's something more important right now, which is Alberto. And she says that he told me he was going to your club to get my to the her father's, Ubi Carmine's loft, I think. And she said she wanted to go with him, but he's too protective of her. So this is all a part of a big plan that was getting cooked up. And she says that I heard you talking about it, which is weird, because it was like supposed to be something that they cracked themselves, you know, irrelevant of the other family members. So it's like, so why you know about it? And why on earth would you pitch the plan as your own? Which is it's definitely like a, oh shit. How are you going to get out of this? What are you going to do? And she says, you know, it's so brazen that either you have to be blindingly stupid or willingly confident that he isn't coming back to reclaim it. So I'm going to ask you again, do you know where my brother is? Which is such a great show of her intelligence and the way that she can corner people in a conversation no less effectively than he can escape one.
No, it's good. These are really good debate tactics.
Yes.
I also
Got him.
I also realized when I was watching this, it's like, oh, they're like in a public place. They're in a restaurant. I'm thinking like, oh shit, like what can she do? What can be done here? This isn't like they're alone in a room or something. You know, they're out in a space where a lot of people can see. They've even shown the table next. They recognize her. So that was always like a wow, what an interesting place to have this conversation. Like she knows she couldn't do anything to him. It's on like that's just interesting aspect to it to have this conversation here in a restaurant.
I feel like it's just a great challenge that, after everything they've shown us about his essentially superpower, that he's just now been placed in what seems to be an impossible escape. How could he possibly contextualize this to get out of here? And again, it takes an intelligent writer to do this, to create these kinds of problems and to escape them, not only in a way that's character accurate, but in ways that the audience can buy. You have to. You can't just be arbitrary, can't be convenient. It has to be that he can actually argue this. So what does he say? And he says, Al never told him that she was coming back, or that she was back, and he's kept them both in the dark. And that he trusted him, and, you know, his stupid mouth, you know, I screwed up. Maybe you could put in a good word. I mean, I don't want to put that on you, but he was so passionate about the plan, and I thought there was no reason to move forward, just because, you know, he's on another bender, not to move forward rather, and you know, the shipment's going to arrive in like just like a few days, right? So it can come across as kind of not fantastic, but if you listen to everything he said, he basically went over using Alberto's very known, very public weaknesses to explain anything that seems out of the ordinary. And then he makes it about a lack
Second
of
time
proper
he's used it.
planning. And then he leans into the truth, which is that he is an asshole. He does have a big mouth. He has said things that aren't quite true, or overstepped his mark here and there. And he'll use the truth as much as it can benefit him. And then he said, like, he was going to start
Well,
the plan
yeah.
up early, and then appeals to Sophia directly for, can you help me out in the department where I may have overstepped there? I didn't mean to, as if to shift the nature of the conversation from her interrogating him to them working together, to figuring out the solution to their problem, as if that was the conversation when it wasn't at all. And he's like, he's being cornered on having betrayed the family, just like he was with Alberto, and he just, by casually hitting on each of these things and the whole he's on a bender, he's just implied that he's only helping, and that he's willing to give her any information he has, just to get out of this situation. It's so slippery, and I kind of love it, watching him do it.
It is nice and slippery. It's like a penguin, that just jumped out of the water,
Very
and
slippery,
you're trying
yeah.
to catch him, and you just can't do it. He just keeps getting away. But no, it's great. It's and it feels, having elements of it being true and elements of it being lies, right? To sort of
Oh
help
yeah, you feed him
sell
that
it.
little piece of truth, yeah, to make it convincing.
And you can tell her expressions throughout all of it. She's not sure. She's not sure about all that. It's like,
Yeah.
huh. And she says, "What do you mean a bender?" And he says, "Oh, Al's an addict, sweetheart. He's got a penchant for drops, and booze, and gambling." And he says, "I think he's got a sex thing too." And he says this ain't the first time he's gone AWOL.
You wonder how
always
much
comes
of that is
back.
because he's still pissed off at him for insulting him.
Yeah.
He just wants to slip in these insults to tarnish him.
And he's like, "Look, if he was at the club, I wouldn't know. I was with my lady friend, Eve, and if it'll make you feel better, we could go there right now. We'll scour the joint. I doubt anything will turn up, but it's worth a shot, whatever puts your mind at ease." It's such a, like, you fucker. You're so full of shit.
When you're saying it with a smile on your face.
Yeah. And so to
That
then
sells it, that's what he'll do.
To clarify it into basically that Al has every addiction known to man, but it's caused all of their problems. But it's not Oz at all. Oz didn't do anything. He's just been a loyal soldier waiting for his orders, to do everything he can. It's a reassurance combined with loyalty and an explanation, and then offering to search the club on top and do whatever makes Sophia feel better. It's almost like he's screwed her over in the sense that she's got nothing to be mad at him for that's overt now. Everything has an explanation. And even involving a bit of his own incompetence. He's like, yeah, I fucked up a little bit, Hey, we can recover this. We can make use of all this, can't we? And she says, "No, you're right. I'm probably just being crazy." And she has a little awkward smile after it. And you're just like, yeah. And I love the line she gives him after that, which is, "Oz, people underestimate you, but not me. I've always known you were capable of more." And it's just like this line that in any other setting could be seen as very kind and encouraging, but
yeah,
here,
good job, buddy. But in this case, I've got my eye on you, bitch. Like,
I mean,
don't think that you've got away
capable
yet.
of more is like, as in, capable of doing things that are way beyond your station, like killing people, taking control of things. Like, yeah, I'm on to you. And it's great too because he has a bit of a smile, and then it drops. Like,
then she gives him a little smile, and then when it drops, you got the big musical sting.
It's just like you could almost say, because combined with the other scenes that we've been talking about, this one is like structurally, when you look back on the whole season, it's a sort of like Sophia versus the Penguin foundational scene.
Yeah.
And I just don't think we were expecting this at all. The work that went into a character like her, she came out of nowhere, and it was such a pleasant surprise because already we've had like 1 or 2 scenes with her, and she's already great.
Yep.
And that performance, so good. She's so committed to it, and it's cool to know that she considered this a very, 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 like, she was very passionate about this role, and she really wants to do it again.
Jeez, I could tell. I could tell. I want to see her again. I want to see her in season 2, if that's even possible.
If there is a season 2, yeah.
If there is, yeah.
Or
hope
in the
so. I mean, I hope
Batman
so,
too,
but
you know, if they decide to
hey,
change
yeah.
the story, get to sort of follow on from this.
I mean, they might have, well, I guess we'll see. But if we get more, hey, I'm for it.
So,
Though I've said that before and I've had to eat my words, so
yeah, season 2s, man. What can you say?
Season 2, we need something to break the curse. A good curse. There's always a way to break it.
Could it be Andor? Could it be Squid Game? Who knows?
Oh, please be
I mean,
Andor.
I
Please be
really hope
Andor.
Andor sticks the landing. If
Oh,
Squid Game
Andor,
season
please.
2 is good, that'll be nice, but I want Andor to
Andor,
be
you're
a
our only
complete
hope.
amazing package.
So, Oz and Vic travel to Oz's mother's place, and during the traveling, we see there's Oz is standing on the train, and he spots a disabled seat that's more than available, and he chooses not to sit in it. Which is a lot of these little things, man. You're
Yeah.
like, huh, that's interesting. It's like, yeah, he's well, what would you take from it? There's a couple of things I think one could interpret, especially on a first time around, but at this point, what would you take from it, knowing more about him?
I think that the most straightforward read would be almost that he's like too proud to, you know, like it, or that he's owning it's like, yep, my foot's messed up and it makes it hard to walk, but I'm still standing.
Yeah, I think it would be a notion of I'm not disabled, I'm fine.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
and
I'm
you'd be
more than
like,
fine even.
that overcomes even the notion of just sitting there because you want a seat. He's like, I'm not even
Yeah,
gonna steal it because I don't want anyone thinking that I'm disabled and I gotta sit here
he'll
because I'm disabled.
forego the comfort. Like even though it would obviously be comfortable, we saw his foot. It looks like
Yeah.
it's really hard to stand on that foot, but
I
it
think
doesn't matter.
I think another element too is because Victor is there. And in the same way that he appears small in front of, the Falcone, those guys to make them feel big, there is this element of the projection of strength and confidence that he wants to put up for Victor as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think that follows too, and also just another instance where we get to see more parts of Gotham because now we're going to another suburban part of Gotham, but not quite as affluent.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, that's cool. We're like actually getting to see various parts of Gotham, and that it's like in all of the differences between these places, you've got like the big built up urban areas, the slums, and then the slums that are even more slums because Riddler blew up and got all the water in there. And then the urban areas around it sells it as a really big place. Gotham's a big city.
Well, and speaking of, you see a Riddler goon, or rather Riddler-inspired person walking around, people ask him to scan a QR code to see
Nice bit of continuity.
Gotham's true face, and Oz just says, "Get
Yeah.
the fuck out of here."
Is
Well,
that a real
it's a good bit of
is that a real
continuity.
QR code?
Yes, it takes you to a website with a little Riddler symbol on it.
Oh.
A bit of fun for you.
Those are always fun where you got like the little, hidden things
Okay.
in a show, and then it actually like leads to a thing that you could see like in real life.
And I just love the repeated disdain he has for the Riddler. It's so funny because
Yeah.
you watch the Batman and he's very passionate about his cause, but then you get to see this arguably lower level. Well, he's still pretty high level actually, mob type person. Not in terms of family control, but in terms of henchman level, he's super high. And it's just like how much your little weird thing with your riddles and all this shit has caused so much trouble for me. Like, why did you have to be a dick? Whatever the hell you're up to, like corruption. Just reflected into any reference to the Riddler that he sees, just bad. Though, I guess it's hard not to say one of my little favorite moments of a highlight is they get into the car, they turn it on, and 9 to 5 by Dolly Parton starts playing. And you'd have the excuse of it being the radio. You could be like, oh, it was just playing the radio. But he ejects the disc to make it stop playing. And so Victor, he's just like, that's just something the Penguin listens to. It's like, yeah.
Hey man, the man likes his tunes. We all
Well,
like
it's
it.
it's
We're all into
funny,
what we like.
but it's meaningful because songs about working, grind set. It's the Penguin through and through. Get the job done, 9 to 5. Yeah, and you doing the work. But it's also just, yeah, he likes that music. Shut up. Like he's allowed to like any music he wants. But again, it's just like a little bit of levity involved in this too, because Vic is still not feeling exactly safe, but he gets to enjoy
Oh,
the
and
fact
I
he's
guess
listening to that.
the thing to note as well is that this, a different car in a different location where it's
Yeah,
like, huh,
it's all
this
happening
is
very
not
casually,
your
but this is very secretly done.
exactly.
I love these
But
old Volvos, by the way. It's the headrests. I've always liked the headrests on these Volvos that you could kind of see through. Oh, it's got a look. It's just like that the boxy kind of shape, the sort of the little spokes on the rims. I've always loved these old Volvos. There's something about them. I really like them.
Why don't you go
I'm glad
marry
you like
one?
them. I do
I
like.
might.
I don't know much about cars. I'm not going to pretend that I know much about cars, but I do like some of these old looking cars, the more angular ones.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
They've
and he left the
got a
keys on
charm.
There's a
the wheel
distinctive
for this car as
profile.
well.
That's right. So yeah, it's all part of a very secretive, which especially with how much has been made of his very prominent car. I guess that's
Yes,
one way to
his
describe
plum
it.
car.
This is
Well, and
very interesting.
I'd say it's interesting too on the note that he's allowed Vic to see all of this. Vic is essentially attached by the hip now. It's both of them together. There's no one dies, they're both dead, sort of. Well, rather, if Penguin dies, Vic's dead too. Vic's life is attached to whatever Penguin's doing. He's his useful little helper. Who knows how that'll develop as time goes on? But this is the introductory scene for Oz's mother, Frances.
I'm curious if she is who you were going to be leaning
Yeah,
towards as
I was
number
curious too.
three.
She would be the
Number
third,
Is it?
yes.
I figured.
Okay, yeah, I can believe it.
I would have an honorable
Is it
mention
real?
for Mark Strong as Carmine, but obviously he's not in it for very long at all. So no, she's amazing in this as far as I'm concerned. If you keep a close watch on her face for all of her different, more difficult scenes, she does an excellent job. Deirdre O'Connell, I think her name is. She's holy shit, she comes out of nowhere in terms of just how important she is to this story.
Yeah. And this is yet another relationship that's going to be dramatically recontextualized as the story goes on.
The more time goes on, the more information we get, the more this becomes fascinating to think about. Because I still remember the conversations about episode 1, and the world itself recognizes exactly what kind of impression it's giving, the story itself, and there's characters in the world that have the same impression the audience does about her. But we're very wrong, to put it that way. But yes, he gives her the necklace that Alberto threw at him, and in like a moment, it's already encapsulating a lot of what we believe to be the case about them. That he gives it to her, makes her like promises about like how life is going to get better. That's his job, and that's the relationship they share. It's like a broader view that is still applicable no matter what extra information we get. But they do accomplish that in this scene as well as some other things, including but not limited to him being worried that she's not taking her pills or that they've been ruined by her dropping them in the bath. And she says the bath's full because the boys were playing in it. And Oz's face, man, when she says that, there's all these little moments where I'm just like, damn, Colin, all right, making me feel stuff, making me understand things very quickly. Okay, I guess that's good. Makes you a good actor. But we're gonna get more information as time goes on about all that sort of thing. The walls are filled with photos of the family they had, and the kids in the photos seem to be capped at a particular age. There's you only see them younger.
Yeah, the date when the photograph was taken is where it's going to be capped.
I think more means that there comes a point where it's like, oh, that they never get older than a
I'm
certain.
just being goofy.
You're being a goofster.
I'm just
But
being
yes.
goofy. Like when people
yeah,
say this is a picture of me when I was younger, and that's all pictures of you.
And again,
Lack
because
of
this
time
is
travel.
because this is up to this point a well-written show, there's a reasonable expectation that you're going to be learning. There's a story here. How exactly that story is going to be conveyed is one thing, but there's more to be learned. You're not getting everything yet, because of course you wouldn't get everything yet, because characters aren't going to make a habit of explaining their entire lives in their introductory scenes, just in case there's an omniscient viewer watching their story who needs to be caught up to speed.
I am already reasonably confident in the show that if it shows me something, it's for a purpose.
Yep.
And so he's like, we gotta leave, gotta get out of town, we're going. Then she says, you're trying to buy me off with a necklace, some bullshit about some special occasion. Did I raise my sons to lie to me? He's like, no. And the performance here again, super strong. As this conversation starts happening, Oz keeps his head down until admitting what he's done, and it's like he actually wants to look his mother in the eyes to see if what he did is seen as a strong move or not. The mother-son body language between these two is fucking great. They knew what they were doing.
It is phenomenal. Yeah, the way that he reaches out and touches her arm, taps her, the way that he speaks to her,
When he
it
kind of
is
sits
we're
down as well, he becomes smaller.
Mm-hmm.
well, yeah, we are seeing all of these different versions of the Penguin based off of who he's with. When he's talking to these people, he's like this. When he's talking to this person, he's like this. When he's talking to his mom, he's like this. When he's talking to Victor, he's like this. The core personality is there, but his mannerisms and the things he says
All of
are
it
just so different.
helps craft what you could call an excellent TV show. Excellent storytelling. All super important. But he tells her, I shot Alberto Falcone. Says, why? Says he laughed at me. It was impulsive, it was stupid. Is that what you want to hear? She says, do you hear the words coming out of your mouth? How weak they sound, you little pussy boy. Is that what you are? Weak little pussy boy? You're my big, strong bull of a boy. You never forget that. Come here. And she says, do you see, dear? That wasn't impulsive. It was instinctual. You shot that junkie pissant because you wanted to. Just like that. Oh, and you're so close now to having everything you've ever wanted. Everything you deserve. You want to run? You want to hide? And he's like, no. He says, this city is meant to be yours. What are you going to do to get it? Which is such a, big shift in the scene of, whoa.
Yeah. This mommy's business.
Yeah, and you get a really strong impression. It's like, oh, that's why he's this way. She made him. She's like the reason he has all of these points of view, the way he does all these actions. The fact that she just contextualized what he thought even was a huge mistake, all the way back into nope, deliberate, planned, and you're going to be building on it. It's going to be great, and you're going to get everything you want. Very, it's almost, how do I even put it? Like a huge twist in the story, and it makes her so much more interesting immediately.
Oh yeah, I was like, oh, all right, this is okay.
He's possibly not a great influence on him, from what we could gather. But
something happened. He didn't. Something happened to get him where he is like this.
Exactly, and I do believe that is something of an impression one would get from this scene for sure, and it's an impression other characters have of him in the universe. But just how accurate is that impression with all the history that is to come? I very much enjoy it as something they play with. But I would say, yeah, from this, you'd have to guess she's been Oz's biggest cheerleader. And I'd say a foul influence, considering she found out he killed somebody, and she's like, that's good. Good that you did that. It's going to be good for us. And you could say that she's delusional based on this, and helps him get to a point of delusional elements, but we've not got a huge amount on them yet to make more broad statements about the characters and what their whole idea is.
She seems quite lucid here, though.
No, I don't mean that. I'm talking about delusional in terms of you're insane if you think executing someone like Alberto Falcone is all going to be able to be converted into. I mean regular delusional, not like.
Oh, okay, regular delusional. Not like actually your brain isn't working delusional.
No, yeah, because there's reason behind it. She wants him to feel confident even if he's completely fucked everything up.
There's...
Which is something we see him do with other people. Like, even in the worst scenario, it's like, no, gotta get that confidence up, get that morale up. Most important thing. And, yeah, we have a settled down scene where they're just sitting and watching a performance, song being played. It's, Put the Blame on Mame. And Vic's like, who's Mame? And Penguin says, doesn't matter, that's the thing, she's just a scapegoat. Which is broadly supposed to settle us into the idea that Oz is thinking about a solution to his big problem, which is, who killed Alberto? How can we solve that problem? Because we need someone that isn't him to have been the one that killed him. A story that makes sense. What will it be? Who can say? Who can know? I certainly don't. This is all in real time. I'm watching the show right now.
Yep. And I'm instilled with confidence that the answer will be satisfying and interesting.
And so we do the classic thing in a lot of stories. We skip past the construction of the plan. We don't quite know what it is. But Oz says, your part is the most important. So, don't say you're good unless you are. He says he doesn't know, he's not sure, he's never done anything like this. And then Oz says, the tenement where you live, I know it's gone. Nothing on 6th was left standing. I don't know if you had family or people in there, but you made it, and you're standing right here. So to start out letting him know he understands what suffering he's very likely gone through, and that he's probably lost people he loves. And then he moves into, this is one of the moments you've got to ask yourself, what kind of life do you want? You want to spend your days thinking small, stealing rims, barely getting by, or do you want to get more for yourself? You saw how the Falcones live. You imagine living like that in a mansion, maids and butlers and shit. They don't even know what they've got because they've always had it. Never hungry, born full. Not us. The world wasn't built for guys like us. That's not. That's why we got to take whatever we decide is ours, because no one's gonna give it to us, not without a fight. Now I could have killed you. I could have put you out of your misery, but I didn't, because you need a guy like me, Vic. But I gotta know, no bullshit. Can I count on you to pull through? This big, encouraging speech about his whole existence when, not what, 20 minutes ago, he was willing to just kill him to get rid of him. But now it's like, this has become so important. He needs to tell Vic everything he needs to hear to be the person he needs him to be to complete this whole very complicated and very risky plan. I just love the amount of effort they put in every single time to making sure that Oz is on character, which is, he always has the right thing to say, the right people, the right time. It's something that he's honed as a craft. And he noted Vic looking at the mansion earlier. It's always stuff he picks up. He's watching people more than they realize. Something that gives him a lot of power to recognize what people care about.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really hard to separate the honesty from the lies with a speech like that. How much of that did Oz actually believe?
Especially early on when we're not super familiar with who he is quite yet. You're still kind of left guessing, and it convinces Vic. And I'm like, damn, that would probably convince me too. This guy's he's believably charismatic. It's kind of like in stories, if you want to write someone to be clever, you have to have some element of cleverness in your writing. I think charisma's, often the same way. You can't really bullshit a character being charismatic if you don't actually do the work to write them to be charismatic.
Yeah.
But you never doubt for a second that his character in this world can convince people, different kinds of people, of different things, and that he's worked his way up this far.
Well, and during the conversation, you might start asking yourself how much of it is true to his motives and his values and everything, but then eventually it's like, does it matter? Because what he says is so effective anyway, and it does actually mean something to me as the person he's trying to convince, even if he doesn't believe in it. And if that's partly the goal of what Oz says, it doesn't matter if he believes it. It doesn't matter if it's even lies, if it leads to truth, for lack of a better way of saying that. I feel like he can convince people into doing all kinds of things because he can make it sound like such a good prospect no matter what. And he says, I know you can do it. And he says, he says, what do you think? I would hire any schmuck off the street? No. And it's kind of a great line, because obviously he did literally pick him up off the street and hire him essentially as his main guy. But you can...
he must have seen something in him.
Yeah, you can argue that he's truly telling the truth in the sense that, I would have killed someone. I would have killed the person I didn't think didn't have the potential. So you're not just guy off street now. You're more than that. I don't know. Yeah, it's the kind of back and forth that makes Oz very interesting to watch. And I mean, hey, what's gonna happen? We're very squarely in the third act of this story. of this episode, of which we are more than 2 hours into talking about. So he goes and visits Salvatore Maroni, who's played by Clancy Brown.
Sal.
I like Clancy Brown a whole bunch. He's great. He's fun in literally everything he's ever in. Very unique voice, very unique look, and always gives a good performance. And
Looks like a cowboy, you know?
he's probably played a whole bunch of cowboys in his time. I hope he's around for a million more years. He's great. I love him popping up and stuff. Yeah, so Oz says, next couple of days, the Falcones are going to shut down their biggest drops operation, millions of dollars worth, and they're going to move to some distant part of Gotham, which means a huge chunk of their business is going to be ripe for the taking. And Sal says, you make it sound so simple, but it's my guys doing all the heavy lifting. Says that, that's really what Carmine stole from you, isn't it? He was a dirty rat. He played both of us for fools. Ain't no change in that, but he's dead. Now I'm here, and I'm offering you the opportunity of a lifetime. So great to see him switch so easily and so hard depending on the person he's talking to, right? Remember he was describing Carmine as a great man, and now he's like, he was a dirty rat. Like, we hate this guy. Yeah, we hate him. Willing to sing praises in one moment and then just sell them out completely in another. And it's so interesting to watch him go from hyper loyalty to one family to then offer like hyper loyalty to a completely different competing family. How easy this is for him. And
yeah, like it's not a problem for him. It's not something he has to kind of work himself up to.
Well, and I will admit, on the first time around, I thought this may have been a bit of an issue. I was like, how can you be doing such brazen lies so obviously? Because there's going to be plenty of ways this could be found out. But honestly, in retrospect, he does it a lot. It's very much in character for Oz that he'll brazenly risk a lot of his lies being exposed, but it doesn't matter. He tells so many so quickly, and they can adapt so often, and everything changes all the time. Loads of people, living, dying, moving around all over the board.
Yeah.
That's hard to track, and everyone's backstabbing anyway. It's a criminal underworld. So it's like, basically what I'm saying is that I wasn't sure about it when I first watched it, but on retrospect, I was like, no, I can buy that he would do this. Even with the risk, especially considering what is at stake right now, what he's trying to solve as a problem. So yeah, it's definitely trying. He's always been climbing the ladder, but now it's like an insane, chaotic, nonsense ladder that he's desperately moving in different directions all over the place to just get higher, or also even just exist where he is.
He's like fat donut Nathan Drake. He has to jump between all of these different ladders to get up, back and forth. Differing ladders feels like a good way to put it in terms of just like the total lack of allegiance to any one side, which is something that even Clancy Brown recognizes.
Yeah, this is a bit of fun we have here. He says, I don't work with people whose loyalty's for sale, and you think I forgot all the time you schmoozed me and my boys just to turn around and fuck us? Which is funny. It's like, oh yeah, that probably has happened already, because that's what Oz does.
I believe it. Yeah,
and that's like, dude, you're just like untrustworthy. you can't be trusted, and that's something that Sal values.
Yes, and he says, trust takes time, but this ain't bullshit. Whoever controls the drops controls the streets. You know that's right. I'll come back in a couple of days. And then he says, I never want to see your smug face ever again. It's like, I think it's so interesting that, again, it's a problem to solve. What is Oz gonna do? Because it's like, you've tried it with him too many times. It's not actually working. And so he pulls out the ring.
Yeah.
Where'd you get this? And it's like, Carmine warded his own, and he's been flaunting what he did to you for years. And he's like, but how is it that you have it? And he says, maybe I'm more than you think. It's an actual difference that can be made to tip the scale for Oz once again in terms of being trusted just enough by Sal. Because, you don't want to lead with it, right? It's like his biggest leverage, and it's actually...
Well, yeah, he doesn't. He waits until he's even like gotten up at this point, right? And then he comes back after Sal talks. So, depending on how the conversation went, he might not have needed to use it.
Well, it's a gamble, right? This is a gamble.
It's a huge gamble. It's a symbol of evidence, one could say. Significantly, but it also...
So now he needs to give Maroni like a good enough reason to not sell him out, basically. That's like the situation that he now finds himself in.
Yeah. But if enough people see that ring with Sal, and if Sal understands what Oz is looking to have happen, especially the story he can sell, then
It might
maybe
be in
a
his best
partnership.
interest to actually own it. To just be like, okay, sure, I'll
It's a
take
really
ownership of this.
interesting thing for Oz to have concluded. It's like Sal can see the value in this,
Yeah.
and so we can move forward with that as a plan, even though it is so fucking risky. I think Oz is heading back home, but he's been being waited for. I forget who exactly where he's headed. Sorry, but it's the Sophia.
I think it's his house, isn't it?
I think it is.
Or is it like, I'm not sure, because it's a jewelry store out the front, right? So maybe
Yeah.
it has to do with the jewels that he got. But yeah, she sees him.
Which recognizes
Which
the
is
very
bad.
very noticeable car. It's,
Very, very bad for him.
the Penguin's iconic plum car. One
That's
could
right.
say.
Iconic plum Maserati.
It is iconic.
Yeah, and there's this little thing where he's getting chased for a while. He gets a little bit ahead enough that he can he parks, and there's an obvious thing where he could run into a crowd, and it's funny. I believe we were watching this, right? Frigid, you said, I could have sworn you said something like, he could be hiding in his trunk. And,
I think I did.
I
think I did say that.
I was kind of expecting that too. I think because of the leg, I feel like it would be just clever enough for him to hide right there because he knew he wouldn't be able to physically move. But that's what they want you to think. They're showing it to you, but it's like, nah, he's got that bad leg. You know, he knows his limitations.
Yeah, and the fellas all go looking for him in the crowd. He gets out, but there's still one guard, probably with the car, spots him. You get a little tussle back and forth, and he grabs, I guess, it's like a part of the dashboard. He pulls out a Is it meant to just be a weapon? I couldn't tell if it was actually a car thing or if it was like a custom
I wasn't
part.
sure, but I think it was like a custom part that was just a weapon that was available to him.
Yeah. So fucks the guy he's fighting with up because he backs up and then he gets hit by like a school bus, I think, or something.
I think it's a school bus, yeah.
Yeah, ruined.
Remember, because he like waves to the kids. Penguins just like waves to the kids. He's like, oh, hey.
But then still captured, unfortunately. So it's all come down to this: stripped naked, tied to a chair, getting tortured. It's all over. How can the Penguin get out of this? Which, to be honest, at this point, I felt like, oh man, that's just been the episode. How can the Penguin get out of this? Is just the constant struggle. But, you know, it's been pretty satisfying up to this point, so what can they pull off this time? And Sophia starts giving a little talk. She says it was humiliating in Arkham, being turned into a thing, but after a while, I just started to think, well, what does it matter? There's nothing left anyway. But my brother visited every week, and every week he said there was something left and that he was going to help me fight to keep it. Which, obviously, I'm condensing a lot of the scene down, but she makes it very clear very quickly how much Alberto meant to her. And we're going to get more on that as the season progresses as well. But she is hell-bent on discovering who did what, and she's got pretty good reason to suspect Mr. Penguin over here. I would say that she's onto something, and she says, "You were right. The club, the loft, all clean, but outside, well, the downside of driving a plum car is it's very hard to forget. So when you shot up a bunch of kids in the street, you know, it was something that was not easily forgotten, and they've got one of them captured." And he says it all happened the night Alberto went missing, which obviously runs in conflict to his alibi. Not looking fantastic, and he's just like, do you think I know this kid? I don't know this kid. You can't take some teenager's word over mine. And she says, oh, so he's a liar. And he says, yes. And then she just executes him straight up. I imagine as a show of, I'm not fucking around. And of course, you don't need that kid to be alive. She's already got the point, which is that he says Penguin was there at that time. So it's really down to him being, can he talk his way out of this? What else does she have? You know, she's got a lot of info, but it's not definitive, right? She can't prove that he definitely 100% did it, but she says You're so good at talking your way out of things, even at the cost of someone else's life, especially then. But my father's not around anymore to reward you with fancy suits and stupid cars and a club that he lets you believe is yours. And she says, is it all in my head? Am I too emotional? Have I had an overreactive imagination? Have I taken things too personally? And, basically just big scary. And then she says, first thing you need to tell me, like, out of all of this is that he's alive. And it's, I love the last line as a threat, that basically she's got enough information at this point, but that him being dead is the absolute worst circumstance for you right now. And it's almost like clinging on to hope on her end as well, right? Like, please tell me that, and you might be able to, like, get somewhere that's not basically hell. So the show's not playing around, Oz is kind of gonna have to really
Really?
he's gonna have to use his ulti at this point. He's out of moves.
It is charged.
Mm-hmm. And the characters aren't idiots. They recognize what kind of game he plays, whether he extremely well or not. And I really like how much she dresses him down, also literally, in this scene. I didn't actually mean to... I was more so talking about how she takes some serious shots at his whole...
Yeah, figuratively dresses him down.
Yes, and... it's a lot for him to have to deal with, but because we know the character well at this point, that he's just like, what can I use? How do I get out of this? What do I have to say? And they start using like a wire, and they pull it on his arm to basically slice into his arm. And it's funny. There's these little moments in the performance from Colin Farrell, but him screaming in agony, I was like, that sounds more like Colin Farrell. I can hear him now. Because the accent for Oz is really good in terms of not sounding like Colin Farrell. But I suppose at the maximum of your own emotional like portrayal, it's gonna sound more like your original voice. Though I guess a lot of people would sound similar when they start screaming, right? That's gonna be a similar-ish expression, though. How often do you think you could be able to tell the difference between people based on their screams? It's not really something you hear.
Almost got a very iconic.
I would be.
That's true.
I'd start to worry if I could.
I was about to. The more I was thinking about that, I was like, wait, like, would I be able to tell the difference between Friggy and Rags screaming in agony? It's like, probably. I think. Not something I really want to test, though. So, anyway, as this is happening, a car crashes into the Falcone home just outside. I think it hits a fountain or a statue or something. And in the trunk, Alberto's corpse is presented as though the Maronis got vengeance. So that provides an alternative story, which is something that obviously is what was being set up that we weren't shown. And they do that deliberately as a storytelling thing because it creates more tension for us to not know what the solution's going to be, to make it feel like Oz has got no way out. But then you're like, oh, that is a way out. And Sophia sees it, and she does a scream of agony herself, which is very believable, fantastic performance-y stuff.
Yeah, and Penguin smiles. This reminds me of you remember the Treehouse of Horror episode where Homer had run over Flanders, and then they tried to fake like his death in front of Maud so that they could get away with it, and then it was like him knocking on the door, hey, I'm home, oh no, I'm having a heart attack, and then drops Flanders on the ground, closes the door and listens as Maud screams, and then just like, yeah, my work here is done.
I love it when he tosses Ned off the roof when she turns around and he goes, no, she missed it.
This room was slippery. Yeah. No, it's just that she, Sophia's letting out this guttural howl of agony, and Penguin's there grinning because he just got out of it. This is like,
he
oh boy.
To be absolutely clear, he couldn't have known exactly what was happening, but when he hears that means she's seen the body. That means Vic has done exactly what Oz wanted. And that means he's not necessarily safe, but certainly a hell of a lot safer.
Could have been clear for now, because it's like this puts a lot more distance between him and Alberto.
And it feels appropriately subversive to have stripped naked, tortured, he's literally bleeding, and someone's corpse is outside, they're screaming, and he's just laughing. It's such a, like, it's got villain energy, for sure.
It feels like light Yagami from Death Note, just like a yeah, I win kind of sort of just being thrilled with
I've
himself.
outsmarted you, yeah.
Can't help but laugh about having prevailed.
There is that special satisfaction that comes from outsmarting somebody that I think he really,
Well, it
you know, in
reminds me
that
of
moment,
in
despite everything, is reveling
because
in.
you remember in the Batman when he thinks he got Batman, he's like, "Yeah, I got
I
you,
got
take
you.
that, you
Yeah.
Yeah.
freaking psycho." It's just like, yeah, he can't help but gloat about having got him and beaten him.
Yeah, and they got scratched into the top of the hood, the trunk. Sorry, the
Payback.
payback. Yeah, with the fingers chopped off where the ring would have been. So it's enough to infer this is a Maroni related thing.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. I remember at that point being like, show's got some juice, man. That's just one episode, you know. But it's not over yet. We got another scene. And he says, didn't we agree it was going to be the head alone would be the most poetic and the pinky, the cherry on top? But instead, the whole body's in there, just a pinky chopped off. It felt small. And Victor says, yeah, no, I wanted to, and I thought I could, but when I got to it, and I was thinking, do I start from the front and hit the trachea? But then I got to his throat, and I was thinking, do I cut it from the back? And I just felt like him saying this is like so realistic that you'd be thinking about the different things you're gonna be cutting through and how that's gonna feel and how you should do it, where you should start.
Yeah.
Just all the things that would make yourself worry. And Peg was just like, okay. And he says, with Sal wearing the ring in Blackgate, the Maronis ain't got no choice but to take credit, and that's what matters. And he says, Sal doesn't know. I thought the whole thing was that Oz was intending to have Sal take credit initially, but now is left with hoping, like as we talked about earlier, that that's going to be how it works out because Sal will see the value in what can be done as like an exchange here. Which I think a couple people did see as like a weakness in the writing, but the next episode is going to talk about this immediately. It's going to be, because like the criticism would be, holy shit, Sophia could find out easily that this was Oz that did this. But we're gonna get more on that very soon. And he says he's gonna get whatever the hell is in the shipment, and he's gonna run this city, and he wants Vic to be a part of it, because he's earned it, for the most part, and that guys like us, we gotta stick together. Which, yeah, feels like a big ol', that's what the season's gonna be about, and what we saw in this episode is gonna be the kind of thing that Oz has to deal with. And they both have slushies, and they mix the flavors, and he says, yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's better. And he says, not just better, it's the fucking best. And then 9 to 5, Dolly Parton starts playing for the soundtrack. And it's just like ending on a fun note of those tiny pieces of humanity you can find in Oz. And like I said, a big recognition of what story you're in for if you're interested,
Yeah, it's a very strong first episode to get you, hooked in, and it did. I was like, oh, all right, this is going to be one of the shows that I can care about, and that is good, and I can have a lot of faith in.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can be pretty, pretty sus about any given show, especially ones that almost in a weird way, ones that show potential, because you're like, man, I've been burned so many times with investing
Yeah, don't
myself.
make me care. Don't make me care about this show,
That's
you
becoming a
bastard,
real
before you scare it
problem,
away from
dude.
me.
Like, I've
Oh
already seen
man.
people say, like, I'm not gonna watch The Penguin until it's done, as in there's no second season, it's finished, there's no more story, and that it's confirmed to be good, because I just don't want to watch a show that's real good
All right,
and then
I'll do
watch.
seasons. If a whole season's good, I think I could probably do that, and then I can just like if the next season's bad, that's a good
I
cutoff
don't.
point.
I
Where
don't know
the,
if you feel this way, Friggy, but I'm simultaneously on the front of. I'm still at heart a viewer of new stories that come out. I love to watch them. I can't resist that. But secondly, also my job. I can't really like. Part of why I watched the Penguins' first episode was because I was asked to. I was going to be talking
Yeah,
about it. So
it's somewhat unavoidable, and I still feel compelled to watch new television shows, even as they're coming out, because it is really fun when the show is good to have that anticipation for next week, and you can talk about the episode. You know,
Yeah,
I don't know.
there's
I've been burnt a
and,
lot, but I still can't help myself.
and if you start and it's bad, then you can always just bail. You know,
Yeah,
that
exactly.
You
happens plenty of
can.
times. We'll check a
Yeah.
new show, we'll check a new whatever, and we'll be like, well, I'm done. We can just move on to something else. If it's big though, we gotta finish it, like Disney, whatever, or Marvel, whatever. But
And
luckily, this is
not
a
that
good start.
not there's any reason to rank episodes, but to be clear, because this is something I'm going to go into, is this is another reason why I'm bringing this up. I think the pilot is excellent and one of the best episodes of the season. Its competition would include the finale and
Episode
episode.
4.
I was gonna say, is it 4 or 3? I can't remember. It is 4, isn't it?
Episode.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the big flashback episode, that's episode 4.
Yeah. So 1, 4, and 8 would be my
And 8.
top picks.
Yeah, I think I agree with
A
that.
good distribution of excellent episodes too.
It is, and they're one. I would want the first and last to probably be the best if I could pick any given episodes, certainly to leave an experience of particularity within an audience. But the reason I bring it up is that we did just take 2 hours and nearly 40 minutes to talk about one episode, but I don't think that's going to be the case for every one of them, at least not episode 2, 3.
No, and
Probably
we
not
did have
4
our
either.
intro, and we had fun.
Yeah,
and
well,
we talked about Mr. Freeze.
what I want to get at is episode 1 is
Grinch face.
quite dense, and I think probably I would guess one of the most redrafted out of the season, because there's so many things you've got to get right. If you take this shit seriously, which I wish more people did, in the sense that, okay, we got a lot of money and a lot of people's time and effort, and we would like this to have a future. We want to respect it, so you need to be careful about what information is given and how and what expectations are set and how to keep an audience interested, what kind of experiences to generate. And as we've been over, I feel like they've done such an excellent job of not only giving us a good idea of each individual character, but also all of their relationships, the state of the world, the challenges that are going to be faced, and what kind of tone that the show's going for. I have high praise for a lot of different pilots for a lot of different shows. I think the Penguins one is very, very, very good. It's a high score.
Well, it feels like we're putting, this is an example of the purpose that a pilot episode has. You shouldn't treat it as a given that people are going to be watching every single episode of your show. You should probably expect that if you don't impress people or give them a hook or something that they can latch onto in the pilot, that they might not want to stick around for the rest of it. This feels very much like the way that a pilot episode of even a serialized television show is meant to be structured. That it tells, in a sense, something of a complete story, while also leaving several threads open to be continued going forward.
Yes.
Compared to what you would see for a typical Marvel show, where usually they're like, oh, we just put like a stinger at the end of the first episode, regardless of the structural integrity of the pilot as its own thing or how it ties into the broader story. As long as you have a big action set piece and then you end with some hook for episode 1, then you've done your job and it doesn't fucking matter. If
Yeah, we have to hook
if
him
you've
into
done a good
watching the
job of
next shitty
establishing
episode.
character. Yep. Very much just like, hey, here's something. Here's you bait essentially. Like, come on, just bite it, take the bait.
I'm just baited by the prospect of these really cool characters and this really well
Exactly.
written dialogue, just seeing what happens, legitimately wanting to see what happens next.
I mean, it's a real fucking TV show, and you can already see that after episode 1 compared to, again, and I think it's a fucking fair comparison because they're both superhero shows or comic book shows ultimately, but you compare this first episode of The Penguin to any of the first episodes of any of the Disney Plus Marvel shows.
Ugh.
And a substantial portion of the Disney Plus Star Wars shows. It's so obvious that one of them is like for real. They're actually interested in telling a story.
Isn't it crazy? There's nothing stopping Disney from making shows as good as this. Nothing.
No, I mean they probably had more money to play with. My guess would be the Penguin had a lower budget than a lot of the Marvel shows. Probably still a high budget, but not as high as there's no way it costs more than $200 million. Like, there's no way that that's the case. Though, hey, who knows? Maybe that could be I doubt it, though. And look at what they accomplished in that first episode, but we still got so much more to go.
It's just what I wanted to make clear was what an excellent start, but there was a sentiment at the time, and I certainly held it, of, all right, you did one.
Yeah, same here. It was just like, all right, yeah, no, I'm interested in continuing but I'm not on your side yet because it's complicated.
Yes.
You know, you don't want to get too hyped up only for it to disappoint very quickly.
Well, because we talk about season 2s ruining things, but like, there's plenty of seasons that get ruined within the season.
There's plenty of episode 2s that ruin things.
Yeah, well, and this is actually, Penguin's not exempt from this. Neither are a lot of shows. The second episode will often just not be as good as the pilot because the pilot was where they bet everything. They were like, we gotta make this as fucking potent, as strong, as blah blah as possible. Meanwhile, something like an episode 2, now it's got the job of developing, moving things forward, acting as a middleman between bigger payoffs, more than likely, which is fine. I don't have any issue with that. With like seasons of TV, it's rare you'll come across one that has just every episode's 10 out of 10. Like it's almost impossible. It's not necessarily impossible. I'm just saying that it's like, with how the long story works, and viewers are going to much more gravitate toward the bigger events happening. And to make bigger events hit harder, you need smaller events to build up to them. And so whose responsibility is that? Which episode is going to be the one that has things moving along that you take in to sort of understand how the bigger things are going to happen, the more celebrated things? And hey, you know what? The scores are pretty generally high for the show all around, and I look forward to talking about every episode, so that's got to count for something. Don't say that about all TV shows.
No, you cannot.
There isn't a bad episode in the season, so how about that, you know?
Or is there?
Think so? Do
There
you
isn't.
think so?
There
I don't
isn't.
think
No,
so.
there isn't.
No.
There isn't. No, there isn't.
Well then,
There is none.
episode 2, beginning
Episode 2. Here we
with
go.
Sophia. I mean, I was about to say having a nightmare, but like, because we're in analysis mode, I could say that you as a viewer might think it's like more of a flashback. It's not exactly clear, but there are little clues immediately, like the therapy light thing being attached to the door. I don't think that's supposed to be there, but it's more part of like her therapy sessions, right? Is something that Julian uses. For lack of a better term, red light. It goes. It's like to help argue to the audience why you can be put into a particular mode of. I was going to say hypnosis. Maybe that's the wrong word. A trance of some kind.
Yeah.
And in any case, she's thinking about her time in Arkham, which I was already like, oh, how much are we going to get on this then? Because I guess I'm a little cynical, and I just assume that we're lucky enough to get as much as they gave us for Oz. The idea that we would be getting big chunks for lots of different characters in a TV show is now almost alien to me, because I watch too many bad ones apparently, but it's always a nice surprise.
Yeah, we're gonna do the work to actually explain to you all that all that stuff that we implied. Yeah, that's gonna be a thing we show you.
Yeah, and I quite like, she says, you know, you're here to Alberto's visiting her, and she puts her hand on the glass. He puts his up, and his pinky finger's been cut off, which is just like, oh shit. And then he gets shot in the back of the head. Or I actually think it might be his chest. I can't tell. Point being that it's a
chest, yeah.
horrifying nightmare sequence. The red lights shining all over the place, and Sophia is freaking the fuck out, having a panic attack, which, what about you guys? I feel like it's worth having that conversation of, wow, they've really given us a main female character here who is suffering significantly. What's funny is we haven't even gotten to that part of her history yet, but it's nice to see a prominent female character who's
agreed,
losing her fucking mind, having extreme trauma, and is very vulnerable, but simultaneously, of what we've seen of her in episode 1, quite strong as well.
Yeah, competent, intelligent,
We're
astute.
getting layers. We're getting what you could call
We're getting a real character.
Isn't that nuts? It's one of the things we've commented on before. Is something that they seem to be averse to doing, which is making women go through true suffering as opposed to, oh no, I temporarily lost a fight or something.
Symbolic suffering. Yeah.
And
the tiniest little speed bump on the road to complete and total victory.
Well, and giving them negative traits as a result of horrifying traumas like paranoia, anxiety, or outright panicking in situations where they would be like, no, you can't have that. Those are weaknesses. That's we don't want them to be seen that way.
It's not like real people have weaknesses.
Well, and it ends up creating what's considered. I mean, we kind of talked about it already, but Sophia is I forget. Spring, you saw The Gentleman, right? I don't think Rags did.
Yes.
So, Susie Glass, I think her name is in that.
Yeah.
Another character that a lot of people were very happy with. She was a very strong female character as well. It's nice to see some of them crawling back in the modern era, because we've had enough of plastic cardboardy cutout ones. These are women that have got a lot of work put into them, no less than a lot of the men, and it's just, you want to celebrate that because you want to see more of it.
Yep.
Partial recommendation: go check out The Gentleman. It's another excellent TV
Cool
show that came
show.
out in
It's neat.
2024. It's really early 2024. I look forward to a season 2 if it comes around. Anyway, yeah, the effort to show her in this way is very much appreciated, and it's funny because I do remember distinctly thinking, oh, what a great little moment, without realizing what I'm going to be getting later in terms of...
No, that's right, because at this point you still have a perception of Sophia that's going to be dramatically recontextualized in an episode coming soon.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And so we're in Blackgate. Oz has gone to visit Sal, and it basically starts with Sal being like, "You cocky motherfucker, trying to force my hand to take a fall for you." He says, I ain't forcing nothing, Sal. I saw an opportunity. As all the streets are talking again, they know that you're the only man big enough to go against the Falcones, Salvatore fucking Maroni. You want the credit? You deserve the credit. It's yours. It's just great. The whole idea, the conversation starts with like, "You son of a bitch, you've pinned it on me," and then Oz immediately flips it into, "You're welcome to have the credit for the thing that I've generated for you so kindly." Like, yeah, you know what? I did the work, but you can have it, and you're so great, Sal. You're a top-notch guy. Oh, look at you go! All the wheels be greasing again. Oz is never stopping. He's just always going. Remember, he was getting tortured like minutes ago, probably. Maybe more than that in universe, but for us, it was minutes ago. Anyway, Sal mentions that he could drop Oz's name to the Falcones right now and stop the war that he's brought on the family. Tell him it was you that killed Alberto and watch them slice you earhole to asshole. Which is very like, ugh.
Man, jeez.
That's a strange pathway, I guess.
It would certainly do damage.
That would be painful.
And Oz says, "But you're wearing the ring. You're already gloating. You might as well lean in." Which is enough, again, with the notion we talked about earlier of what value can come from this. And Sal says, "I'll claim Alberto if you make good on the drops you promised." So if you remember in the Batman, it was a collaboration between, I think, the police and Carmine to completely fuck over Salvatore, get him arrested, and then Carmine took over the drops business, right? Which
I think
was Salvatore's. And so now Oz is like, we can get things back to you being in full control, which is a good appeal, I'd say, because if part of Sal's big issue with Oz was a betrayal that he believes took place during the whole drops thing with the renewal fund, this is a good way to quote-unquote undo that, or to at least represent that you've got different loyalties now that can be trusted. He's like, no, I'm getting it back.
And of course, just pragmatically, it would be like, well, you know, we'd be more willing to essentially accept a fight with the Falcones if we've got, you know, like a successful operation that's running that's going to be supporting it. So it's kind of working on both angles. And I mean, again, when you talk about just how to make a television show, it's like, oh, so that's going to be Penguin's task for this episode. Is he needs to sort out the drops situation.
Yes.
That's like his task for the next hour.
And yeah, there is a small complication here. If there's a lot of people present that could now give away that Oz is working with the Maronis, which, if it got out, would be very bad. But I think what we're supposed to grasp from this is that Sal's in full control of everybody in this room. Like,
Yeah.
He's the kind of... Yeah. I struggle to pick a film. I know there's plenty. In terms of stories where a big, powerful type person who ends up in prison basically runs it, at least as far as they are a prisoner. They're a very powerful prisoner.
Kingpin and Daredevil.
Yeah.
That was the situation he got into.
It's
or that one guy in the A-Team.
Da, 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 da.
Or Hogan's Heroes.
It seems that would be the explanation. Though, it's risky. There are guards, and they might sell it as information. It is a bit of a risk Oz is taking, but again, it does seem that's the kind of thing he does all the time. He
There's no way
takes
he can
bigger
get
risks than
one-on-one
this.
time with Sal, so...
Yeah, there's still ways he could talk himself out of it, for sure. He could even say he was manipulating the Maronis the whole time, at any point, to anybody, if needs be. And so... it looks like that's gonna be, as Fringy mentioned, the plot line. And you also see Sal's son here. I don't think he has much of like an impact on the scene, but it's just I like noticing he's gonna be important later. And it's like he does exist, he is here. This is the character. So anyway, on with the plot. And we're organizing. The drops business is gonna be moved over to that place, as was mentioned. But Oz's plan is to essentially have the convoy be taken by Sal's men so that they can just steal all of the drops, all of the ways to make it, all the stuff they need. And so if Oz facilitates that, that'll be a good deal made and complete. And I even like that Oz says to Castile, who was the one who worked for Sophia, torturing him, hey, no hard feelings. It's totally fine. I love that they threw that in, honestly. Just, they remembered that was the henchman that specifically tortured him and that he would feel the need to make sure everything's fine with him.
Yeah, and he'll be relevant again later as well.
He will, and
he will be.
It's just neat. It's all very neat. So he says, everyone in the lead car and truck, they're patsies. You waste them. You get the drugs and some blood, but the follow car, that's where I'll be, and you don't fucking touch it. So that's all sorted with Sal, but then unfortunately for Oz, Johnny Vitti arrives. And you know what's great about it is we've seen him referred to as Oz so much at this point, it helps to encourage us to understand the nature of the label Penguin. Johnny Vitti arrives and he says, Penguin! And it's very like asshole calling me that, which is the point of it. That's what it's supposed to be. He says, you're on the truck with the product. And he says, oh, nice to see you. I've got it all set. I'm in the follow car. And he says, we're in the middle of a gag war. We're adding artillery to every vehicle. Like, we need you with it. We need you in control of it. So...
and it's just like, oh shit, alright, fuck. Yeah, I guess I'm in there.
Real bad complication,
Tension.
forced to sit with a car that's essentially set to be shot to pieces. So that's a good way to create a bit of tension for us. We're all very scared for him. We don't want Oz to die. He's our hero of this story. He's a good lad, So yes, that's the stakes set, and here we go. Essentially, because there's not a lot in terms of like. They just get going, and this is the other aspect I've talked about it before with the difference between good and bad TV shows. You just start to realize, like, fuck, the story's just moving. It's all moving. Things keep developing. Things keep moving on.
Yeah, only in
Not
hindsight.
fucking around and wasting time.
Exactly.
Just to fill up the runtime.
Obvious. I can't resist
Stare at
referencing Ahsoka. What a waste of time. All of it was a waste of fucking time. Nothing happened. You'd be like, wait, Thrawn. He's
whatever. Shut up.
I can't believe we're getting to season 2 of that bullshit.
Yep. I would be surprised if
when is that supposed to be out?
I don't know. It's not even started production yet, I don't think.
Oh man, do you think there's still time for him to go? Oh, wait a second.
I don't know actually. Maybe not.
But running the operation, the plan starts to happen. There's 3 lads with Oz in the van that they're in, driver and 2 guards. The driver gets shot up when the attack happens, and then Oz takes out the 2 guys he's with. It all seems to be running okay despite the complication, but the driver's not quite dead. And so when I think it's like the Maroni's guy comes in the back to collect shit, the driver realizes that Oz has betrayed them.
Like, you fucking traitor, shoots him and then shoots the Maroni guy.
Yeah. Arvad, I think. Irvad, I think his name is. But yeah, he gets fucked. It's so unfortunate. Everything's going wrong. Penguin walks out, and there's a choice he gets to make on the fly, which is there's still a Maroni guy getting his gun together, and then Castile is getting out of his car a little bit confused, and Penguin chooses to shoot the Maroni soldier and save Castile. Which, as it turns out, was probably the good choice in terms of the balance of soldiers in this scene. You know,
Yeah.
you gotta play it. Basically, you just gotta make the best of his situation, which is pretty bad. And yeah, as a result of this disaster, the family have a big old meeting and fight about this whole operation going wrong. And Sophia notices that too much information is leaked out for this to all just be something that can be swiped away. And VT's angry that she's even speaking like on the topic. And it's interesting, he kind of shits on her for it, and then I think it's Luca is the higher
Luca,
up,
who
is
now
kind of
in
like, bro,
charge.
calm
Yeah.
down, like you can't speak to her like that. Which there's an interesting set of dynamics happening, despite all the dynamics we've already got in play. You know, it's like this is a
Yeah.
whole
Which
family's
is
existed for
sort of
some
speaks to
history.
an attention of detail that they felt compelled to make sure that amongst the members of the Falcones that there's different. The nature of their relationships are different. That Johnny Vitti is particularly adversarial to both Penguin and Sophia.
Yes.
Like he's quite hostile to both of them.
Well, something I quite enjoyed too is that during this back and forth that regards people who aren't Penguin, they show Penguin watching. They keep having cuts of him absorbing this information, keeping an eye on who's saying what about who and what it means to who. Because this is all information he's going to use the more time goes on. It's really fucking cool to see that kind of commitment to having already these impressive pieces of dialogue that represent exactly what kind of character Oz is, but then to show us how he gets there. It's not just about that he's a good speaker. He is collecting information all of the time.
Yeah.
Little
reminder, he's listening.
Yeah, so basically it's just like, this was a mess. Oz, you've done enough. Leave, which is not a good result for him in this conversation, obviously. Nope. And everyone then leaves except Sophia, and she and Luca have a bit of a back and forth. And there's an interest, of course, in still pursuing what's happened to Alberto, getting revenge, sorting out the Maronis, that sort of thing. And she says to him, the when and the how, that's what you decide in terms of that like investigation, because you're the boss. And he looks at her and just goes, I'm going to let that slide because you're grieving. Which is such a cool, like, they're both on the subtext. They're both not ignoring what she just, because she says it in a way as like a neutral line. You decide because you're the boss. That's how that works. But obviously what she's saying is, you're deciding right now because you're the boss, which is something that could change. And something that, if you weren't the boss, something else could happen. There's like a threat underlying what she said. And the fact that he didn't just say something that has an underlying threat, he instead was just like, I'm going to let that slide, that you just implied that you could like remove me or do something about my particular slot. It's cool. We have very, very few lines for Luca, but you can at least get a sense that he's not retarded. I like not characters not being retarded is kind of where I was going with it.
It's nice.
Oh boy, isn't it great? Oh, it's so
really
nice.
Fun.
Or we could just have every character be retarded all the time.
Yeah.
And then just like see what happens.
So Penguin sees an opportunity happening here. Sophia, as much as she's been a thorn in his side, she's not got a great standing with the family. Maybe it's something that he can appeal to. And he says, look, I'm going to put the pain you put me through, I'm going to look past that. I saved your boy Castile's life tonight, even though he did what he did to me. And you know what? It should be you in there calling the shots. You should be the new boss, not Carmine's little brother. And then she says, careful. He goes, careful, whatever. I know I shouldn't say it. So what? Al's dead. I loved him too. More than those pricks.
It's such a liar.
And he says,
you
if
almost
one
have
of...
to like, you do have to take notes on all the lies just to be like, oh
it's
yeah,
crazy.
remember that thing he just said? Yeah, that's a lie. Yeah.
And he says, if one of them had a hand in Alberto's death, who's to say you're not next? They think you're crazy. You can feel it. Which, again, is banking on the shit that they say in these conversations. And he says, Al would have wanted you to take over, keep his dream alive, you know? It's just brilliant. It's so cool. We're only 2 episodes in, and we've had countless examples of him playing every card available to gain everything that he wants to in any given conversation, even if it completely contradicts the conversation he just had with someone else. Doesn't matter.
Hey, how's someone else?
But to offer to serve as her like enforcer, to forgive any past grievances, to play into the family hierarchy, to take what has happened to Alberto and to flip it as a horrible thing that's happened to both of them, to talk about how she might be targeted, how he's going to have to help her with that potentially, how he's willing to say all of this confident, this brave thing in front of family members that would never want it to happen because he believes in her and that she should move forward because that's what her brother would want. It's just like, fuck, dude. You just like hit every possible point you could. And it's almost impressive that he has it all jumbled in his head, ready to go. But that's the character that he is, and you can tell it's even
skill. Yeah.
like Sophia's like fucking hell. He just threw all that out at me. He's like an argument machine, and she says, "Very convenient that all of a sudden you're on my side, that you're scrambling for whatever dignity you have left, and you're hoping I'm gonna save you. I don't owe you a fucking thing," which is like oh shit. She's still not convinced. What's he gonna do? And he says quite possibly the most perfect thing, which is, "No, you're right. I owe you."
Yeah.
It undercuts her completely. She had like a full confident "fuck you," and then he was like, "You are right." It's like,
He's like, damn it.
yeah, he's actually difficult to nail down. But what I really love about it is the scene right after where he's with Vic. He's basically complaining about how fucking annoying it was to say all of that, like to do all that work and to not get the results he was after. It's like, I say all the right things, do all the right shit, do all the work for everybody, and yet they treat me like shit still. It's just like, yeah, it's all still running on that level as well. And what's cool is while he's ranting, Vic gets distracted by missing persons posters, because getting more and more on him as well. We're going to be expanding everybody as these episodes progress, okay? We're not leaving anyone behind. Yeah, and he says, so what's the plan with all of that, by the way? Are we gonna... And Oz cuts him off to say, I know what you're thinking, but we can't kill her. And Vic is like, no, I wasn't gonna... It's so funny that Oz is always thinking about that as an option, probably. Just whenever can we kill anybody, we should probably do it. And the fact that he was gassing her up so hard in the prior scene to now be like, nah, we probably can't kill her. It's more complicated than that. It's it's just such a good choice to have him, to give him like a henchman to bounce off of with this sort of stuff, help you understand the kind of person he is. Yes. Moving on, we because this is still kind of an awful position for Oz to be in. He's got a lot of work to do, and we're only 2 out of 8 for the season, so there's still plenty of time to see how the story might move and develop in interesting and strong ways. But for now, it's like you need to consolidate and figure out what the best plays are, and that's what he was doing with Sophia and the family to an extent as well. And then you got the Maronis to be worried about, and still got to figure out who's going to get the blame.
Well, yeah, because
now we got the leaks problem.
That's right. So, like, solving one problem invariably creates new ones that he has to resolve, which, it just feels like that's natural.
Well, does it not remind you?
It's not going to be that easy.
Of Ray Parker and Matt Stone's little speech about writing, right? The discussion.
Therefore, that's right. There's so many times that there's a but or a therefore that you can put between major beats, The
result of this thing, and as a result of this thing, not... Well, that's done. What else we got? And then it was this. I don't know.
Yeah.
We get a little radio thing while Sophia's in the car, and it says, since the seawall's collapse, crime has spiked all over Gotham, going up a whopping 42%. Don't forget the rolling power outages. This city and the system are broken, and I doubt the mayor-elect has the guts to fix it. They're letting psychos out of Arkham now, the hangman. He was technically exonerated, the other radio person says, and then they continue. Sophia Falcone is a serial killer, 7 women, and that's just the ones we know about. Which I was just like, really? She's gonna be a lady who killed 7 women? That's a very specific, and like, I wonder what's the story there? That you get a full sense of like,
hey, chicks are vicious.
They gotta tell us about this. This is gonna be great. I'm looking forward to finding out, because why did she do it, and how much of it is because she's insane? Is it to do with family stuff, or what kind of history? And she ended up in Arkham, so but it's good to keep it going. They show us literally with each of the scenes that take place, but it also just reminds us of how this world is currently functioning. And if crime is up by 42%, I do think that is a way to be like, yeah, Batman's dealing with other stuff.
Batman's busy. Yeah.
Um,
Doing humanitarian work and stuff, like, at the end of the movie.
well, and I mean, if you were to choose, like a lot of people make this point, but I assume, would you be on board? Would you prefer a TV show of this caliber for Batman or another movie for you?
What do you mean? Like, would
Um,
I prefer a sequel television show for something else?
well, because it's something that Gary talks about a bunch, that we should stop fucking around and we should get a story as good as this with this kind of budget for Batman specifically, instead of maybe not instead of movies, but certainly in general. Which
There seems to just be a general hesitation to do that for
Yeah.
Batman. Which feels a bit odd considering that we're like well past the, because that was a story for Arrow, right? They wanted to do Batman. They told them they could not have Batman, and so they had Green Arrow.
yeah,
And you know, if you tell me like 10, 15, 20 years ago, would you want a Batman TV show? I'd be like, I don't know, man. You don't have the budget. I think there are some things that are just beyond the scope of what you can achieve with like a television budget that I wouldn't even bother. But now we're in a different era where TV shows have fucking 9-figure
Or
budgets.
basically long ass movies, yeah.
And so now that that's the case, I could totally envision a Batman television show that could be really cool, like season spanning
Well,
mysteries and
yeah.
whatnot.
Doesn't the detective element of sort of Batman, doesn't that owe itself pretty well to like a TV show, gathering clues, talking to people, finding things out, exploring different parts of the city, especially if the season is about some overarching mystery and Batman has to piece it all together. It just seems like it's a really natural fit for it.
I think it's super viable now. And I mean, it always was. You had, I mean, animated shows. There were plenty of animated Batman shows, but there was definitely that hesitancy for live action, which makes a lot of sense, considering that. I mean, let's be real. There is just an element of cringe that kind of hangs over all of the CW superhero shows. There is,
There
and I
is,
feel
yeah,
like that's
there
something
is.
that has to be acknowledged, even beyond like the shitty writing. Is that it's like, man, you just don't have the budget for like what you want to achieve. But now, if you had a HBO, I mean, I guess that's kind of what Lanterns is set to be, right? That's like a HBO full blown television series about Green Lanterns. It's like, oh, it feels like something that wouldn't have been possible 10, 15 years ago. But now that's viable. So I'd totally be on board for a well written Batman show.
Well,
Do you
when
think
was
it's
the
more-
last
or something.
good Batman thing? Really, like really good Batman
Oh
thing.
boy!
Not counting Batman and Robin.
Oh
So.
no!
I'm
Are
not
we gonna
counting
do
Batman
it?
and
Are we?
Robin.
Obviously, that goes without saying that's but
Well, that's the greatest, so it's kind of
Mm.
whatever's next up on that front. But I mean, everyone picks a different sort of peak. Nobody's picking fucking. I was about to say. I was about to say BVS. That I was like, I guess some people.
hey,
Well,
listen, they're out there
Yeah.
somewhere.
The Batman, plenty, and I mean plenty of people think that's like a 10 out of 10 film. I don't think so. Nor do I even think that it like. I think it could be made a lot better if it were the first of several stories that encapsulate like a full thing of Batman, because it certainly doesn't feel complete yet in terms of a Batman story compared to something like the Nolan trilogy that tries to show a full effective story, even though the third act of that is horrific. There's I don't know. It's hard to say, because I guess the last significant one would have been the Batman, and I have my issues with it. What are we thinking about Robert Pattinson? Do you think you should keep him desperately?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, desperately.
What I mean, of
I would
course,
just
is
say
that
there's good
I
cause at this
like
point
him.
to continue with the Batman Reeves stuff. It's the only shit that's been successful for DC for the last little while.
by desperately,
easily
I'm referring to if he's not on board with as many projects as they want him for, should they find someone who is. For example, if they said a Batman TV show and he said he wasn't interested.
Man, because it's probably just a good idea.
Seems to me like it's just a good
Like to do-
idea.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I guess it's more so that this is like a universe is probably it's probably illogical at this point to stop it, since it's yielded the only critical and commercial successes that DC's had for fucking years.
Yeah, I mean, if
Yeah.
this were
Like-
a Batman TV show and it was as well received as this is, I feel like it would just
Oh,
have
it'd
to
be
be
like
more
top of the
popular.
world. It'd be like
Yeah,
the most. I think so. Yeah, because there's already a barrier to entry in a sense, or more of a ceiling. Maybe not a ceiling, but just that the floor is a lot lower for like the amount of people who would definitely watch a show about the Penguin compared to if it was about Batman.
it's a weird sell, I
Yeah.
think, as it stands. It's like, oh, they made a show about the Penguin? Like, that's the first thing people
Yeah.
think, instead of, oh yeah,
Mm.
sure, I'll check it out.
Instead of, oh, they made a show about the Penguin.
Yeah, kind of. I love the Penguin.
He's
I
my
do now,
kind of
but-
guy. Anyway, Oz, while hanging out with Vic, starts talking about working in the Blue Heron until he became a driver for a guy called Pinchy, thanks to his good work. Only he couldn't drive, and he had to learn over the weekend before he started up, which is actually a sentiment I've heard from a lot of people before, and it's just neat to see it reflected from the Penguin, because it's something I think he would think, which is whenever you get an opportunity, basically take it, even if you can't do it, and learn fast.
Yep.
Especially if you're in a position where, you've not got many options. Like, because, it's like, you can't drive, though. It's like, doesn't matter, you'll learn. Go. Just, take life by the horns as, why am I forgetting his name? Something Goodman, is it? The bad
Pat
guy.
O'Houlihan.
No, well, it is Dodgeball, but Ben Stiller's character.
I can't remember. I just keep.
Oh, I
calling
thought
Ben
you were
Stiller.
talking about the line where he says you gotta grab
He
life
says by the
grab the
haunches
bull by the
and
horns and
hump it into
haunches
submission.
and hump it
I
into
was-
submission.
I'm talking
I was
about
thinking
when-
Pat O'Houlihan.
When Ben Stiller says, he's looking at his painting of him grabbing a bull by the horns, and he says, you gotta grab life like a bull by the horns. By the way, that actually happened. I actually did that. It's like, oh, it would be neat to have EFAP movies Dodgeball.
I don't think that's possible. I don't think that could ever possibly happen.
knows? So anyway, Sophia hires detective guy, who's obsessed with drops. Was this guy in the Batman, or am I misremembering? He brand new?
I don't. Oh, was he? Oh, wait. Yeah, I think he was. He was the one. Oh, I'm pretty sure. Wasn't he the guy? No. Now I'm getting confused because there was a detective that got singled out in the crowd. You remember before Batman
There was
punched Gordon in the face and then
Yeah,
ran off.
Kenzie was the corrupt cop in the Batman. I can't remember if this guy showed up at all in the Batman. I'd have to
Yeah, I don't
check,
think
but
it's the same guy actually. Now that I think about it.
his role in this is Sophia wants to hire him without the family knowing to basically run an investigation to find where the leak is, who's in the family doing naughty things. And it's funny because he's at first kind of like, no, I'm not going to, and then she basically just hands him drops, and he's like, okay. He's
Okay,
like,
sure. Yeah.
yeah, very, very.
Look, the guy's got a
drug-dependent.
problem.
Yes, he does.
Well, I
And they
think
keep that
they're
consistent.
also. I mean, they're showing that drops are a serious business too. If that's enough, just that is enough to get somebody to change so quick. I mean,
Hey man, you got
drops are the
drop
thing that's
heads.
being
Were in Batman, and they even had little costumes. Remember, they have like a droplet mask. Do you remember what I'm talking about? It's one of the first guys we see in the Batman. He's holding up the store. He's wearing a little drop head mask. For Halloween. They're like a whole thing.
Cannot remember that.
But I mean, it's just
something that's consistent across both stories, which is good. That just continuity.
There
And
was even
so-
I didn't mention it at the time, but in the first episode when they kind of have an establishing sort of shot of Gotham and like a collapsed bridge and a lot of the water in the cities, there was in the city down below, there was like a banner hanging up along the side of one of the buildings that said like don't do drops, like it was like a dare style big banner, like a public service thing, like drops are bad, and it had like a little green drop and a the line through it. And I'm like, oh, little things like that, it's a presence in the city.
We see Oz has organized a little get-together where he's celebrating the guys who died in the operation. At least that's what he says, as part of a speech, which I find really helps, again, the idea that he's someone who cares, That's how a lot of people see him. That's how he wants to be seen. It's little things like this, making sure he nails them whenever he gets the opportunity, that will actually make people believe that about him, whether or not he actually does. Because he killed some of the people they had celebrated. himself. It's
Yeah.
it's just good work. Lots of good work getting done. And we get another little moment just adding to this shit where I'm so thankful for it, man. All this stuff. But Sophia wakes up with a panic attack, sweating and struggling to breathe. And I was just like, shit. They just give us that, in and amongst all this other shit happening. That she's extremely anxious. We're gonna get big context for all of this, but she's having trouble. She's not in control fully of her own life, nor in how she's approaching this whole situation. That she's to be appreciated, I would say, as much as a POV character as Oz is. She's trying to solve a lot of what seem to be almost impossible issues right now. And once you get the episode 4 context, I feel like she gets evolved into like a. It's hard to root against her. Is kind of where I was going with this. Even though she's very much antagonistic.
Oh yeah, they're definitely doing a good job at showing, getting us to be sympathetic. Which was an annoying element when you think about characters like Alice and Batwoman, where it's like every time she goes on and about being trapped in that fucking room in the basement, I'm like,
God.
yes, we know. Every fucking conversation you tell us, we know. Go away, die.
We actually see as well she's got scrape marks on her neck, and it's self-inflicted. That when she's struggling to breathe, she claws at her own neck. Oh, it's rough. And yeah, you're just like, what happened to you? And we gotta get that context. Anyway, something I also love about the show, Fring, I think you mentioned it earlier, but we see several examples of it all the way until the last episode. Oz will regularly look in the mirror, make sure he is looking good. Any reflections he can find, he'll always be like making sure, correcting his appearance. And appearances mean a hell of a lot to him. The image of a successful person makes you a successful person, sort of stuff. Even though he's iconically one of the most ugly Batman villains, and he is an ugly man. Like that's how he's been constructed.
Iconic ugliness.
Yes, I'm not even kidding. Like he's supposed to be somewhat deformed.
It's like his iconic ugliness.
I just want him to have his top hat. Is that too much to ask? I guess so.
Yeah, you gotta get that. I wonder if they'll give him the top hat in this show.
Do you think the monocle will be too much? Do you think they feel it's too much?
The monocle might be pushing it a bit too far.
It might be.
Yeah.
It's too. It wouldn't fit him. I just don't think he's a monocle kind of guy.
I feel like the most we get is he'd meet someone who has one, and he'd be like, "Heh, that looks kind of just some comment on it, and that's it. That's as far as they'll ever go because they just don't want to put
maybe
this version of the character."
Yeah, I just don't think at all. Yeah. Like, well, maybe he's like trying to put on a costume almost to seem really super upscale to somebody when it's an act.
There's a context they might be able to do it, but it certainly couldn't be a thing he has all the time. I just don't think it matches. As was said.
No, I agree.
So we come back to Oz's mother's house, and we find she was wandering off, and her landlord noticed it, and he's essentially had to put his foot down about this being too much. It's going too far, this illness she has. And Oz bribes him, essentially. And then invites his mum to dance. And I don't know, man. This sort of sequence, I just think it means so much more the second watch through than you can still derive plenty out of it first.
Absolutely does, yeah.
But yeah, and she says, "You promised me, Oswald. I deserve a better life. I don't want to be cooped up in this shitty house no more." And he says, "You just gotta be patient." She says, "Yeah, tell it to my headstone. If my son is a nothing, then what am I?" Which again, from that other scene we saw with her, it's just, fuck, this is a difficult mum to have, encouraging him to do all kinds of crazy things and telling him that he's on the verge of being worthless and that his value is judged by what kind of life she's living. But what a clever thing to do to show us all of this before showing us some other stuff.
It's the anti-Neil Druckmann approach.
Ugh. Why would you say his name?
Why did you say that name?
Save Martha. But yes, there's a weight that's being put on Oz by his mum in these scenes that's palpable, and it's so fascinating because the first time around it's such a normal thing to understand that a mother wants their son to be successful, and that some would take that as to mean, like, I've got to do everything for my mum, I've got to make sure everything works out for her, I care about her, I love her, and that sort of thing, and that's perfectly reasonable as a read. It's just there's a little more going on that's going to become very clear the further along we go.
Yeah.
So we're at, I think it's Alberto's funeral, and the whole family be
Which he is
gathering.
late for.
Yes,
Like, he
and
missed it, basically. He basically
yeah,
missed the whole thing.
but man, is he slick when Sophia says, I didn't see you in there, and he says, yeah, I was in the
I was at the
back,
back. Yeah.
thinking about how much Al would have hated it.
Yeah.
And then she says, yeah,
Yeah.
he
Beautiful
would have.
service. Beautiful service.
And she says that Al would have found left early and found a better party. And I just find it funny that it's even in the smallest of things, like him being late to the funeral, he'll just blatantly lie, but with information that he's learned from keeping track of everybody. He's what you call a pathological liar at this point. He's just going at
Pretty
it.
much. Yeah. And of course, at this point, you're like, yeah, but I mean, there's still certain people he values above all else, like his mother, and it's like, well, just you wait and see what the nature of their relationship is.
And he's just willing to put the work in piece by piece to actually try and gain trust from Sophia.
Yeah.
The more he tries, the more work he puts in, the more it'll actually. That's just how humans work. And referencing how much he's trusted by Al, knows his ins and outs. It's like, yeah, it's gonna work on it more than likely, especially if it's all true, which in this case a lot of this is. And he says, we didn't have a service for my brothers. His mum wouldn't get out of bed for weeks. Then one night, out of the blue, she came to me. She was all dolled up, and she says, Oswald, we're going out. We danced all night. Like, you and your mum? And he says, yeah, that's how we celebrated him. She says, what do you think changed for her? He says, I'd like to think it was me, but I don't know. She died a few years back, and I never asked. Like, whoa. So much information all at once. That's interesting there.
A plot relevant one is that he has deliberately hid her existence for reasons that are fairly evident. You can
Very
deduce
obvious,
that pretty
yeah.
quickly.
I mean, it's fascinating because that probably did involve somewhat faking her death, very likely. However complicated or detailed he made that is another thing. But yeah, he wants everyone to think his mum is not alive, and happening pretty quick there is a description of an event that we're gonna see a lot more context of, but that he said his mum was basically destroyed after his brothers died. But then one night, in an almost mysterious way, she was like fully back on board, and he never really understood why, but he assumed it was him. That he was the one that changed everything for her.
Yeah.
Super
He
interesting.
did
And
assume that.
when you rewatch the show and realize how far back they're dropping seeds for super important shit later, it's like, damn.
Like,
Yeah,
oh, you're
that's how you
planning
do
this
it.
out. You give a shit. You actually
Yeah.
care. You give a shit about the show you're making.
So the detective, he's got Irvad from hospital. He's the one that the driver would have shot, but wasn't finished off. And he says that he's the one that led the team to get the drop, so he's probably going to have the information on where the leak is coming from. And he provides him to Sophia while she's at the Falcone house. And so it's like, well, we're doing a fucking like service for my brother right now. You could tell the detective is a little squeaky. And he's just like, yeah, well, this is the information. I did everything. This is great.
This is your guy. I got him for you. Shut up.
When the
I did the job.
when the boot opens slowly and it's just a guy in a hospital gown who's in the back, it's like, what the fuck
There's a
is
story
this?
to how he got in that trunk.
Yeah. So the plan for now is to have him tied up down in the basement until he wakes up, and then they can, probably torture him or whatever to figure out who it is that gave the leak. Meanwhile, Oz, I think, is called in to see Nadia, who is Sal's wife, and she's basically telling him he's dead for allowing the kidnapping of one of their men and the whole operation not going the way that they wanted it
They're
to.
about to do it the Godfather Part 2 style. Just
It's kind of
Stab
rough.
him.
She's
Yeah.
not taking any prisoners here. She's just like, you fucked us. It's obvious you fucked us. You're dead. And he
And of
says,
course, I just patted it, penguin away.
yeah, he's like,
He's
whoa, whoa,
gonna
whoa,
find a way
whoa,
out
whoa,
of it.
check my pocket. And he says he's got plenty of dirt on all kinds of people and that he can save Irvad's life, which adds a ticking clock, a lot of stress,
Yeah,
and the
that's
threat of
right.
death. And it's just like, fuck, it's never over, is it? Episode 2 is already, look at the, oh. But
It
they're
can never
about to
be over
fucking
because we
stab
got
him,
more
dude.
episodes to go.
It's
Yeah, no, I
so
know they're about
close.
to, they're about to get him, but he just
Like,
managed to
yeah.
get
And
himself out of it.
I love this world is such a like you're on the verge of ending my life, but seconds later I'll be like, yeah, we good? Okay, cool. You know, like
Yeah.
all good. Yeah, everything's fine. And this is what I mean about not wasting any opportunities. We're back over at the service, and you might be expecting plot now because we've got so much to deal with. But then we're getting some Sophia walking around and just noticing how many people are staring at her wherever she goes,
Mhm.
and
And then she decides to eat like a goober again.
Nom,
yeah,
nom,
and
nom.
more people looking at her, and she doesn't give a fuck. She's just
Grabs like
stuffing her
pasta
face.
by her hands and
Yeah.
everything. It's
Yeah,
And
I
then throws the
mean,
stuff that she didn't eat back into the pile.
what a
she's
jerk.
crazy. Someone says she's crazy. Okay, just she's going through a lot.
Yeah.
Definitely moving her along in the respect of I just don't give a shit, which will come to more of a head the more we go on. Vic says, should we not be running away when they're heading to this service? And I really love the line from Penguin. He says, the only way to survive this is going through. You feel alive, Vic? Huh? You feel your heart beating? Let's keep it that way, okay?
Stepping him up. Hyping him up again.
There's that, but there's also just he's right. Like, yeah, you're gonna have to like play the whatever hand you now have. Play it as best you can. We're not sure what's gonna happen when we go in here, but we're gonna do the best thing that we could possibly do because they've
Exactly.
got another plan. So we start with Oz heading to Viti and Milos and says that he's mad that they didn't tell him that they got one of the guys from the job down in the basement. Now, if you remember, Oz he hasn't actually seen this. He's just been told by Sal's wife that that's the case. But, it's true. That is the case. He's down there right now. And that him saying that to them puts a thorn in Sophia's side and complicates everything in terms of getting information out of him quickly as opposed to basically creating chaos. And, it's going to cause a bit of a shakeup. It's just an example of how he's manipulating everybody because he's pretending to be mad that he wasn't told about something that they don't know about so that he can then inform them without informing them,
Yeah.
Smart little cookie.
Pretty clever.
And I think this was the moment, if you remember, Fringy, when we were watching this, that I decided I think this is going to be a good show. And it's as simple as we see Sophia. We just get a full-on POV moment with her staring at a family video of her and Alberta when they were young. Just running around, having fun, and just watching her acknowledge it all. And I was like, fuck, they're really making her a full-on, very respectable, layered character that I actually care about.
The show may be called The Penguin, but it's not just about the Penguin. She is like filling the role. If you could, this is a show about a lot of people, but if you want to say that there's a main character, it's like, well, there's two, really, like two lead characters, and she's the other one.
Yeah, because it's just, we've already done so much work for her, but it was this where I was like, oh, fuck, I actually care about her. And she's
Well, and then the following scene as
Why
well.
did she feel this way? What's happened? Yeah, and they showed they're dropping the hints, but it's like God, the relationship and how quickly he got killed in the show,
Mm-hmm.
And they're gonna cash him in a way.
Yeah, she takes a drink, and then Carla comes to see her. Like, oh, we should have a girls' trip. We should catch up like old times, old memories. It seems so genuine, but this show, so good. That this woman's child enters the scene, and Sophia's like, oh, it's a kid. She kneels down to go and see her, and then Carla makes the mistake of playing her hand, and she sort of backs up and gets the child, takes her away. Her name is Gia, I think. It's just this very obvious body language interaction that is so good at telling you so much so quickly, and it reveals something else on top. But just first, to be clear, the kid is super happy and fine to meet Sophia, but the mum is not, which is odd, because you were just so friendly and upfront with me. I thought, so what does that mean? And I think we get an expression from Sophia that is her figuring all of it out quite quickly, which I would say is that Carla was sent to her to try and convince her to get out, basically, to stop getting in the way of the family.
Yeah, let's go
Because,
take a trip. Yeah.
yeah, she's clearly not interested in her personally, and she also doesn't trust her because she's keeping her kid so close. She probably believes the story, and even if she doesn't, considers her someone to stay the fuck away from. And again, Miliotti, the performance, this, because I assume you either people at home can see the screen, or if you guys have it, but this expression she gives when realizing that all of this is just bullshit, it looks so like I fucking hate my life sort of thing.
Very sort of dejected expression.
Yeah, and
Kind of almost like a blank stare of like, oh, for fuck's sake. God damn it.
and so yeah, this my family don't trust me and are trying to get rid of me. That's what she gets from, and it's all subtext. It's all really well done because at a first glance it's like a hey, happy times, we can hang out, yay, woohoo. This is my daughter. There's so much more going on underneath. And
yeah, it's my daughter.
and she says, "Oh, your barette's loose." And she's like, I could fix it. The bub is like, oh, I'll handle it. She's like, I got it. This is like,
Please don't touch her. Please don't touch her, please.
so yeah, and you can tell she's getting to the point of furious because it's more than just believing all this bullshit about it, but also it's like the idea that she's a threat to a child is obviously pissing her off.
Well, because she knows the truth.
He does
About,
know the truth.
the situation, and I mean, and she knows that the people that she's surrounded with were responsible for.
Well, that's kind of what I was getting at, though. It's
done to her,
even if, right? Like, if you know, then that might give you more reason to think that she's a psychopath. As in, like, what she's capable of now, knowing that
now
how
that
much everyone
you've done
knows.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What has she turned into in all of that time in Arkham?
She says, she's a real cutie, Carla. Make sure you keep her protected. A young woman in this family might not end well for her.
Which is very much like,
What do you mean by
okay,
that?
what do you mean by that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff, though. It's all very, very, very good stuff. And
Every time they say something, I just want to like, tell me more. Don't stop talking. Tell me your thoughts. What's happening?
And then she's called in by the family for a chat. Meanwhile, Vic is trying to break into VT's car to then plant jewels. Unfortunately, this is the Falcone car park, so it's very likely that there's going to be someone that might have spotted him. He is spotted. He tries to sell
Victor's
that.
not all that good. Yeah.
He's like, oh, I was told to do this. And then they're like, ID. And he's like, I don't have the... just runs. It's like, yeah, that's good enough solution. So Oz's plan, now that we can sort of fully understand it, is to frame VT by having Vic plant that in the car and then to tell, if he gets to Irvad, to say that it was VT that gave him the leak. That sorts out Oz, and it gets rid of someone that he fucking is finding annoying anyway. Which overall you could argue is a pretty good plan too, to knock off members of this family, if that was something of a goal that
well, especially when Johnny is so adversarial towards him, like he's really kind of a persistent obstacle. So it's a pretty good idea, but obviously it's not gonna work out that way.
He gets the call from Vic saying he couldn't do it. It fucked up. Plans gotta change, and so Oz thinks on his feet. And this part is so rough, man. Irvad is like waking up, and after he's already told him,
I can do it. I can
say it. I can say his name.
name.
It's gonna be done. Yeah. And then he says, "Plans changed, pal. Gotta give him something solid. They're gonna be looking at me." And dude, the way he kills him is rough.
Oh, it's brutal. It is rough. It is brutal.
It takes a decent bit of time, and it looks like it's fucking agony. But Oz has got to do it.
Just that Oz explains himself to this guy that he's about to kill is just like, yeah, sorry, bro. I gotta give him something. It's like, why are you telling him this? Like, he's, you know what I mean? Why does he feel compelled to tell him this? Like as if, hey, sorry, buddy. You know, it sucks for you, I guess. As he's about to stab him.
It's like, that plan we
Um,
had, that ain't the plan anymore.
But
It's
yeah,
gonna
it
be you
just
dying.
shows like how quickly he'll be able to turn on a dime on like
Mhm.
anybody if the situation calls for it. What I guess is
Oh, yeah.
interesting is that potentially if Victor had dropped the bag of jewelry, it could be potentially said like, oh well, he stole it from the car. You know, like that's viable, but obviously that's an
Yes.
option that wasn't exercised because he
Part of
ran off
the
with the jewels.
Part of the problem too is well, I guess if he dropped the jewels and ran off and nobody knew that was Vic, who will be seen working for Penguin quite significantly later, it's like there's a bit of a connection there. But you're right, if that could have been something coincidentally that a car thief spotted them. But yeah, it's
But yeah, that's not what happened. It's
yeah. Well,
plans
Vic
changed.
left with the jewels, obviously, because he wouldn't have thought to try that kind of
And of
move.
course, when you think about the nature of the writing, when you're watching this scene, you're like, well, this is going to create a problem for Oz. Like, he got sent in here. He got let go by Sal's wife specifically to save this guy. So now that he's made this choice, it's like, oh shit, what the hell's he gonna do to get the Maroni's off his back?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yep, a question for another time because he's still got the present problem to deal with, which is setting up his new plan,
Well,
which is a very hasty plan.
upon realizing Irvad is dead, they collect everyone up who was a part of the job because they assume that someone, a part of the setup of the job and the execution of it, someone's got to be the
They'd
leaker, and
know,
that
yeah.
person is
And they
more
have
than
to be here.
likely the one that killed Irvad as well. So grab them all and check them all for weapons. That'll be step one to trying to figure it out. And unfortunately for Penguin, he does have the knife right now, and so it's like, what's he gonna do? And I've seen enough TV to know I was like, he's gonna have to slip that into someone's pocket, but who will it be?
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting. VT is actually lined up against him, and you're like, oh shit, is it gonna be him? Is that what's gonna happen?
That'll be perfect.
And Oz fakes a fight with VT, and during the whole commotion, plants the knife on Costello, and he gets it's found out and executed as a result. It's very hard. He does try to convince, but it's not going to do much, and it's pretty much over. But it looks like what would you say from watching the scene that it was he kind of did want to plant it on VT and had to go for Costello
The
as a
impression I
result?
get is that he couldn't get it on he couldn't get it on Johnny VD.
Yeah,
Like that he was trying to, but he failed. Maybe even that he didn't realize that he got it in the wrong pocket. I'm not sure.
but the
I
Oz being who he is, it's like any pocket is good enough at
Fuck
this
it,
point.
that's fine. I mean, it gets it off me, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't achieve my goal, but exactly, but it saves me at this point, so that's acceptable.
And so he
Yeah,
is.
I think either of them are valid. Yeah, so
Yeah, well, it's just that we know that he very
I think it's
personally
just a
would
little
want
bit of a
to.
misdirection.
I think it works both ways because he would obviously hate Costello as well because he's the one that tortured him.
Yeah,
That's true.
personally.
So
It's just that it doesn't achieve because if VD did it, then and he's got the knife, then it's like, but then maybe people would be like, nah, I don't believe that actually. Like, nah, no way. Like, it might be easier to pin it on this guy than to pin it on VD.
and a seriously important part to take from this is you get the relief on the end of if you really want Penguin to be able to make it through this as like a audience experience, but also in retrospect, just fuck another huge bout for Sophia's trust issues. Her primary
Yeah,
bodyguard was betrayed her.
exactly. But he didn't.
But he didn't. Thing, but it's too late. That's the story now. Yeah, and she's pretty mad that Luca took the kill, and that's when you get the more
She really
overt.
wanted to do it herself.
Yeah, and that's when you get the more overt reference from him that maybe it's time
Maybe
she
you should
leave.
leave Gotham.
Which again is just so well done. It's that realization of the actual insecurities that she's already figured out from Carla. That it's like, yeah, my whole family don't even want me here. She's going through her own shit, and it's really well detailed. She is not some secondary, easy to drop character. She sneaks up on a lot of people watching the show. She's just like, why do I care so much about this lady? And her performance is excellent. What are they doing here? What's going
Because they're
on?
putting in the work, and the actress is really talented.
Yes. Um, so closing out the episode, they made Oz take care of the bodies, and that would be the bodies of Irvad and Castillo. And when they're
Vic is
almost
the one digging the
complete,
grave, and then
yeah, he forces Vic to lie in the grave with them because, as he says, he belongs there. And he genuinely had to do so much fucking work to make up for Vic's mistake, and this was an extremely close call. But obviously he's more
well,
concerned
and it's
about
trying
it.
to harshly instill the lesson, like you have to be quick. You gotta think on your feet. You gotta be able to adapt to the situation. Otherwise, you will be dead like these guys. That's like what needs
Well,
to happen. And of
I like how that
course, the fact
starts too. The fuck apologizing. You want to survive? It's like, don't be doing this stupid shit. We're better than this. You got to be further than that. Your mind's got to be well past. Like, oh man, I didn't
it's
do it
not
right.
about apologizing. It's just about like you gotta be better at this. Otherwise, the consequences are. It's like he said, dead's a one-way street. That's the end. It's just, and of course you expect, because Vic is a character whose trajectory is much more like apparent from the start. You can imagine us like this is going to be the story of him, figuring out what it is that he wants and becoming more like confident and learning and getting better at these things. Though who could say where his story would end? Especially in a show that's actually like well written. Who knows where it could go? But yeah, this is feels like it's more so just Penguins trying to reinforce an important lesson of you can't fuck up like this.
And so Oz is called in by Sophia to have a little chat, and she says he killed my brother, a man I trusted him. It's just why? For what? Some diamonds? They're in Castillo's apartment, and it's what Alberto went in for the night he died. So basically, she's buying it completely. The story, it matches too much that she's not.
And we zoom into Penguin's mind, and he's like, "I can't believe she bought it."
Yep.
Idiot.
And he says, she says, we were going to run the family together, but Alberto was taken from me, and I refuse to let these old fucking men push me aside like I'm nothing. What do you say, Oz? Are you in? And he says, let's dance.
And you're just thinking like, okay, this is going to be an interesting dynamic going
It's
forward.
so cool. He played the fuck out of her, and she was
like
tough to win over. But he got her. Like, he put so much effort in, and he's finally managed to get her to start trusting him. Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Excellent episode, again.
Yeah, another good one.
They've done it. They're 2 for 2 so far.
The multiplier, it's going up. Incredible. And it's just pushing everything along, learning more about everybody, and everything hits slightly harder because we're familiar with these people. It's exactly what TV is supposed to be. There's an alternate reality where lots of TV is like this, guys.
What, as opposed to very few.
That must be nice. That must be nice.
Yeah, what a universe that is. Because, yeah, I was still, in the sense of, like, I'm not going to be hyper passionate about this show, but I recognize what's happening here and that this is kind of cool because this is just not the show I was expecting this to happen with. It's kind of hard to, like, explain it fully, but I guess I thought we were going to be entering a sort of 5 out of 10-ish area of, like, good performances, awkward holes and stretches all over the place, and then maybe some episodes that are kind of just pointless and spinning your wheels, and I don't know, some crazy shit happens, and then Penguin's on top. I thought that's kind of what we're getting, but with just these 2 already, it's just like, man, you've done a lot of work, a lot of good work.
We're only a quarter of the way through.
Exactly, and at 3 hours and 42 minutes. Look at that. See, we're speeding up slightly.
That's right.
Which I suppose could lead us into talking about episode 3. This could easily be considered the Vic episode / getting us some nice context for him. We flash back to before the Riddler blew up the seawall, and we see that Vic seems pretty happy, healthy, ill. Got a nice family and a girl he's very much interested in. Got a mom and a dad and a sister that live together. It's all dandy. And
Be a shame if something happened to him.
yeah, he talks to his dad about trying to get a raise for the work that he does, and says something pretty interesting. He says, "You act like wanting more is a bad thing, but I mean, don't you want a better life than this?" And his dad says, "Remember where we came from. We have more than enough." And I was thinking to myself, like, I guess that line. What does that line mean if you have a lot and you lose all of it? Does that mean you need to fight like tooth and nail to get back to where you were? And I guess the reason I bring this up is that we know where Vic is versus this. And it's almost like his dad's advice to him is to remember what you had in reference to what you believe you should have, or how much of a better life you're going to pursue. And it's like, I wonder if that line could almost be twisted into...
Right, that instead of it being one of you should be content with the life that you have because, hey, it's pretty good, that in the wake of the loss of that
the
life,
flood, and yeah.
now
everything.
how do you feel? Now what do you think that you deserve and what you're entitled to?
Yeah.
But of course, in a sense, you could say like, oh, this is maybe like a cautionary. It's like you gotta know when to stop. You gotta know when enough is enough, right?
Yeah, the perils of ambition.
Yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
like in Wall Street, you know how much is enough, and Gordon Gekko's like, fuck it, I want more shit.
Yeah. So, Victor's going to meet some friends, party, and the girl he's interested in is going to be there as well. And the father says, "Don't to fall in with shitty people like Squid." And I'm not going to lie, when I was rewatching this, I was like, fuck, that's where he gets mentioned? Okay, fair.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, way back
really
when,
early on.
Even Squid was set up. They set up Squid.
They set Squid up.
They set up Squid.
And yeah, he talks to her about leaving Gotham and
and I guess something to note is that he kind of leaves his house on not awesome terms.
Yeah.
They have a little bit of an argument before he leaves.
Yeah, of course, because it's interesting because we've not seen the things, but the show has already provided us a history summary. It's kind of similar with Sophia, actually, and it's like it's gonna be different when we see it, though.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, from where they are on the rooftop, he says to the GF that, hey, it doesn't look so bad where we're living, and don't really see the need to leave Gotham, and that they should get some more flowers. And I think this is kind of an experience a lot of people had when watching this. You can kind of be fooled into not remembering what's about to happen, like how this is going to play out. That this can just be a really nice scene between people having just some fun.
But this isn't necessarily the night.
Yeah,
this could be a night.
Any point in his life, yeah.
and they're waiting for a firework display, right?
That's right.
So it's
because it's
yes,
the election. Because the mayoral election that happened. And then when you hear that, you're like, oh, I wonder, actually.
Yeah, and if you remember you're the Batman, you start seeing all the seawall explosions, and gotta admit, just this sequence alone, I felt made more use of like this as a trauma for someone on the ground level than a lot of what you see in the Batman. Very.
I wonder how much of that is. Sorry.
I had a lot of respect for this scene because I think they nailed what they were trying to do. You feel terrible for Victor.
Yeah.
And it really sells like the tragedy of what happened to the city. It takes what happened in the Batman and it puts it to work. It really uses it for something for its characters. It does not forget it, doesn't pretend it didn't happen. It leans heavily into accepting that this happened in the world.
I wonder how much of sort of like what they do with it is the nature of like the differing goals that in the Batman it's serving as like kind of the lead into the finale, and it needs to end with something positive of Batman saving people, whereas here it's meant to be kickstarting the tragedy that is Victor's life. That it's this horrible outcome for him, that you see like he's one of the people who suffered tremendously because of what happened.
There is a horror aspect that's so well done with the water. He's just watching it head toward his parents, and the fact he tries to call them
knowing it's
with
gonna
so
happen.
little time.
Yeah.
Rough. And it's
feeling helpless.
You get that strong sense of, oh shit, yeah, of course. Fuck. Oh wow. And that's what happened to him. And that you can fill in a lot of blanks in terms of he fell in with stealing rims and desperately living off the streets because he
The
lost everything.
Squidians.
Yep. And to cut back then to him just leaning and looking out into a rainy day. Like, oh. And already in minutes we've got even more for him. Like, what are you doing? I can't handle this many characters, okay? Good lord.
Stop it. This is madness.
Stop right there. Yeah, Oz says he plans to work with Sophia to gain a position of power with the new drug, the one that Alberto had mentioned and shit. And they're organizing, and the hope is the Falcones will take the operation. Like Oz is obviously playing still against her. He's not actually teamed up with her.
He's using her.
Yeah. And he's hoping that Falcones will take it off her eventually and then allow him to run it, getting him back on the ladder, the more consistent one that he had before. But things don't quite play out in that way. Obviously, he's got options, and he's what I like about him is he's sort of playing out. It's like, where will I betray? Where's the best sort of viable betrayals happening here? It's like, this is a good one. There. Like he doesn't even entertain the idea of working with Sophia, like permanently, not at all. We're gonna fuck her over eventually, for sure. And he says, are you still worked up about that jewel shit? As far as I'm concerned, it's ancient history. You fucked up. Huge. But you learned, right? It's just like, yeah, and Vic says it won't happen again. It's interesting to see how much a lot of this stuff is still obviously affecting Vic because he's so new to it, but Penguin is so normal to him. Like, a lot of these events, they're just moving through life. You gotta keep going.
Occupational hazards of the job.
And I mean, the grave thing would have a huge effect on a person, and that's actually what Penguin wanted.
Oh, yeah.
But we're moving on, you know? Penguin's like, come on, yeah. But, take it with you and go, sort of thing. And he says, from now on, you want something, you ask for it. How's anyone supposed to know your worth unless you tell them, huh? And hands him $1,000 as pay, and he says it's going to be per week. And then Vic says, I want 2,000. He says, that's what I'm talking about. But no.
Yeah.
I love it. It's like a statement on how Oz wants a person to comport themselves in a particular way. It's really solid advice, but he's still absolutely in control of everything. Like, like, Vic, you need to push outside the box, you need to do this, you need to do that, but nothing in a way that would ever, counter what I want. Just so you understand that, okay? Yeah, not to me. Which, again, it's like a repeat of the, you should be stealing more than ribs, but don't steal. I think a lesser interpretation would be that it's contradictory, but it's so in line with the character. And you get to play with stuff like this when you understand someone to this degree. It's all kinds of fun lines. And also, did you notice at this point, what's with the Penguin's apartment being all vaulty? It's like his door's got a big vault on it, and above his bed he's got all those like safety security boxes things. It's like thematically a big old, I don't know, just a vault in general. It's kind of neat.
It's an interesting little detail.
You live in this kind of world, you get pretty
Anyway, Sophia wants to do the job with Oz alone, and so she tells him to stay put, and that you do anything so for Vic has to stay alone, sorry, and he says that you do anything stupid and I'll sense it as he leaves. I thought that was a
sense it.
it's like he's not even put an effort into that one. It's just like, don't do anything wrong, don't steal shit, don't do this.
Use my magic powers.
Yeah. It's such an interesting dynamic to have already moved on to in just this handful of episodes, right? Like, with who Sophia is, who Oz is, who Vic is, and now it almost, I think, could convince you that the dynamic going forward for the rest of the season is going to be these three versus the Falcones and the Maronis, maybe. Like, we're a big old team, which, to be honest with you, I wouldn't have been against, because I quite like Sophia at this point. And they're an interesting dynamic to bounce between each other. But they've already made very clear there is a strong distrust, an interest in potential betrayals. So, Anyway, moving on, we're going to have to sort out this new drug, whatever it may or may not be. And as we know, Oz knows nothing, because he lied about all of it. So, he's basically a sponge here, while Sophia is assuming he knows bits and bobs. And because I thought Alberto told you everything, and he's like, Al wasn't a detail-oriented guy, It's just remarkable how he's just escaping by, where if she was to inspect any further, she'd probably discover he's completely lying, because he knows nothing. She'd be like, tell me everything he told you. And the best Oz would come up with is, the drug exists.
He told me it's a big thing, and it's
Yeah.
gonna shake up the entire
Yeah, he would just say a bunch of
drops
bullshit.
market in Gotham.
He said,
And
yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
it's gonna be huge. And he wanted me to be a part of it. And he wanted you too, because he loved you. He loved you. He loved you so much. You know, and he told me how much he loved you and how much he wanted me to be involved.
Like, are you bullshitting, Oz? Yeah, because he says, wait, this came from Arkham? That just, just it's like, I thought you knew all of that. That he's like, just sort of, he has to like balance both being able to ask further questions to get more information with coming across as though he's on the ball and he knows what's happening.
Yeah.
A bit of fun. Yeah, and he gets told they are basidio spores, I think is what's said. And he goes, the fuck did you just say to me? Like, it's a fucking bizarre drug to be doing, but it's like, it's not the stuff he necessarily needs to know. But they're at least trying to give to the audience why this is a special and different kind of drug. The psychoactive compound in the sap creates a potent euphoric stimulant. It's completely different as a high. Got a new drug. Yeah, and the operation's already somewhat running, and this was what Alberto was going to be using to start up his own somewhat empire, which is mushrooms. Good old mushrooms. Or rather specifically, the sap from mushrooms.
Or are they, yeah.
I mean, wouldn't you want to try bliss? Oh boy, what fun.
Oh man,
What a wholesome, fun thing.
I mean, people seem to really enjoy themselves when they take it. So
Yeah.
you know.
Now, Victor's
curious.
girly friend says Calvin's not with you, is he? And I kind of appreciate this. Calvin is the one that got shot by Sophia.
The guy, yeah.
We did see him in the scene with the rims, and we saw him in the flashback. He's a friend, and it's just like, yep, that's his story. We saw all the pieces, and he's gone now. And he's still asked after, but it's just, yeah, he's gonna be another victim in the whole story. She says she wants to leave. Her family's dead, her school's underwater, and she doesn't want to live in a FEMA camp anymore. She offers that he could come with. They could start over. Victor says, well, my boss is a gangster, and I don't think he's going to let me go. He kind of likes having me around, and there's things I've seen. If I left, I don't know what he would do. But it's funny. He gives that as a reason why he should stay. And when she hears all of it, she has the reaction that I probably would have, which is, oh, you should definitely not stay.
Yeah, that means you should leave. Yeah,
you should seriously leave.
This has bad written all over it.
And she says, nothing good can come from working for a guy like that. That's not who you are. Interesting thing to say. Is it? Who knows? But it's building up what's going to become clearly this episode's point, which is Victor's got to make a choice.
That's right.
You could argue the first episode he was strictly, essentially a prisoner. Second episode, it feels a little bit more partnershipy and complicated, but episode 3 now, things have calmed down a bit, such that he's actually got space to possibly make a choice. And he says, okay, stay somewhere nice for the night, and he's going to meet her at Gotham Station. Crossroads. Anyway, moving on, you see, because we're just, this show just keeps on going. I just want you to stop. We're back at the Falcone house, and we got VT is going to have a little chat with Sophia, because things aren't going the way that she wants. She says that men are being gunned down by the Maronis in broad daylight, but you're throwing a fucking sleepover, referring to how they've got a bunch of guards on hyper duty now around the house, just making sure nobody's going to get hurt in there, instead of what she wants, which is to pursue and punish any and all people who've been involved in all this.
Naturally.
Yeah. And he says, I know you're not right in the head. All I see is a spoiled brat who got what she deserved. Which is just like, fucking hell.
He really does not like her.
No. And you can tell she's not sure how to play it. She's like, thank you. I just need to get some time to it. He says, 2 days, go to Italy, or I'm going to tell people that's where you went. Just like,
Mm,
fuck it, hell. He's
yeah.
actually elevated to the point of basically threatening to kill her. I don't see how you couldn't.
Which puts a bit
I
of a
mean,
ticking
yeah.
clock
Yeah.
on her as well. Now it's like, oh shit, what are you gonna do in the next couple of days then to make yourself feel safe and
Mm-hmm.
secure? Since she definitely does not want to leave.
And it's so cool to have this other character with completely different values and approaches and a history to navigate the exact same like crime family nonsense that Oz is, but he's, you know, their approaches are completely different and the repercussions are not entirely dissimilar at this point. Like either of them could die, and no, they've done enough work to make them care about us, make us care about them both. I also like, I guess, the wording of that threat.
Oh yeah, I like it too. Or I'll tell them that's where you went. Like, oh shit.
So, setting up this new drug for distribution, they're going to need to meet with one of the triads, and it's instead of a usual channel, because you know it's Oz's way of using networking he's aware of that slips further under the radar, but is
Which is going
simultaneously.
to be relevant later on as well.
Oh yes. They're checked for weapons. Oz is carrying, but interestingly, so is Sophia. And Oz says, "I didn't know you were carrying," and she says, "I figured you were." So. Which you can take in two different ways.
Yeah,
One,
exactly.
that this is
Funny joke.
a scenario in which you should be carrying. That's what she could be implying, or that she's implying that I don't trust that
trust
you
you.
should be the one
I
with a
don't trust
gun
you.
Yeah.
and not me as well. So yeah, it's good stuff. And yeah, so it opens with we meet Link, who's going to become an extremely important character as well this whole season. He
Right.
is the main man who works for Zhao, who is one of the leaders of the Triads, and Oz is already in a kind of a bad situation with Link. He says that I gave you a truck of cigarettes and you didn't give me anything back. And Oz says in response, I find this so interesting. He says, "You think I'd come here empty-handed? Come on, we both know if I ever truly left you hanging, there'd be a bullet between my eyes." Basically saying, yes, I fucked you over on the cigarettes, but it wasn't bad enough that you want me dead. So whatever.
Exactly. So who are we kidding here?
That's just,
It's
yeah,
like, wow, that's like clever.
it's bold. It's just like, you know, let's move on. Let's do another deal. I'm here, and it's going to benefit you. That's why I'm here. Some of the stuff Oz pulls out, you know, they're like curveballs.
Well, it seems to be how he gets away with pretty consistently being untrustworthy is that he'll still manage to make decisions and organize things and set up deals that are mutually beneficial. So, like, yeah, he doesn't have much loyalty, but he also stands to benefit you if you work with him. Potentially.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, they introduce the drug, and Oz says we're calling it Bliss, which Sophia has a reaction that I think it's safe to say that they hadn't settled on a name yet, I assume, or
That's
was
what
that...
that's what I took from this.
Hmm.
That they hadn't talked about the name and Oz came up with it. Maybe as a display of him trying to be like, I'm in charge enough, or I'm presenting myself that I'm in charge of it.
Which
so that I'm gonna
creates
tell you what
conflict
the name
later.
is.
Because
Yeah, because if she stops him here, then that'll make them seem, divided.
Yeah.
So she can't like stop him in front of the others by saying no,
Oh,
that's not actually the name.
You know, he's Penguin. Like he's not in charge, and or at least that's the perception is he's not in charge.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have anything that belongs to him. It's all belongs to the family.
So Victor's practicing his speech for Oz, where he's going to explain that he wants to essentially not be doing this anymore. And while he's doing it, a cop takes interest in them having parked there, and does a basic search and finds Vic's weekly pay. He says, "Wow, that's a lot of money for a kid to be carrying around." And Vic, on the spot,
I thought you were
says-
gonna do the boogie joke.
Which one?
That's a lot of money for a person of color.
It's a lot more. What was it? $3, $5? I can't remember what that donation was.
I think it was $5, wasn't it? Or
Five.
It was.
$3?
A lot of money for a person of color, or is it? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
What a fucking idiot!
You little coward bitch.
Oh god.
But yeah, the cop's got the money, and he says, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have any money." And the cop says, "Guess not. As soon as your boss is back, get out of here." Which is really cool as a little bribery interaction. Both of them understand the situation, And the cop is like, all right, you need to not be here if you want to not be in trouble. So sort that out. Thanks for the money. Bye-bye.
I thought it was really slick coming from Victor. And I'm
Yep.
like,
Yeah,
all right, he's starting to learn the game.
he's
He's starting to
learning.
understand what's going on, you know? I
Yep.
like it. I like it a lot.
Back over with Link, he's like, are you trying to sell me on a coup? The two of you are going to take over the Falcone family in the middle of a gang war? And another fucking great line from Oz. He says, a coup? What are you reading books or something? Like, where else would you fit that fucking word? Don't say that word. But yeah, it's so brazen as a suggestion that during all of this, they're just planning to outwardly betray their own family is crazy. And then the fact that like, there's so much explanation needed for that. All he has to say is, "Oh, you read books? Fucking don't be doing that." And yeah, it's like confirming that that's going to be the dynamic, at least for the audience as well. But they do say they've got support from the family, specifically Johnny Vitti, which Sophia gives a very like, why the hell did you choose that name sort of look, because obviously she's got her own issues with him, but
And she doesn't know what he knows. What he's
yes.
got.
And it's just, yeah, it's another example of you're taking a lot of liberties with the control of this conversation that I should have. But yes, they say that's bullshit. Luca Falcone's underboss is backing you, and she says he's backing me. Johnny is my mother's cousin, and he and I are very close. He knows that Bliss is going to be a game changer. Which is a cool moment of Sophia making lies on top of Oz's to better strengthen their position. And using Bliss in the argument, meaning she's actually like, all right, fine, that's the name of it now. That's happening for sure. You know, and it's kind of enjoyable to see expressions from Sophia watching Oz work, and then like a vice versa of, this is the, I mean, spoiler free, I suppose, but this is like the most cooperative they get is in this episode. It's kind of
Pretty
nice,
much, yeah.
as brief as it happens. But yes, it said that Luca doesn't have the balls to see the operation through, and look how he mishandled the drops operation. It's like, oh yeah, disaster, embarrassing. Which again is so funny in terms of like what actually happened. That was all, with the Maronis and stuff. It's just like, yeah, okay.
Johnny didn't do any. He didn't fuck up. It was the
No.
Penguin's plan, but it has consequences.
Yeah, they say a phone call from Johnny Vitti, or are you full of shit as usual? And he says, no, my word's good. And once he does do that call, they want an audience with Zhao, and it's going to be done tonight. So they're going to set up the trial run for the drug, and they've got to get Vitti to sign off, which is going to be tough, but, they're going to run straight into getting plans for that already, because this show ain't stopping. We're just driving right along.
It is trucking, man. We're meeting people, we're talking to people, we're learning stuff. We're not wasting time.
Says, what are you not telling me about Johnny Vitti? And he goes, look at you, you're having fun, I can tell. Just like keeping the plate spinning all the time, and says he's got a plan, you're gonna have to trust him. Key word for someone like Sophia, I would say, trust. But to see how he comes through on all of that, Anyway, Vic tells Oz about the bribe, and Oz says the cost of doing business. You gotta keep an eye on well, that in general, but someone in the room that he's actually there for. But this gives the writers an excuse to have Vic and Oz have a particularly meaningful conversation, I would say. We got really good stuff on this. They got to order their food, and Oz is pretty straightforward, but Vic is having trouble saying steak frites, I think it is. And
yes,
stumbles on the word many, many times, and the waiter says, oh, steak frites, and Oz is like, hey, don't do that. The man was speaking. Let him finish. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, And it's, again, it matches those other pieces we have of Oz when it comes to a man's pride, essentially. This feels genuine. This feels like Oz, on behalf of Vic, but possibly inspired by his own life, if not definitely, that he doesn't like people assuming and making up for someone else's weaknesses when they can in fact do it themselves. It's not uncommon, right? Because it's a source of pride and stuff. But you feel kind of good about it, I'd say, as an audience member, that he's like defending Vic, being like, let
Yeah,
him
and then
complete this.
gives him a bit of a pep talk afterward of, you should take up space. Like, don't feel like you need to sort of buckle and shrink and cower in the face of other people. Like, that it's a good thing to be willing to, like, make him wait for you to finish. All these sorts of things. Like,
Yeah.
offering him genuine words of advice and encouragement, seemingly from a place of, like, genuine care, which of course is interesting whenever Penguin does something like that, since he clearly has no loyalties to anybody. It's very interesting that he's willing to offer advice to Vic, seemingly genuine advice, as though he recognizes that there's similarities between where they came from.
It's the impression I get from Penguin is his leg versus Victor's stutter. It's like they would be highlighted as a lack of strength or a need for assistance, when the truth is that these conditions are just chances to show how much they actually don't need anyone's help, how strong they actually are, and that any chance to show that getting taken away by someone is like an insult.
Being pitied or anything like
Yeah.
that, he sees it as probably the same as just people making fun of him, mocking this dream thing, like along this.
And it's so easy to read these things as empathetic from Oz, which I think is deliberate throughout the season.
Yes. Yeah, of course. Of course it is. Especially when he's so willing to stab everybody in the back that he's willing to take a chance on Vic is interesting. It feels like it's these important glimpses of seeming humanity, which of course, considering where the story ends, you gotta, in a sense, you have to wonder how honest any of this really is, or if he's saying these things because it will make Vic more competent.
Reflecting on the advice Vic's dad gave him, it's interesting how Oz's advice broadly is actually pretty strong, but when you know the context of his life is how he's come to these, nuggets of advice are actually like really toxic in terms of execution of how he uses them.
He learned all the right lessons in a bad way.
And how he'll use them in different circumstances are pretty dubious, to say the best. But anyway, Oz and Vic, they have a little back and forth about Vic's parents, who they were, what they wanted to do, and you get, like, because the scene's running so at its own pace, it doesn't need to be sped up or slowed down or in any way. It feels like they're just chatting while having their food. And Oz looks like he's actually really enjoying his time with Vic, like laughing with him and celebrating his family with him. And again, just feels very genuine. Like it's like this seems like kind of a cool guy. You might even forget all the people he stabbed. God,
yeah.
He's like, let him go. And he says, I don't think Vic says about his dad, I don't think he got to eat in a lot of nice restaurants. And Oz says, that ain't fucking right. The world is set up. It's not set up for the honest man to succeed. Mechanic's a good job, and that should be the American dream. Beautiful story, happy ending. But that ain't the way the world works. America's a hustle. And they raise a glass to Vic's father, and he says he'd have been proud of you. Which is like, it's such a nice sentiment, the whole thing. But then you start to dig into it. It's like, I don't think his dad would be happy about this, dude. Not even slightly. It's like the worst nightmare that he could have imagined for his son, to work for a gangster and he's killing people, and but the speech itself is it just feels authentic and very inspiring, and the fact that he respects Vic's family is like, Mr. Penguin Man, you're all right. They're both survivors, and again, just want to compliment Colin Farrell. Every single opportunity I can get, he makes me buy into it all. And it's so easy. Everyone comments on this. So easy to forget that's even Colin Farrell. It's the true ascendance of an actor where you don't even think about them.
Don't recognize them anymore.
He's nailed. Isn't that crazy? Because a lot of actors, especially Colin Farrell, will be hired as part of like A-list, B-list for their names, for their recognition. But you can't deny this. This, as much as people talk about it, so people are aware of it, but like this is for his talent for sure. Like there's
Absolutely, it is. This is the
Yeah, if you're
kind of
gonna make him
role.
wear that and everything.
Yeah, because in a sense, you're obscuring him. You know, it's not a thing where you're tapping into as directly the recognition. Oh, I know him. You know, it's like no, you're here for him to play a role. And hell, if you don't even recognize him, which would be a little bit
He
odd, I
disappears
suppose.
into it, yeah.
Absolutely, he does. It's really he's a really great actor. Like I feel like that's something that it took a bit of time for the world to kind of like realize and give him credit for, you know?
Yeah, it ain't gonna be missed now. This will always be cited by anybody because it'll have been
Mm.
popular enough, and it's just so easy to recognize it. For
Yeah.
the look versus what Colin Farrell obviously looks like. Anyway, as a sort of the big old setup for VT, they've got him on sleeping with the old it's Luca's wife, right? I think.
Luca's wife.
Which, oof, bad move. That's not gonna end well, and that's what the dirt was anyway. But they catch him.
Kind of funny as well when they catch him and he says, you know, like you breathe one word of this to Luca, and he's like, "What are you gonna do? You ghost gonna haunt me?" It's like, yeah, what? Like, what
Yeah.
do you mean? You say anything, and it's like, what do you think's gonna happen to you? Like, what are you gonna be able to do?
The good lie. Your ghost will haunt me. Yeah. And yeah, and VT's
I
like,
love
"Oh, you
the
two are
some of
fucking
those snappy little lines.
working together now." And then Sophia says, "Oz works for me." Like very definitive, and you can tell Oz is like, keep them plates spinning, all right? It's all good. You're fine with it for now." But I would still say he doesn't enjoy that being stated, and I think Sophia's probably aware of it as well. Anyway, he says, "I thought you knew better than to trust this asshole, especially after what he did to you." And I was like, "What I did to her?" You know, as if to gonna want to try and downplay that immediately, I think. And VT goes on a bit of a rant. He says, Carmine never respected him, and I bet you don't respect him either. You're fun at a card game or over drinks, I'll give you that. But people don't keep you around because they think you're smart, and they sure as shit don't trust you. No, people keep the penguin around as entertainment because everybody knows you're a goddamn joke. Which,
And this is, I think it's safe to say that this makes Oz a little unhappy.
a little unhappy. Yeah, we've
He
already been
shot people
shown.
for basically saying that, yeah.
Yeah, this is not stuff he takes well, and VT obviously has been characterized as someone who's willing to say shit like this to anybody, so Oz gets pretty mad, and he
And he's like,
shoves...
you know what? Here, you should eat this phone.
Yeah, he's hungry. And they make like
For you.
like grinding and clenching and sort of thing. He sounds as though like he's about to break the
The
phone in
phone
his mouth.
is
Yeah.
buckling, yeah, and cracking. And you see the screen is cracked when he, you know, eventually removes it. But he starts screaming at him.
The thing I found most notable about this, though, because we knew this is how Penguin feels about people saying this shit, Sophia just does not give a fuck. She's watching this happen, she's just staring blankly at it all playing out. Like him be like, "You think it's funny, you scumbag? You think it's you..." It just cuts to him being like, that's happening, I guess. Because I don't think she likes VT, you know?
You know, I don't think she does. They have some friction in their relation.
So, with that, they get VT to confirm his... He doesn't need to be specific, and he doesn't need to know details, so they're just going to get him to make a call, say he's on board, and that's that. So they can get with Zhao, goal, meet with him and, you know, do all the things. He's going to use the girls we know from earlier to distribute the drugs as a test in the club, or, you know, just like a proof of concept, I guess, with how well they go. And Vic's going to be the bag man, so they come to Vic to get restocks on the drugs. And he says, "Hey kid, you remember, you know, this they want what you've got, not the other way around. Shoulders back, take up space. I wouldn't ask you to do this if I didn't know you couldn't handle it. I believe in you." Which I think you could start to realize what the episode's up to, what the writers are up to. Oz has been nicer to Vic now than he ever has been in this episode. It's well developed, I think, but it's obvious that it's like, oh, they're really making it difficult for the decision because he's also got the girlfriend asking to meet him, ready to leave Gotham. Like, oh, but this job is pretty good.
It's Look, it's hard to turn down a lot of money and
Potential.
I get the chance, yeah, the potential what you could get out of this, especially when you come from, his situation.
Well, it's just that Oz has aptly, I suppose, identified that Vic does have the drive, if given the right encouragement, basically, to thrive in this environment
Mm-hmm.
and be like a reliable
Well, and
sort of right hand man.
he's also distanced himself from the prior version of him as a boss, being the guy who's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you if you don't do everything I say, into more of a, I believe in you, I
Mentor,
want you to
yeah.
work for me, and that you can become so much more. It's and it's becoming like, oh shit, I kind of like you, I think. Uh-oh. Like,
But
what's...
of course, at this point, Vic has still got the thing looming over of like, well, I can't leave though. I mean, obviously I can't because of all the crazy shit that he got involved in with Penguin.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, we have Sophia and Oz have a little chat. He says, we're gonna be untouchable. He says, I can't tell who wants this more, me or you. And he says, and I actually, when we were watching this, I remember I was like, oh, that's a mistake. He says, I want this for you. And it's like, I feel like Oz should recognize somewhat at this point that she's not going to buy that.
Too soft.
Yeah.
Yeah, too soft.
And she
Not yet.
says, you
Very
always say
altruistic.
she says, you always say the right things, don't you? And it's like, you get this distinct sense of like, uh-oh, careful.
He did not say the right thing. That was the wrong thing.
And yeah, his like, it's like he's using a standard manipulation on her when he needs to upgrade it significantly, as he had before. He needs to remember exactly who he's dealing with, all the history. She's a much more complicated mark, to put it simply. And he needs to figure out what he's doing. And so that level of like familiarity they have with each other, she says, was it worth it? And he's like, what? And she says, what you did to me? Did you get everything you wanted? Because it seems like you just want more. And he says, who's talking here? You or Johnny Viti? He's got you eaten out of his hand. Which, again, is like a deflection, right? It's not...
That's the instant deflection.
He's got to try a different tactic with her, because that's not going to work. But it's cool to see, because he's already applied so much to her across even the few episodes we've had, that she's like picking up on the tells and stuff, and she says, I asked you a question. Which, by the way, we point this out every time we're talking about good things and bad things.
Thank
Every
you.
time. Bad content will often have a pivot or a deflection, and then the character who asks the question mysteriously becomes uninterested in re-asking the question. They just go, melt in the scene. And gone is the pursuit of the interesting thing, because the writers don't know how to resolve it. In good stuff, the writers will work their asses off to resolve it, because humans will talk about the things they want to talk about. Kind of how it works. And so the fact that he deflected and then she says, no, come back and answer my question is it's the weirdest thing. You might even say it's our pickup of like a key signature of whether or not a thing is good. It's such a small thing that can happen.
It really is a small thing, but it's indicative of a writer who recognizes that sometimes your characters will end up in a place where there's really only like one way that they can progress. Like the situation needs to be resolved. The drama can't be perpetuated by an unwillingness to have a conversation. That at some point a resolution is like demanded of the scenario that you've created, and you have to follow through on it instead of just going, well, no, I don't want to deal with that. That's like inconvenient. And it's like, well, sorry, but you wrote it this way.
You should have written him to not be here. Yeah, you put yourself in this situation.
It's essentially like not allowing your characters to be compromised by other goals that you have as a storyteller, recognizing that your characters are people. They have some semblance of intelligence. They have goals that they want to achieve, answers that they, questions that they want answers to, and that they will pursue those instead of momentarily becoming stupid to allow the plot to continue. It really is a small thing. It's that among a number of other things that you will notice in writing where you're like, oh shit, I actually have cause to believe that you know what you're doing.
Yeah. So yeah, he says, "Jesus, it's been 10 fucking years," which is another pathetic, like,
Yeah.
You're not getting out of it with that either. And she says, I know how long it's been. I'm not some ignorant child you can play with. Zhao is here to see me, not my former driver. Remember that. Which to me was such a signal of, okay, you just like lost 3 times in a row, you're out. Like,
Yeah.
she was entertaining an explanation from him, and he avoided it so hard that she like gave up on him. She's like, fuck you, basically, which I appreciate. I thought it was really good as a example of how, despite how good he is at this, that he can fuck up. Because how do you once you find out the history, how do you have him explain it? And that's what he's thinking about, right? All this stress of the drug, everything organizing with all the girls and the triads and the families, and on the skin of his teeth with all these lies. And it's like, okay, now I need you to explain to me how it was okay what you did to me 10 years ago. Like, fuck off. It was ages. Why do you care so much? You know, like, just leave me alone. Which is not the answer that she was looking
Not
for.
a good enough answer.
And you get this little shot of him that I think is very important. Of he's like thinking about. I have to imagine he's thinking about like, how do I play this? Because I think I just fucked up. You know, like I've just lost a standing I had, and I need to get it back. And she's obviously having trust issues in general, but it's not over, right? Like he can recover. And I think when we were watching this, I said like we're gonna need a scene now where he's gonna have to admit that he did do what he did, and he gained from it, and that it was something that he did, and that's done. You know, like that's the kind of thing she's
He
probably
has
looking
to
for.
own it. He
Yeah.
has to own that he
He's got to
fucked
be a
her over
blatant
instead of
honesty,
looking
yeah.
for an excuse.
And we got Vic is doing well, passing out the drugs. Good lad. Make sure the world is getting their supply and demand. You know, it's all very harmless and wholesome and great. I'm sure Bliss is going to be great for the world, that sort of thing.
It's called Bliss.
Exactly. And,
How bad can it? By the way, I can't. Oh, Fringy just stepped away, but I was about to say I can't. Every time they say Bliss, I think about Far Cry 5 because that's the name of the euphoric drug in Far Cry 5.
There is
I'm
a
like,
euphoric
oh,
drug
okay.
in Doctor Who, one of the episodes called Bliss.
God damn it!
Yeah.
Stop calling it that.
You gotta find a different word. What about Silb?
Ooh,
Ooh.
you mean
Silb.
slib?
Slib. I'd buy it just to try it out because you got to know what a
Silb.
word like that connects to.
Yeah, don't you want to try some silb?
Silby. Anyway, they're having another chat with Zhao, and Oz is giving them an update on how things are going. $60 a hit on the first night. It's unheard of. Imagine the future. There's certainly a lot of potential to the plan, as is said, but even if you have the support of the underboss, the risk is too great. When Carmine died, so there's like an aspect of this is an insane plan, but then there's also that Zhao doesn't like Carmine at all. But to be fair, most people didn't. You know, post-death certainly would be admitted to by a lot of people. And he says he opened a bottle of champagne when he was dead, and she said she feels similar. Is kind of the angle, which we know is true as well.
Yes,
that she
and
danced
as
on his grave.
We will really learn later.
Yes, and it's kind of interesting that you'd have the angle that the risk is too great, and the former interactions with the family would make the Triad hate the Falcones. But all of that history, and like simultaneously history that Sophia was experiencing for why she hates Carbide as well, is actually what's going to link them. You know, what would normally separate this deal from ever taking place is now actually going to be a boon to it, potentially. And she appeals to Zhao's knowledge of the psychological. Talks about the city having lost so much to madmen, floods, and chaos. And she talks about the drug being given out in Arkham, and its design there was to make the horrors of the world float away. And whoever controls Bliss will control the future of the drug trade in Gotham. That is enough to convince the Triads to run with the deal. What a great night. Huh? It's all worked out. Good stuff.
I mean, hey, so far so good. I'm really happy for all of our characters.
So the timing is closing in. Vic's gotta have to make a decision soon, and he starts to freak out. The lights in the club hit him as blasts, and sort of awkwardly enough, there's something they do here with the editing that I really much appreciate. But it starts out with just reminding him of the explosions on the night of his parents' death. He has a panic
Yep,
attack.
that triggering element of how it starts, yeah.
And there's this panel, and they've got in this club people are dancing behind it, and there's a light shone on them to create shadows of dancing. Right? It could be a screen that's playing
Yes.
in visual or whatever. But in and amongst the editing, there's this shot of a bunch of bodies being washed away by water that looks similar to the way they're presented in that club. I just really appreciate
It's
the
a
idea.
really
Yeah,
this is an awesome scene in terms of how it depicts what it might be like to be in this, to have these experiences, how the traumatic memory mixes with what the real setting actually is,
Mhm.
how what's really here gets distorted. And I think it's a really good scene visually. And we don't get a lot of these sort of surreal kinds of scenes in a show like this, or in this show, because it's very grounded,
Mhm.
you know. So and I don't think we ever see it depicted what bliss makes you experience from your perspective. Like I don't think we get a POV character experiencing bliss or anything like that. So I think this is really the only
But
one
he's
of
not
its
taking
kind in the
bliss, right?
show.
This is just him panic
Well,
attacking in general.
that's what I'm saying. They don't show in this show a POV of someone taking bliss, so you don't really get these kinds of surreal sequences in this kind of show, which helps it stand out and accentuates how effective it is and how
Mhm.
honestly how creative it is, how well it's done.
Yeah, and he's the actor's doing an excellent job. It looks like it's destroying him,
100%.
going through all of that. And recovering, you realize like I said, the deal's done, the triads are in, but you gotta play it safe, because as Oz says, he's still got the Maronis on his ass, which is, oh boy, what an important line. That's about to, oh.
Yes, it is.
So Vic's phone goes off again, and this time, because it's already happened before, Oz wants to see it, and obviously something from the girlfriend saying, like, you coming, we're leaving, we gotta go. He says, you going somewhere with my fucking money? And then he says, no, I would, I wouldn't do that. He says, you want to bail for a piece of ass? Then he says, not her, it's not her, it's the fuck. And you get this great moment with Oz where he's like, Jesus, kid, get the words out, because I want to be mad at you, but I simultaneously do have that whole thing of, I want you to finish the sentences you're making yourself, It's like this huge fight in his own head of how to deal with this situation, because he's feeling like he might have been completely betrayed by Vic, but, he's got to give him the seconds to actually say what he's going to say. And he says, I do everything you asked me to do, and I don't know if I should. And he says, what, you think you're too good for this life? You want to go? What are you waiting for? Fucking go. And he's like, I can't leave. Then he says, you think I'm holding you hostage? Is this what it feels like? And he actually pulls the gun on him. He says, what did you
Yeah.
have before I found you? Fucking nothing, that's what. A goddamn nobody. I gave you clothes, money, a place to crash. You got all the opportunity in the world right fucking here, and you could have left whenever you wanted, but you chose to stay. How about you ask yourself why? I like
Kind
the
of
dialogue in
making
this
an
show.
observation that
It's
well,
really
yeah, it's
good.
I mean, it feels like it's the way that Penguin would say it, but essentially making the observation that you actually could have left. You had several opportunities where you could have left, where you could have actually just run off, and Penguin wouldn't have been in a position to stop him. But it's because there was something tempting about sticking close to Penguin. It actually presented him with an opportunity to get more, which is something that he already expressed a desire to attain before everything got fucked up by Riddler's plan. There's something there, There's some kind of drive and motive to,
Well, and
because of
Oz,
course that. Yeah.
he seems really upset by this. Like,
Yes, he seems genuinely upset. Like
Yeah.
he's bothered by the idea that he has given Vic an opportunity that he kind of wasn't afforded really. It took Penguin a lot longer to accrue any kind of position of power or resources or anything that he could claim as his own, which he can't even really claim as his own anyway. That took him years and years and years to accrue, and in this case, it's Vic's been presented with an opportunity to get a lot further, a lot faster, coming from the same position as him. So yes, I do get the impression that this isn't him trying to. Obviously, there might be an element of him trying to manipulate Vic, but like, I think he's genuinely upset.
and Vic says his dad would be ashamed of him. And Oz says, you know what else shameful? Working your whole goddamn life with nothing to show for it. You still think there's good and bad, right and wrong? There ain't. It's just this. Survival, security, pleasure. They don't give out awards for dying in the projects. And it's a really interesting set of things to say, but what's perhaps even more interesting is Vic then says, fuck you.
Yeah,
Because of the,
that got him pissed off.
yeah,
For real.
he says, fuck me, fuck the goddamn world. They don't give a shit about you or your family. Think you're nothing, you are nothing till the day you die. I thought you were smart, but that's life. You what? Guess what, Vic? Good news. You already got it. It's, oh man, I remember having the distinct feeling of I'm so invested in this conversation. Like,
yeah,
I
it's
do.
well, I mean, it's a culmination of a whole bunch of threads in this episode. They've been dealing with the idea of how you perceive yourself and like what you know, this is like Penguin's philosophy is how you perceive yourself, what you want for yourself, and what you're willing to do to get it is essentially all that there is.
Yep.
That you can't expect that it's going to be given to you or afforded to you, and that in fact, if you don't expect much, you're not going to get much at all. You have to be willing to take it, and it's reflected in essentially Penguin's entire philosophy is I will take as much as I can get as long as I can get it. If it's possible, I'll do it. And it's reflected in his willingness to talk his way into or out of any given situation. Allegiance to nobody. He very much lives this philosophy and wants Vic to live it too.
And it's like beautiful villain philosophy in terms of how it gets, used practically. And I feel like it's really important. Whenever you have a character say there's no such thing as good and bad, it's like you better make sure they're the villain, okay?
Yeah, they're probably the villain. It's a listen, kids at home. If anyone ever says there's no such thing as good and evil, only power, probably not someone you should be hanging out with.
It's so funny how that's
This
just
is what
so
we
universal. The kind of person who says there's no such thing as good or bad is probably somebody that you want to be wary of.
This is what we call a red flag.
But the thing is that you can believe that Penguin believes this. His view is like, there is just getting shit. There's just getting stuff.
To start with Vic saying his dad would have been ashamed of him for having done all of this is really tragic on his own, but Oz being almost like offended, because remember earlier he was like, yeah, your dad's awesome, sort of thing. It's like, no, let's reformat, and he's offering there is no shame, because the alternative is nothing. There's no good and bad to any sort of given action into there's no, like, you if you're not alive, you're not anything. So it's like, what the fuck does it matter if like any given action at any given time puts you to the point where you're actually nothing and you're dead? It's like, what the fuck is good at that point?
This is it's reminding me of I guess it won't mean much to you two, but Micah from Red Dead Redemption 2 basically has the same philosophy that there's just surviving, there's just living and dying. That's the only thing that there is. Like the idea of loyalty. It's just absurd to him. And it feels similar to what you've got here with Penguin. It's like, there's living or dying, there's like thriving or suffering. It's not a matter of being good or bad. It's just that if the world is a place where some people win and some people lose, he wants to be the guy who wins.
No medal for dying in the projects. Obviously, it's supposed to be a point related to all of this. Vic gets pissed off and then he's like, why are you mad at me? Be mad at the world. That's why that happened.
Mm-hmm. Which of
do
course
something
is a bit
about
awkward
it.
Because Vic's not in a position to make a meaningful counter, which is, Penguin, you're not exactly helping when you behave like this.
Yeah.
You're not exactly making the world a better place where like people don't just suffer because they're not in a position of power or they're not willing to do anything to succeed. That Penguin contributes to the world being the kind of place that it is. But Vic's not in a position to make these kind of arguments. He's not ready for that as in terms of like a discussion about philosophy or morality. Like at the end of the day, Vic's just somebody who's struggling, and this is an opportunity to be doing better for himself.
And with that scene closing, I just remember being struck by like, good God, how much we got 3 fully formed, hyper important characters now. They're just they're doing their job, and the plot is interesting. The world is developing.
The plot is interesting.
And like the thematic value is off the charts for thinking about what it means to live in this world and what decisions count for. It's like I said, it's such a great villain philosophy that it's like, I don't care about doing good if it just means you die. What the fuck is the point? It's easy to be completely motivated into. I would say that there's actually foundation there to go in different directions, but obviously it's taken Oz all the way up to I will kill, destroy, backstab, lie, just do anything I want if it means I get to continue.
Yeah.
But obviously we get even more as to what kind of character Oz is the further into the season we go. But right now it's just good shit. What can I say? Victor's gonna take Oz's car, and you can tell he does it in a way of like, fuck this, I'm stealing your plum car. I'm gonna do whatever I want with it. And he goes to the bus station. While Oz has himself a little thinky thinks. And
a little sad think and drink.
Yeah. Heads outside. There's Sophia. And it's like, alright, writers, what do you got for me? 'Cause I'm ready. And he says, I fucked you over. Is that what you want to hear? And she says, please tell me that's not your attempt at an apology. Which is like... he says, I didn't know what Carmine would do. I knew something. But fucking Arkham, his own flesh and blood, I swear. I thought I was looking out for you. She says, bullshit, you ratted me out. And he says, I ain't no rat. And then she says, I'm not the hangman. Which is, I kind of love it. Like, Oz trying the, not necessarily a new tack, but injecting more honesty than maybe he's ever done before with these sorts of tactics. And a risky amount in terms of what he could admit to fucking over Sophia when she's so important right now to his new job or new goals. But the fact that we know for a fact he hates being considered a rat and she hates being known as the hangman, so in a way they have each other to blame for the respective elements of those reputations. Like, on her end, with what we know about episode 4, you can argue, and it sucks, you know exactly the consequences. In total, all the people she has killed, not all of it is a lie. It's not completely, right? We'll talk more about that when we talk about episode 4. But it all got started thanks to Oz ratting her out. But from his POV, as we're going to find out more in episode 4, how he would perceive having done that, what it meant, and how it works, one could consider that wasn't ratting. That was like strategic, structurally speaking, something he's supposed to do, which is how he does try to justify it at different portions of the story. But simultaneously, you know, I don't think, for example, Carmine would have been upset with that as a rat move, as opposed to that is your fucking job, is what I pay you to do. Obviously, I'm being a little bit vague because we're going to be getting to it very soon. Point being, they kind of like hate each other for the same reason. It's just how much justification and history there is between them is a completely different story. I just enjoy that parallel being drawn and how they can both sort of look back and be like, holy fuck, the amount of stuff that's happened.
Yeah, crazy.
And she says, you see the way people look at me. I know you do. And what was it all for? That you could what, like become a capo? You're not even a made man. And he says, you're right, I ain't. I still made out like a goddamn bandit, and you know what? It was worth it. Which is like what I was thinking was the thing you would need to say to her to come close to gaining trust back. It's kind of like
because it's a little bit of honesty.
Yeah. It's what she kind of wants to hear in a weird way. And I enjoy watching him be so excellent at this that he did defeat this new challenge that he'd found for himself in terms of talking to someone and gaining their trust again despite the difficulty at hand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
yeah, it's all good. They've won.
well,
they prevailed.
Because he does make a bit of a thing further about how much it made his life better and that he doesn't regret it, right? The results of what he did to her. And she's just like, wow. And then he says, but I am sorry. I'm fucking sorry for everything that happened to you. You meant something to me, and you still do, and I fucked it up. And I ain't ever gonna live it down, and I don't know where to go from here. And she says, I don't know how to trust you. And like, oh, seriously, when he says, how about I show you how? I keep showing you how. I remember thinking to myself, like, I wonder if this is the beginning of him actually believing in her and that she can actually trust in someone that's gonna have, you know, her back somewhat. But that is not where this story is going.
This is episode 3, and it is going in a totally different direction.
Also, the performance is fucking stellar from Colin Farrell again. If you look at him when he's delivering the speech to her, yeah, he's tearing up, which makes you think, like, Is he faking that? Like in universe, I mean?
And the answer is,
I mean,
I
he's
guess
gotta
we'll
be.
find out real soon. But I mean,
He
you know,
plays his emotions by ear. it
But like, this
seems.
is what I mean about complex,
Or does
excellent
he?
work. Why wouldn't it be that he's channeling something that might actually be somewhat real? But you know, there's other
It's
goals.
a real thing that happens when people. Yeah, that happens in conversations with people.
And of course, how good it would be to help convince her further as well. But yeah, she's on the cusp of kind of being fully in with him, and this is a nice scene. It's all working out. Unfortunately, that's when the Maronis arrive.
Oh
And,
and it's like,
no!
oh yeah, remember when Penguin totally screwed up, like, and totally screwed them over? You remember that?
Well, what's
Yeah,
great about it
there's
is like
consequences.
the show made clear that this is an element, and they even have Oz being like, "Yeah, it's the thing I've got to sort out at some point. I'll have to do that. I'll have to get over
But
there and
now it's
do
like,
this."
oh shit,
Yeah.
you can't sort it out now. Uh-oh.
Come
Get
to
around to
you.
that.
Your chickens have come home to roost, as it were.
And
Your
it's
penguins have come home
To squawk?
to
do things.
To
yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, to
Whatever penguins do out there.
well, I mean, I guess they make their big colonies, right? They huddle up together in the winter. But that's
Your
like
penguins have come
that's
home
like a
to
good thing though. They've come
coagulate.
to you know, get nice and warm and stay warm during the winter months.
Also,
yeah,
I forget the name of the lady, but she's so distinct. Her voice, you'll know it everywhere.
yeah, her
Yeah.
voice is iconic.
And she
Makes me
says,
think of Arcane season 1. Yeah.
"Says you think you can play us? We've been watching you, motherfucker." And it's just like I like listening to her say "motherfucker." It's great.
Yeah. I mean, I don't feel like I've ever heard her say that before, and the
She didn't say it in
wide
Arcane. That's
No.
for sure.
well, just
She
in the
never
wide
said
array of things I've
motherfucker.
seen her in, because she's been in a lot of things. But, like, I don't think I've ever heard her say that.
And so Vic decided to stay with Oz and is heading back in the plum car, and he sees that Oz is on his knees, and so is Sophia, and decides he's going to crash the car into one of the thugs. And in the commotion, Oz gets into the car and says, "Go, get the fuck out of here, go, go, go." And he says, "What about Sophia?" And he says, "Fuck, leave her." Which
yeah.
I
After
genuinely,
everything you just told her, it's
because
wild.
of because of where I was at with what I thought the show might be, I was like, what the fuck happened that made it in seconds that he's done that? Like, holy shit. But yes, what a fascinating turn of events.
But yes, this Vic's made a decision, and Oz is very happy. He's like, "Oh, I knew you'd come back."
This took some fucking balls. It was incredible, kid. Jesus,
I mean,
we're
it
in it
did.
now. We're in it now,
It did.
Vic.
Yeah,
It
we're
feels
in
like
it
a Rick
now,
and
and very
Morty
much sort
moment.
of, no, it's really funny. It's just him acknowledging, like, yeah, shit's crazy, my dude. But
Oz and Vic for
like,
100 years.
That's right. They are. They got to stick together. It's really quite an exciting ending, because you're just like, holy shit, we got a lot to. There's like so much now. It's like right when you think you're at a point of stability in the story, it's now been totally upended because, of course, leaving. Well, it's that Sophia got left behind, and you didn't get to see what the conversation looked like. But of course, it's not going to be good. Like, of course, it's not going to be a good conversation. Sal's wife, who knows what kind of thing she would have said.
It's
You had to wait a whole week to find out.
And 3, they like to call it a pattern. And I remember by the end of this one, I was like, all right, I'm in. I'd be pursuing the show now, you know, whether or not there was any other reason to. Just from pure entertainment, I'll be watching this now.
Surely they won't follow this episode up with something fucking wild, right?
Oh, it's such a nice reprieve when you know that they take it so seriously that they're willing to devote a significant portion of an entire episode to history. We have a couple of shows that have done this before.
It's kind of a consistent pattern for a lot of the thing is it's a consistent pattern for good and bad shows to have the one big flashback episode. That's not abnormal.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and
yeah, like in the Acolyte,
really badly. Yeah,
they had 2 in that fucking monster of a show.
Fuck.
Remember the second one just makes the first one redundant. It's like, why did you even fucking watch it? Got way more information and context than the second one. The first one was unnecessary. But anyway, I mean, I don't know if there's anything broadly either we want to say about episode 3. I just, it's another excellent episode.
Another good one.
They're banging it along the way. They're
Good
doing
stuff.
well. And Vic is thoroughly, so to speak, dimensionified. All right? That's the word I'm going to use. It's a very good English word. It means he's got multiple dimensions, and they are properly explored, and his foundation is set, and I can't wait to see where he's going to go. But now, out of our 3 big lads, there's a big old question mark hovering over one of them, and there's plenty of questions that we could get answered. So why don't we? Beginning with
Let's do it.
episode 4. So, with them both on their knees, it's if for some reason my brain's blanking on Sal's wife's name. It gets said enough times. I can't remember why I'm blanking on it. It's not Nadia, is it?
I think so.
It might be.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Anyway, she says, I thought you two were, doing all of this together, and that perhaps you had asked him to. And she drifts off, and then Sophia's like, asked him to what? And she says, kill your brother to take his place. But I'm wrong, aren't I? You didn't even know. And it's such a like, what? And it's sort of for the audience, like, oh, like all that
Yeah,
weird.
like that is it's like the 3 episodes in a sense was Oz working up to getting away with it and building I mean, as it turns out, right, a very pragmatic relationship with her. And like as soon as it had gotten to a point where he'd basically gotten in, it's over. It's been like totally obliterated, which means that that the dynamics going forward for the rest of the season are going to be totally different. That like she is now going to be his main adversary.
She's realizing, he knows she's realizing, and then as that's playing out, Oz is like, I needed Sophia to get the new drug, all right, for us. It's yours. It's fucking yours. I was going to bring it to you. I swear to God, you got to trust me. I'm on your side. And it fades out as he's saying all of this.
She's staring at him as drooling, and like the drool coming out of his mouth as he's just spinning this new story. It's like an unbelievable level of just like, holy shit. Like you, like not 1 minute ago you were saying like, oh, I'm sorry, I want to try and earn your trust. I was just trying to make a better life for myself. And then straight away he's like, look, I was just using it, all right? I'm loyal to you. I never betray you. You got this new thing and we got to work together. It's just so great. He immediately pivots.
And she is fascinated that someone could do that, be that much of a fucking backstabbing liar. Like, wow. Especially with the context we're going to gain this episode of how much she already has issues with him. Brilliant. And yeah, the performances, again. Wonderful. And it's all sinking in. But before we can reach any kind of conclusion, Vic comes crashing into the scene like he did before. And we see it play out now from Sophia's end, which is that she hits her head on the ground, she's bleeding a whole bunch, she's struggling to stay conscious, and she calls Julian to pick her up. We're going to find out a bit more about as time goes on as well. We're getting a flashback episode.
Yes.
Dun, dun, dun.
Exciting.
You see Oz and Sophia, and my God, they did a wonderful job of making them both younger looking, despite the fact that there's, like with Oz, you can make his hair.
Give him more hair.
Yeah, like that's going to be a big one. You can make weight, height
even
changes.
Even change the prosthetics a little bit.
Yeah, and you can something that I thought was really neat about it was his suit is more drab. It just is. Which is definitely, obviously, something that she commented on, but it's just representative of his station. He's just, it's like, we do get pieces of all of it as it goes along in the season, but as he said, he got upgraded to driver for a guy called Pinchy, I think, and then, obviously, he would have been moved into being her driver. And so, he is still just, he was a bartender, so he's very low on the totem pole at this point, which is, it's just cool to see how far he's getting and how far he's planning to go. But yeah, I would say the big thing you notice is how much fuller his hair looks, and it's like, look at him.
Yeah, that's right. Before he was balding,
he was much more hopeful back then. Then he started seething. How it works.
Yeah,
I get you. And yeah, Sophia generally just much more bright, peppy, happy, you know,
Well, just more
scarless.
normal, basically.
Yeah. And she is speaking on behalf of the Isabella Falcone Foundation, which is her mum, and it's for mental health, as her mother took her own life. So a nice starting point in terms of just seeing the kind of things Sophia was getting up to. She seems as a character to have more hope than the average Falcone or Maroni, to be honest with you, but maybe it's all a lie. Who knows? She gets addressed by someone who wants to know a bit more about her potential investment in all of these things. But before that, something I quite like is that she's heading out with Oz, and he says, because she's like, she doesn't like these sorts of meetups, and she's smoking immediately to try and make herself feel better about all of it, like in terms of stress and dealing with all kinds of people. And he says, yeah, even when you're helping people, you still gotta eat shit. It's better than sub jobs, though. Which is just like, interesting. Even when you're helping people, you gotta eat shit. And he says, jobs like driving me around. And he's like, no, that's not what I mean. And she says, I'm messing with you. It is a shitty job, though, I know, and you deserve better. We both do. Which, I think that's important, as along with some other lines, that they probably had a friendly
Decent
relationship.
relationship. Yeah, they got along.
And she also
Something
says,
there.
but you have a dick, so at least you're eligible for promotion. Which is very interesting. I want to bring us back to that line. A scene or two later.
I don't know. Pretty woke, if you ask me.
But yeah, I think you get a good sense of how close and candid they are here, especially compared to how we see them at any point later in the show so far. And then
Yes.
there's already so much to explain. It's like a hook for the episode of how do we get from here to where we know them to be. And I like that she's down to earth with him, seemingly, or at least they had a bit more honesty back then. Anyway, this lady comes to her saying she's Summer Gleason and she's been following the work with the Foundation and that she thinks she could be doing more. A young woman named Yolanda Jones committed suicide by hanging, which that's how your mother died, if I'm not mistaken. Many of these women worked for the business owned by your father, or different businesses. And then she says, I don't talk to the press. And with just that small amount of words, planted a big old seed in Sophia's brain, which is going to potentially destroy her. Who knows? And we get a quick old flashback of her thing. Well, so we see her finding her mother having committed suicide, and obviously we're going to get more on that in a moment. But the reason that's being shown to us briefly is that Sophia's thinking about it now. The nature of her mother's death and how a lot of these women died by hanging and they're all connected to her father. There's just some this is what I mean, there's just seeds that put around and they're
just been planted and she can't help but start to think about
things. So we got a family gathering, nice little meal, dinner, and we can see Mark Strong is here as Carmine Falcone, which, like I said, when I found out this was happening, I thought it was weird, but we could talk about this strange decision in a moment once he's had his scenes. So Sophia, Alberto, and Carmine all together, with praise being given for Sophia and her efforts making connections that benefit the family, specifically her father, while Alberto's too busy living his own life, having his own interests. He's on his phone in this dinner scene as well. He's not being the kind of son that Carmine would want him to be when it comes to a family business like this. And he says, once all that's sort of run its course, that maybe it's time to break tradition. When the time comes, Carmine says, I want Sophia to take my place. I want you to run the family, if that's something that interests you. And she's pretty shocked, but says she'd be honored, which again, it is obviously much more typical and traditional in family dynamics, especially in like the mob, that I would assume the son would take over for a father. But what's interesting that's happening here is that her work to benefit the family is going to now put her into a position where she's much more likely to be promoted. Like, the actual merit is actually going to get her the position that she's kind of probably
Well,
would have
yeah,
wanted.
compared to Alberto, who is much more lax and lazy and not
Yeah,
really
he probably
taking
didn't
it
really
seriously.
care
It's
that
just
much,
like, yeah, I
yeah.
mean, I guess technically you'd be next, but like you're not very
Yeah.
reliable or worthwhile as an investment.
Mm-hmm.
But Viserys Falcone, I am naming you
Yeah.
as my heir, and people will respect that. Then this will cause no issues.
And so part of the impression I get from this is she sees this as extremely meaningful, kind, and that like a huge gesture from her dad that would make her believe their relationship must be rock solid, right? This is such an enormous thing. And that she wants to clarify, is like, what about the rest of the family? And he says, they know you're mine, they'll do as I say, which is quite a line and is going to be very relevant as this episode goes along.
But
Oh, you're
they'll do as he
mine.
says.
Well, they'll do as he says. Also, you're mine is
Yeah.
very.
I know you're mine.
Well,
own
the
you.
thing is that you're mine. You could read that in a positive way. It's like, yeah, you're, as opposed to the other way, which the
I
episode
own
progresses.
you.
I think is much more prominent. Yeah, like Hades screaming that at Meg. Like, yeah, I don't know. He's a bad guy.
So she says, did Mum ever see, like, did she ever see anyone before it all happened, like a therapist, psychiatrist? And he says no, she was a proud woman, stubborn, she refused any help.
Well, it's because that was kind of her second probing into it. The first one is like, I don't remember her being sick. And then it is like, oh yeah, she was really good at hiding it. It's like, did she see a therapist? Nah, I tried, but no. It's just like, oh,
These are
okay.
not great answers at all.
Yeah.
And he quickly picks up what's happening here, at least in a broader sense. He's like, stop picking away at these wounds. They're upsetting.
It's making me sad, so don't do that.
Why do you lay these troubles at an already troubled mind?
The impression I get is Sophia probably thought that there's an easy explanation that he can give her, because this is her dad.
It would be fine.
Gonna be
Right,
great,
whereas
yeah.
the explanation is actually like more disconcerting. It's just they're not really addressing, especially when it's he like sort of leans forward, staring at her. It's just like, huh, this body language is not reassuring.
So yeah, we find she's picking up a watch for Carmine for his birthday, I think, and celebration, right? And jokingly mentions that he like there's like a sibling rivalry thing that she plays into, but it's just more of a joke. And there's they spill, I think there's a drink that Alberto is holding, and so he says your penguin there is gonna have to clean this up, and she says don't call him that, which is like a just good stuff, this why just put a little pin in it, as a sort of thing.
Little things add up. Little things add up.
And she asked pretty blatantly about the girls in the 44 Below, which in the Batman was the club below the club, I think, right? It was like the secret special club. And she says that, what's the deal with dad and relationships and what's going on there? And Alberto's like, why are you, like, stop, don't be going into stuff like that. Just don't think about it. No need. It's all good. It's all fine. Trying to make jokes about it. And something I appreciate about the scene as well is just definitely showing us Oz is listening. Interesting questions you got, Sophia. Wonder where they may or may not be going. And so she meets with that investigator to see her evidence. And she thinks that this is something you can do, to understand the situation. It's gathering information, that's all. Seeing the investigators, happen. And she finds out
just talk, right?
the victims had wounds that are much more consistent with manual strangulation than hanging, and the police reports didn't include information that the women had defensive wounds. The short version being that these women were likely strangled to death by hand, and that the police have helped to frame them as suicides. And then
But
Sophia,
as she's seeing this, she remembers that she saw her mother's fingernails were damaged in the same way as one of the pictures. And then that Falcone came in, and was like, hey, don't look. And then she took off his sunglasses and he put them back on to cover his eyes. It's like, oh, uh-oh.
And you can tell it's rattling her like fucking crazy, and she's like, so this is all you have? Just old reports, conspiracy theories, reeks of a junior reporter desperate for a byline. You don't know shit about my father. He's a good man, and if you try publishing any of this garbage, my family will destroy you, which is...
It's a bit of an awkward thing to say. Yeah, he's pretty good, but don't fuck with him. Otherwise, he'll get you.
I just think it's a great... like, she is starting to believe this has happened, and she's losing it. And so she's just like, yeah, no, it's not. Super defensive, completely refusing. Nah, this is all nonsense craziness. I need to hide right now in my own brain. And it's important that she's kind of panicking, because then it's going to explain a mistake she's about to make, which... she gets in the car, and Oz is obviously a driver, and he says, wait, isn't that the same lady from the luncheon? Recognizing she was a reporter. You're seeing a reporter? ? And he's like, people are going to get ideas, and your father might not like... And she says, Oz, stop. I don't care what you think. No one does. You're my driver. That's all you are. Stop talking and drive.
Bit of a, This will go on to have been a bit of a mistake.
Talk about a butterfly effect.
Yeah.
He doesn't like to be disrespected.
When people
All
say
right.
these things.
I would call it a small yet huge mistake. Like, it's...
Yeah, I mean, I think that this would be... You could say that this is what would have pushed him over the edge and made him willing to make a certain decision.
I mean, if he could ever put his neck out for anybody, even slightly, trust anybody with what we know, I'd say the quickest way to ruin it is to hit him in his insecurities, which are definitely included that he doesn't matter. If you comment on that to him, he's not going to like you very much at all. And I think that they showed us enough reason to think that he would actually have, tried to help her out a little bit up to this point. They seem to have a positive relationship, and he probably likes her more than most of them because she looks out for him. But yeah, this is what I mean. She's panicked. She doesn't know what to do. She's thinking about all kinds of things, and then her driver is like, "Hey, is this a wise decision?" She's like, "Shut the fuck up! Like, can't be dealing with you right now." Which, yeah, it's just unfortunate because it's gonna have consequences. Because like she'd said he deserves a better life, right? But to say that and then to say no one cares what you have to say, it's going to make him think like, oh, so all of that's been bullshit. You just lying to me.
Yeah, so fuck you then. I'll throw you to the wolves.
She's just like the rest. But, desperation, man, it can make you say some things you don't mean to in certain situations. But once it's said, you can't unmake the soup. Isn't that a saying or something? Cat's out of the bag.
Yeah,
one of these
out of the soup.
Yeah, the cat jumped into the soup, and now it's out
sure
of the
hope
soup.
The cat's
soup's
out
everywhere.
Of the soup. I don't want a cat in the soup.
Oh, if it's cold soup and the cat's happy there, I don't know.
I mean, if the cat's happy,
I don't think a cat would like a. It would like a cold soup.
Well,
like
I just didn't. Warm is good. I just didn't want it, very, very warm.
Don't want it to be hot. No, that's exactly a lukewarm soup.
I think cats probably like cold soup as well. Not to bathe in, but to eat potentially.
Like a gazpacho or something like that. I mean.
But so I think Sophia was trying to treat this whole thing as she was in control. She's high enough on the totem pole, she can make use of whoever she wants, visit whoever she wants, get whatever information she wants, and make whatever decisions she wants. And that dynamic is another mistake you could argue she's made, because I've seen enough of these movies to say you should never, if you're a part of like a mafia family, meet with an investigative journalist ever, pretty much, especially one that's making claims.
Not a great look.
Yeah, it's just hard for family members to see that as anything but a bad thing, and it's hard to explain.
Well, and I mean, if you're gonna meet them, don't have a driver take you there. Maybe learn how to drive, and then go there on your own.
And so you have the party, and she spots Oz, and she says, "What are you doing inside? Is that a new jacket?"
Which is like already just like, oh shit, huh?
I think it's so many things at once. It's one, like, wow, I feel like you should be okay with me being inside, like, so it's like it hits him in a certain way, but then it's also a signal to us that this is unusual significantly. He shouldn't be inside, he is, and he's wearing clothes that...
A nice suit.
Yeah, and there's an interpretation that he's such a sleazebag that he's already spent the money he's been given as a reward for having ratted her out. The interpretation...
And what's the first thing he spent it on? Getting a nice suit.
Well, so I was going to say the interpretation I would have for something like this would it's going to be more complicated. I wouldn't necessarily disregard entirely that he wants to treat himself to stuff, and he may have used whatever boost in money he got from having given up what she's been up to. I would instead probably aim for, you have to dress the part when you're trying to become a more important member of any given crime family. They all... It's kind of what we've been seeing throughout the season. The look is almost everything. You've got to convince people you are what you are. The whole take up space thing kind of matches this as well, right? It's like, you need people to see you, to recognize you, to understand who you are and what your value is, what your status is. It's
perception
symbolic.
is a huge part of what it means to like attain and hold on to power.
Yeah, and I think that
Walking around in
matches.
sweatpants and stuff. It's probably not
And
going to give
then,
off the same impression.
and then I think it layers again of, what the hell did he do to have risen up and be here? And you get straight away Sophia's worried from seeing it. She's like, because there's not so many things he can do. There's not so many things he has access to, but there's a couple things she knows he has access to. So I just think it's great stuff. And, you know, I was with her with this episode. I was like, oh, shit. Because we already know this is what happens. And it makes the most sense. Everything's in line. Yeah, and you know, and Oz saying your father wants to see you is very like, oh, shit. And he knows. They have a shot of him with it.
You know, yeah, it's because she's about to go and looks back at him and he's just looking at her. It's like, oh, yeah, this is a big deal.
Yep.
It's important.
So, she meets up with Carmine in his room. And it's going to be a nice and happy conversation that starts immediately with, why didn't you tell me you met with a reporter? Which is like, oh, shit. He's already gotten... It, like, cuts off the defense that she should be able to do that by like, yeah, but you didn't tell me. You know, even if you did and told me, that would be one thing, but you didn't. Why?
Yeah.
It's like, do we have to talk about that? And she said, some woman approached me, but I told her to fuck off. He's like, they're looking into me for murder. Murder. Why didn't you come to me? And she starts to panic. She's like, I should have. You're right. And it's like, yep, you should have. And she's already started to realize this is some big trouble. And again, the performance, man. Because it's kind of hard to explain. I remember trying to do this on a stream, but I was like, have to appreciate the actress here. She is playing kind of a different character, going through something different.
Essentially, yeah, she is. I would say
thinking
pretty
during
different.
the opening act of this episode is what you've now seen as her ability to be the character who persists throughout the main storyline, but also a much more normal version of that same person with some of the same, you know, traits and quirks at a much earlier point in her life. And of course, in this scene, something that's really sort of interesting about the line that she has to straddle is that on the one hand, she's like, you know, nervous about the whole situation, but she's also looking for reassurance. She's she knows that she's in trouble, but she's got questions that she wants answers to.
Yeah.
And she can't help but try to get answers to those questions because, I mean, really, she needs them. Like, emotionally, she needs them to be assured of a sort of perspective on her entire life that it doesn't shatter right here.
Well, this was why it was this moment that I started to really realize how excellent she was doing, because this is her father is not only, thank fuck they got Mark Strong if they couldn't get Turturro back, because you need someone to be
he does a good job.
Appropriately menacing and intimidating to match what she's performing, which is she's crumbling under the pressure of just being in the room with him. He is that strong, that means that much to her, of course. And the floor's coming away, like there's nothing for her to reach to. There's no defenses left. She knows, he knows. She's made a mistake. And there's got to be a way to grab this back, right? And so she's panicking again. And she says, I love you. And I know there's an explanation, right? Like as a way to be like, it's fine. And then he's like, an explanation for what? Which is like, oh, fuck. Like, you know, and she says, well, like you had scratches on the day on your hands the day mom died, but they weren't from her. And it's like this,
and
just
he's just looking at her. He's just staring at her.
It was
essentially making the decision in real time.
An attempt to reassure him everything is fine. Okay, she's on his side, has now introduced an enormous potential threat.
Yeah.
It's like this oh, you like stepped on a mine and you just didn't realize it, sort of thing. Because she's now said something you can't take back. Her father now knows that she's considered the possibility that he killed his wife. Something that if
And
it
it's
came
like,
out would
that's
destroy
already,
everything. You know,
yeah,
like
it's already over. That
yeah,
she
well,
said this, it's over.
it makes her, she's an impossibility to inherit now. Like that's out. And then is it even possible for her to be an ally, let alone a family member?
Mm-hmm.
She's
And see,
essentially just
the
made
fact that she's
herself the most significant threat to him right now.
yeah, like that she's already entertaining the possibility that maybe there's something that he has. It's like it's over. He could provide an explanation, but it's never going to be good enough. Of course, it's never going to be good enough because he did it. He's guilty. So it's like at this point, okay, you made a mistake by even bringing this up.
There's this shot, and I think it's deliberate. I have to guess because everything's so good in this. He's close enough to the camera where if he was to walk directly toward it, you wouldn't get many steps. So he walks around and toward her, such that he's
Yeah,
heading closer to the camera while taking strides and looking horrifying. I have to assume that was deliberate to get as much out of that moment as possible, because when she says it, he just looks like, holy shit, you did not. He's like the Terminator. It's
yeah,
such a
and he's
good
getting
moment.
bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
He's getting bigger, you know, in terms of taking up space. And it's such a like fascinating, because in her case it's just she's saying these things to try and get assurance that everything is fine, but is unwittingly digging her own grave,
Yes.
because at this point he's now realizing that he has to, well, I mean, he doesn't have to. He's a bad guy, all right. He's committing to a certain action at this point. He's writing her off.
When and there's this really, they're both doing exceptional. She has this moment where she's panickingly trying to describe an excuse, stuttering over her words, being impossible to like string sentences together, looking down and back and forth and
Trying
around,
to
and
look,
then
yeah,
right at
trying
the
to
end
look at him.
finally having the courage to look back at him because you can tell she's fucking terrified.
And he's just staring her just dead in the eyes.
Good shit. And yeah, you get like 5 minutes of Mark Strong, and I was like, well, that was perfect casting.
That
Good
was
job.
nice. Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
All right.
he
Good.
nails
He
it.
Good job.
he got another opportunity to be in a DC project and got to actually like play a real character instead of a goober.
Oh, I
Rags, do you remember which
yeah.
character he played?
In the DCEU?
Yes, which character did
Yep.
he play?
Oh fuck.
We can do it as like guess a film and we'll knock it off if you're wrong, and you can narrow it down, maybe.
Strong. Aquaman?
No.
No.
Trying to it's the voice that I'm trying to match up here. Was he a Kryptonian?
No.
No.
And he wasn't like an
But
animated character. You can
no, he was
see
in a
him.
live action film. But he could fly. I'll give you that as a
And
little
it was
hint.
not a small role.
No, it wasn't a small role. It was an important role.
He could fly.
Yes.
He had a big role. You could tell it was him in the DCEU.
Yeah, and it was not Aquaman or any of the Superman stuff.
Was it in Shazam?
Yes,
Yay!
he was the bad guy in Shazam.
He
Remember?
was indeed.
He was the evil. He was the evil
Okay.
wizard.
Oh, okay.
And in just
yes, he
one
got the-
scene of this, he was better than all of them.
Clears, yeah. He
It's not
clears.
good
Like
thing.
it really is. Like he this is basically the scene that they needed him for. That's right. Yes, he was the wizard. But
I had to Google him on in Shazam just to sort of remind myself. And I was
That's
like, I
right,
think
yeah.
it
Yeah,
was
do you,
Shazam.
do we see him again in the show after this scene?
No, this is the last time that we see him.
he
It really is
had-
a case of he had maybe like 5 minutes of screen time
Yeah.
in total. 2 scenes. It was yeah, it was 2 scenes. It was the first scene where he talks with Sophia and Alberto, and then this scene. And it's really important. Like he really served an important role. He did a great job, but I mean that's something that can be said for basically everybody.
Yep, they captured it.
Yeah.
So yeah, he
But yeah,
says you're clearly not yourself. You're confused. You're sick.
he's already starting to plant the seeds of
Yeah.
which is
Is,
crazy because
yeah.
he's saying it to her, and it's like, but she, she knows better. But he's already like planting those
He's just
seeds.
so strong. He's so powerful. What
He's
he
like, yeah,
says
you're
just
sick.
becomes
You're
the
not
truth.
well.
He could just tell her.
You're not well.
He
You need
says
to go home.
you need to leave
a
before you
magic
make a
spell.
seed. And then she's like, please, please, please. He says Oz will drive you home.
Mm.
Not in a good place. Not at all. But a really effective scene. Good shit. And
Very
Oz,
good.
then we cut to them in the car, and he's like, look, I get you're angry, I know, but I was just doing my job, looking out for you. That's what your father pays me for. These reporters, they get in your head. You can't trust them. And she said, if you were really looking out for me, you would have talked to me, not him. I trusted you. Congratulations, you've got what you wanted. My father sees you now. You and everyone you love is on his radar. Which is, I think, a good line to explain why he would have thought out his mother's death, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, it's all leverage in this world. And it's also interesting that from this, you can kind of gather that she's probably written off her father as well. In terms of, like, there's nothing left. But they get pulled over by the police, and I think this is actually Kenzie, the cop from the Batman.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Because, yeah, he's super corrupt.
He was one of them. That's right.
They arrest her. Oh boy, things start to
And she is,
collapse real fast.
pretty
Very quickly.
understandably hysterical about it. Very like just like terrified basically of realizing what's happening.
Goes to show his power too, how fast he can arrange it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean they're leaving and this has happened. So it's like he called straight away. It's like, hey, all right, you gotta come on, take her. Like this is happening like tonight. And,
We
but
discover,
Penguin, he says he doesn't know. Like he seems to, but
which
I
could be
suppose
the
it's
case.
unclear if he's feigning. It's unclear whether or not he's telling the truth or he's feigning ignorance. Yeah,
It doesn't really matter, right? Like from Carmine's perspective, it
No.
wouldn't have mattered if Oz knew or not.
no, that's right. I think part of what makes me lean towards it being that he didn't know is just the fact that they tell him to shut the fuck up and call him Penguin. Makes me wonder. It's like, that's a bit mean.
The thing
It's
about
a
it that's
bit
worth knowing, though, is if you were told, he wouldn't have, he'd been like, all right, well,
Yeah.
that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So Luca, Viti, and Carla, or Johnny and Carla Viti, I think they say, they've all signed affidavits to support that Sophia lost her mind since her mother's suicide, and she's been torturing animals along with showing plenty of signs of mental deterioration, basically.
That stemmed from her mom, from her mom's suicide.
It's like this whole sequence and the subsequent ones are pretty horrifying. In
Yeah,
terms
this
of
is
just
this is
Oh, this
terrifying
is
as
actually
like a horror
terrifying. Yeah.
scenario. And then all the newspapers getting put down of like, yeah, you're the hangman now. That's just been declared. Like that is you. That is attached to you now.
there's nothing
It's
you can
just
do
like,
about it. And
yeah,
whole family not only betraying her and supporting the story, but like writing detailed information about all of this, not like absolute bullshit. And none of it
except for
matters.
Alberto.
Yeah,
Except
Alberto's
for
the only
Alberto.
one that's sticking. And this is kind of what I mean is like, oh god, they're gonna make me feel really bad that Oz killed him, aren't they?
That's the
Like,
thing. It does. It starts to change the dynamic. It's like, oh, he was like super duper loyal to his sister. But unfortunately, he made fun of Oz. He made fun of him.
it's crazy how much power is getting stripped so fast. Like, being in the car to getting the police arresting, taking you to here, and then getting this information so quickly, and then they just say like you're being remanded to Arkham State Hospital for observation, and you'll be under their care until the start of the trial 6 months from now.
Or just so responsible, like I'm not doing that. Just declaring I'm not doing that. It feels like a very real, like responsive. What the fuck are you talking? No, that's not happening. That's bullshit.
Overnight, she's just been told like casually, you're gonna be in Arkham for 6 months, which of course we already know. It's a lot longer than 6 months, but like we know from previous episodes.
Well, because I guess we don't know at this point, like, what exactly will happen after that 6 months has passed, but of course we know that she loses. But I mean, already it's like 6 months in Arkham, presumably under the thumb of people who are working for Carmine. It's like, yeah,
Again,
that's going to be horrible.
Like, I hate to put it this way, but it's
And no
true.
contact as
He's
well. No
smart.
contact either.
He's smart enough to know how badly it could turn out if he doesn't crush this at its core, like, straight away.
Oh, yeah, the hope is that he can break her. And I mean, already, like, Alberto was just saying, you know, you got to get through it. You have to make it through, because if you don't make it through, then he wins. So that's, like, the encouragement. You have to stick it out. The light at the end of the tunnel. Keep thinking about the light at the end of the tunnel, and then you can make a case for yourself.
Did say he owns her.
And she is distraught and sells it really, really convincingly.
Well, yeah, it's really sad to listen to her deliver it, because it feels real. She's like, I'm gonna die in there. He knows it. He knows it's what he wants. Like, top-notch performance, as has been said before, but will happily be said again and again by each of these people. And they show us,
you know, hey, look, we talked about you know, Colin Farrell, right? If he got nominated for an Emmy, I would be quite happy if Kristen Milioti got nominated as well, because she did a really good job.
And yeah, we see a montage of just all the processes of getting put into Arkham, which are obviously not fun.
Very unpleasant, very unpleasant and visceral, and they don't shy away from showing it. It's very much just it's like trying to break down the barrier between you as a viewer watching it, and then like sort of understanding her headspace and how horrible this is.
And yeah, the doctors meet up with her and say, you're going to be under court-ordered mandatory isolation, which means no visitors and no outside contact. And she says, there's got to have been a mistake. And what I love is what she says, I know that's something that everyone would say, but it's true. Like, there's got to have been a mistake. It's just like, yep, that's not going to work, obviously.
I mean, it wouldn't even work, because obviously he's a bad guy. He's obviously
he's
working for Falcone.
And so 6 months already is like a thing, and then no one to speak to.
To ground her in the outside world.
It's just like, good God, that happened so quickly. But hey, you know what? A small reprieve. Someone managed to poke a hole in her
cell,
side by cell, and so she has someone to talk to. It's Magpie.
Good.
That's right, Magpie.
Which is really funny. As mentioned, Magpie being in this, everybody's like, oh yeah, you know, him and Gary talk about it. And I was like, you guys know I know her from Batwoman, right?
Well, yes, because Magpie is a comic book character, but yeah, she was in Batwoman.
She's a bit different in this.
She's insane.
Yes. Yeah, and we find out Magpie gets given candy for being good, which that's bliss, right? Is the candy. Whereas,
or at least the sort of the precursor.
Proto-bliss,
proto-bliss. Yeah, and then, you know, she's just in this big old food court trying to just recognize what the fuck is even happening. It's a nightmare disaster. And crazy lady enters the room without any chains. And Sophia's like, shouldn't she be in chains? Why isn't she in chains? And she's getting closer. And it's just one of these things of like, oh, because you already know how much of this might be deliberate from any given thing. And you're just like, God, this is going to be hell.
Expect that she can, like, she's not in a position to explain or reason or argue with someone. Hey, do you mind not, like, being so horrible to me?
Yeah.
It's just not going to work, because that's the point. They're trying to break her.
And so Crazy Lady approaches and just starts beating her up. And
she starts coughing up blood.
Pretty bad, yeah. She's seriously bruised and just, again, terrified. And it's the kind of thing that it's like, oh, guys, this is just the beginning. You know, like, in terms of how much time she's going to have to spend here.
Yeah.
And, yeah, she gets a visit, and it's like, how you feeling? I heard you had an incident in the mess hall today, which... The first thought I was having was just like, God, that's how anything that happens will be referred to. It'll never be like someone attacked you. It'll never be
use dehumanizing language, you know.
Yeah. And she says a woman beat the shit out of me while everyone stood around and watched. So yes, I had an incident. Did someone release her? And then he says, "Is that what you believe? The attack was coordinated?" And again, you're like, "Oh my God."
She figures it out. She's like, I know what you're doing. You're twisting my words to make me sound like I'm crazy.
Which just enhances the entire, like, I'm screwed. I'm so fucking
Yeah.
screwed. There's just nothing I can do.
Mm-hmm.
You can complain or point out how unfair everything is or how coordinated it
Nobody's
is,
gonna
but
help you.
yeah, what's the
They're doing it
result?
on purpose.
And he says the death of a parent is a traumatic event, and it's not unusual to transfer that grief into anger or even violence. It's just like, thanks.
And it's almost like, dude, are you actually trying to convince her that she's the hangman? Is that
Mm.
like the goal? So that she actually did it?
And she says, I never killed those women. I'd never do anything like that. Don't know how to convince you. I am someone else. Like, I'm sane when you've already made up your mind. This is coherent, intelligent, and confident writing where she is saying things that a normal person would say because there's nothing you can do. And she's catching all of the things that... It's like watching, movies where this happens. And you're like, I already know. I get how this is going to work and how you're going to fuck me over. And it's all a big show in a way, because
Yeah.
I mean, we'll talk about that more as it progresses. But the guards then place Sophia in a position to fight that same lady with a fork. She's distracted by pointing out to the doctors that they're controlled by her father, and she loses that fork to the lady. And I remember thinking to myself when we were watching this, I was like, oh, jeez, like, what's going to happen now? And then the lady's sufficiently unhinged where she says, end it, please end it. And I, like, at the moment of her doing it, I was like, is she gonna... And then it was like, just boop, 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 right in the neck, blood going places. And I was interested in thinking to myself, like, I wonder what's more traumatic, watching someone stab themselves in the throat over and over again with a fork, or trying to, like, defend yourself from someone trying to attack you with a fork. You know what I mean? Like, if you're able to punch
Either
them out
way,
or
it's
kick them away.
horrifying.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just watching her do that, knowing you're trapped in this place, knowing the where this could go, and that basically your life could be forfeit at any moment because they can sell any story they want to anybody.
Yeah, which is exactly, it's like, oh, this is not going to be good for Sophia. They're going to use this against her, and indeed they do, basically instantly.
And with each scene, like the makeup they have on her for all these different wounds, just to imply time passing, different things she's having to experience, and then they show her going into electroshock therapy, which would be the one I think that would terrify me the most, in the sense that as much as all of these things are horrifying, it's still my brain that's going to have to process them my way. But when you electroshock my brain, I feel like I've not got control of what's going to happen to it at that point.
Yeah, what can you do about having an electrical current run through your brain and everything that's going to do? And then you start seeing the effects through the editing. The editing is definitely telling a story here of, like, different scenes blending together, that she's starting to, like, wake up in the middle of the night, like as though she just got out of the session, vomiting, like clawing at her neck.
So rough.
Deteriorating. And it's like you said, you start seeing all of the bruises that she's got, like really prominent bruises on her neck, and I don't think we've seen them up to this point in the present day. It was mentioned before that as her clothes start to change, you start to see some of the scars and marks and bruises that she got while she was in Arkham. That up to this point, I don't think you ever got the opportunity to see those. But now it's like you're seeing how all of that was accumulating, and then like the wall peeling away with with the wallpaper underneath it. It's just, yeah, she's just not in a position to actually like maintain her sanity. Like, the situation is making it impossible for her to do it. There's nothing she can do.
Yeah, overcoming this requires
terrible.
an extremely strong person. Because they say, this is not a punishment. You're agitated and confused. This will help you feel yourself again. This is like, thanks, guys. This is just brilliant. Just nothing to work with. She's got nothing, which is definitely what they want to push for because this is the 6-month period, right? That we're watching.
Yes, this is the 6 months before in total isolation.
Yep.
And yeah, so she finally gets the "you've got a visitor" sort of relief. And man, God, it's such a good episode. Because after all that montage that Frankie was just describing, it is like you get a full sense of, oh fuck, she's so screwed. Like, her brain's gonna be completely lost. There's nothing for her to hold on to. The fact that she can now see herself as no different than her mother, what Carmine did to her, and that all of those little pieces of information she would have known about her dad are not only true, but that he has full control and he's deciding to do all of this to her, and there's nothing she can do about it because of the power level involved. But you've got a visitor, and it's like, oh my
Light at the
god,
end of the tunnel.
yeah, and it's her brother, and he sees her, and like the first thing he says is "fuck, I'm so sorry," and it's like,
You're like, oh damn,
well, it's
damn,
a
what
combination,
happened?
right? It's like, is that because of how much she's been through? And it's like, well, maybe, but it's also about what's to come. You can't. You think it's like a break, you know, like a pause on this whole thing. Where it's like, no, it's about to get so much worse. And like, dude, he struggles to even look at her as well. Like in the whole scene, he says, "Your doctor's claiming you're unfit to stand trial. He wrote the report. The judge agreed it's done." And she says, "She did her 6 months. She has rights. This is her life." And he says, "Gonna file an appeal. Gonna try a new evaluation." And then he just starts saying, "Tell me what to do. I'll do it. Just tell me what to do." And I think this is, for lack of a better description, where she's having a Joker moment of just, it's pretty much over. It's
Yeah.
all done. There's
Well,
all
because she even
of it's
starts
gone.
smiling because it's just like she's been broken. Just realizing, like, wow, that's just it. He just decided that I'm
This is
done,
life
and now
now,
I'm
yeah.
done. This is me.
Nothing I could do.
Because she's like nodding, kind of frantically. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, essentially. I mean, it would be fair to say that after all of the horrible things that are happening to her here, she is not well now. They have made that so. They made it to where she is definitely not well. They've broken her.
And the performance is fucking fantastic. There's a strong difference in all of these different phases of Sophia, and she's nailing all of them. You can
Yeah.
buy it.
It's
She's
very impressive.
after
Incredible range.
the visitation with her brother, she's like slipped into the rest of the inmates. She looks as disturbed and broken as the rest of them. Obviously, she
Yeah,
did when
like
she started.
just lurching around, blank stare, definitely 1,000-yard stare, kind of. She's just done. Like she's just like caught in the thrall of apathy.
And he says, "I swear to God, one day I'll get you out of here, Sophia." Which,
Mm,
again, and it comes across as nothing but genuine from him. He looks so scared for her, you know.
yeah.
Um,
Yep. Well, he's the one guy who visited her every week. She said that
yeah, and
every week.
good old Magpie says, "Hey, you don't have to lie to Dr. V anymore. You can tell him the truth, and he'll give you candy." He's like, "Are you working for him? Have you been spying on me this whole time? Is that why he's giving you drugs to get information out of me?" And to be fair, this lady has so few lines, but she says, "Don't be silly. I'm your friend." And it's like one of the,
Yeah,
like, what the fuck?
very unhinged. It's just
Uh,
like, yeah, you're crazy.
You are not. I get. You belong here. Is what it's.
and yeah, Sophia has had enough and just says fuck it and kills the shit out of Magpie. And honestly, it's half satisfying as fuck, and then you realize what's happened, which is Carmine was completely successful. You are the hangman.
Yep.
Uh,
It's like you said, it really is conflicting. There's a sense of both catharsis and, oh, you lost. He got you.
it really does
I
feel
mean,
to me that way. That it's like the V for Vendetta shit, right? It's like your integrity and your choices. There's still something that can't be taken away, and the you know, I think someone would be like, it's ridiculous that she had to hang on for as long as she did. What, killing Magpie is some kind of evil move? It's just like, yeah, but it was
it's
exactly
less
what
that,
they
it's
want.
also just that that's what they needed.
Yeah,
Like whether or not you, I mean, of course, like the whole situation is unjust, but this just gives them and the reality is that, I mean, if Carmine didn't die, she would have just been in there seemingly indefinitely.
indefinitely. Well, and because this happened immediately after that 6 month meeting with her brother, she would have
Yeah,
killed Magpie, and it's from there we cut into the present again. And I think that's the show's way of saying, like, you know, the rest. She killed her, and that's that. It's you know, whether or not there was full evidence or confessions or whatever have you for any of the other killings, this one was done in front of everyone. Like, it's over for her, 100%. And I think that you know, like, she's recognized that would have eventually, and the whole goal was just to torture her and throw her this, that, and the other thing in Arkham until he became the thing they were accusing her of anyway. Because like, what does it matter now? You killed a woman brutally. Kind of, you may as well have killed the others at this point. It's not going to make any difference broadly to any, almost like a reasonable assessment, right? Like the reasonable person in this world, if they had seen that had happened, good luck trying to convince them you didn't do anything else to anybody else, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and this is all a big setup, and it's all a conspiracy,
Yeah.
and da. I was like, okay, all right.
So says you, Arkham inmate. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
you're done.
Well, and what a
With this
perfect
massive pile of evidence and everything that I could get from doctors and all these other people and family statements and
to have the
Eesh.
body on the floor, blood everywhere, and then she just says, "I told you, I'm fucking innocent." Like,
yeah, it's like,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, okay.
Brilliant stuff. You know, that whole sequence. Just as a timeline, you completely understand how everything happened, how you converted someone into someone else completely, exactly how she's going to feel about so many people involved in all of this. And that when Carmine died and her brother took over, one of the things I guess he got going almost instantly was releasing her because he would have been in charge of the family's affairs instead of
Well, yeah, and
Carmine.
as mentioned previously, that he was that she was exonerated, basically.
So it's that's everything you need to know if you rewatch it, just how meaningful her brother is to her. It's a lot more than
Yeah.
just she likes a family member. This was her lifeline, essentially.
Yep, and without him, any sort of avenue. Well, she has options before her, but one of the safest avenues to some semblance of normalcy is poof, it's just gone.
Yeah.
Just disappeared completely. And now she's surrounded by a bunch of people who betrayed her. Like no
So
allies at all.
Julian brings her back from being knocked out from the prior episode, and she can focus up a bit. He obviously the flashback, I would say, having been prompted by her, they tried to be meaningful with the placement of flashbacks, not just to show us context, but to also try and argue, I would say, that it's something she would have been thinking about. And the purpose being, of course, that Oz has just done an enormous betrayal on her again. So now she's thinking about what his betrayal did to her last time, how she ended up where she is. You know, it's all very purposeful. I think, rather than simply a now's the time to give context sort of thing, which is more than acceptable, I think, for good TV shows anyway. It's just that I think there's more going on than just that. And she says, I trusted him when everything in my body told me not to. I should have killed him when I had the chance. I have no allies, no resources, and if I'm not on a plane to Sicily by tomorrow, my uncle Luca probably gonna kill me, like, essentially. So she's not in a good place. She's gonna have to
could
do
be doing
some
better.
big decisions of some kind. And I think it's safe to say the audience, they could probably bet the audience is heavily on her side now.
Against this family. I mean, they all stabbed her in the back.
Yeah,
I would
they
even say
all did.
that
They're all doing
there's a
it.
chance some people wanted to win over Oz.
I think I suppose what's interesting about that is I could understand that at this point in the story. Obviously, hell, by the end, who knows how strongly you might be feeling
Yeah.
about that. But yeah, it's I guess it's more so that like Oz's betrayal is in a sense not quite as bad as everybody else. Like ratting her out is like that's one thing, but you could argue that he didn't know what was going to happen. But like all of them just flat out lying about who she was as a person to condemn her, it's just like who were her family is like, wow, that's horrible. And of course, you know, in Oz's case, you've still got like, oh well, you know, he's got his mom who he's looking out for, and he's taken Vic under his wing, and he's the underdog. So I would say it makes for a really interesting conflict in that they're both amongst a sea of bad people. You know, that it's an interesting sort of conflict of like you can see what they're both after and what they're both sort of striving for and how they both had to overcome adversity, you know, and now they're about to go head to head.
But yeah, she says they think I'm broken. I'm not broken. I'm not the one who's sick, and neither are you. The world is. It's definitely a moment of like, what are you gonna do?
No, of course. Well, and also, isn't that an interesting parallel that's what the Penguin basically thinks. He's like, yeah, the world's a shitty place. and
Mhm.
she's also come to the same conclusion. I
Oh.
mean, for pretty fair reasons, I would say, given
Oh
her
yeah.
experiences.
I think yeah,
Um,
at this point, you just cannot blame her at all.
Well, it's because I mean, you know, the her problems with men. It's like, well, I don't know, man. She's had some pretty bad experiences with the men in her life.
well, and they're the ones that broadly have been in making these decisions. There's women who have gone along with them, but
Yeah.
heads of the family are usually the men for these sorts of things.
Well,
Hence
it's
the
just, you know,
frustration.
I don't think it should be a surprise that she has a problem with men, given what's happened to her at the hands of other men.
Yeah, all the doctors were men. At least some of
Yeah,
the ladies who betrayed her in Arkham were women. How about that? Girls
that's
can
true. I guess it would
fuck
be
you over too.
the key decision makers
Yes, I
were
think that's
men.
the idea: is that all of the people fully in charge of all these institutions or her family have all been men, pissing her off quite a bit. There's a family meal for the Falcones, and Sophia arrives wearing what I would say something far more revealing than she has
Where
previously,
you
and
can now
confident.
see the scars.
Very, yeah.
Scars are on full display now, yeah. And
Even like her hair is styled a bit differently.
yeah, she the way I see it is like she's dressing for herself now, not for the Falcone family, and not for any, like
Well,
not
and
hiding
hey,
anything about her.
I mean, is there any reason why she would need to dress for the Falcone family, given the events that are to transpire over the remainder of the episode?
No, no, and that's why I think a lot of her outfits to come, especially in the finale, feel very much like the things she wants to wear, as opposed to what she may have felt she had to wear to hide her scars, for example. Um, but yes, I quite like the little moment where she amuses the kid as well, Gia. Fucks around with her eyes and mouth and stuff, trying to have some fun while the family are all sitting there terrified of her. Slash hate her, depending on who you are on this table.
Well, and also Luca giving his little speech about like, yeah, you know, family, it's so
Hmm.
good, so good.
And she, as he's giving his speech, she hits her glass that is just about overflowing. It's like it
Yeah,
represents the
she filled it
tension
up
of
all
the
the way to the
room.
top,
It's,
like all the way
She
to the
pours
top.
it so big. Yeah.
it's just like watching it
Unsettling.
maybe come on, she's like, like, what are you doing with that? And she says, as you all know, I was stuffed in Arkham State Hospital for a decade. Summer Gleason, Taylor Montgomery, Yolanda Jones, Nancy Hoffman, Susanna Weekly, Devery Blake, and Trisha Becker. She just says all of those names in a row, and you already know what this is. It's going to be all the victims.
Hmm.
And the fact that she
Well,
knows
it's
them
just
off
she's
by heart,
memorized their names.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's so important because not only would she consider herself basically completely ignored and ruined and a puppet to whatever the higher ups in the family wanted, those women even more so. Like they were even less remembered, even less important. Um, and she says, I was generally surprised how many of you wrote letters telling the judge I was mentally ill, like my mother. I trusted you, I loved you, and none of you tried to help me. Obviously, other than Alberto. And she says, the real thorn in my side is unlike everyone here. I was innocent. Which is, again, it's like you can tell there's this huge tension for the whole family of what are you gonna do? What is all this? Because they know the story as well as she does, but it's just like, yeah, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna say? Where are you gonna go? Just the performance is too good, has been throughout the whole thing. It's brilliant, and her position is so deserved in hating them all, and I feel like they understand that too. Hence the
Yeah,
giving
like
her the
you
room to
can't
say
tell
this.
her. It's like, what are you gonna say to her? You all betrayed her. You all
Yeah,
stabbed her in
Yeah,
the
you
back.
know.
and they were never gonna cross Carmine. They knew that, and she essentially can figure
Mhm.
that out. But there we are, and yeah, she says, I don't fit into this family anymore. So tomorrow, I'm starting a new life. For the first time, I have hope, the new beginnings. And I think it's easy for them all to interpret that
Yeah,
as, oh, thank fuck, she's going to leave. Cool.
He's
but of
going to
course, us
Italy
as
finally.
viewers
Yeah,
are
she's
like,
accepting
I,
that.
as viewers, you're like, oh, I think I know what you're about to do.
Well, I mean, it's reasonable for us to figure she ain't fucking leaving this show. So, so
No.
what's going to happen? So, we cut to the night time, and she's actually looking at a photo, I think, of herself and Alberto when they were kids, when things were simpler and probably made a lot more sense.
Yeah.
So Sophia takes Gia out of the house with the promise of a cake that she was hoping to have a piece of, and she's put her in the greenhouse to go to sleep. Then she goes back in the house, seals all the windows and presumably the doors, and cycles an exhaust into the ventilation system so that she can gas the entire house and make everyone suffocate. Except she made sure to keep
Except for
one window open. Yes. We discover was Johnny Vitti, who she clearly has plans to do something with. I mean, it's funny. I summarize it, and that's pretty much it. There's not a huge amount to say because the process of this whole sequence is showing every single one of the Falcones being dead, which is huge. But that's
During
what happened.
This whole process, you're like, what creepy, crazy thing is she gonna do? And then it turns out to be this, and I'm like, oh, all right, that's awesome.
simple.
I'm glad that they actually did it. Committed.
Well, and it's really good as a sort of a midway point for the series because this is like a dramatic shakeup of
we had a power vacuum
the status
before.
quo.
Now it's like a powered space. It's enormous.
And now it's firmly established that the dynamic for the remainder of the season is Penguin versus Sophia. They're going to be in competition with each other.
But
when briefly you thought they might work together. But that didn't last very long.
Yeah, in terms of players, now we've still got the Maronis and then the Triads, but obviously Oz and Sophia are still the primary characters, and that we've 4 episodes left. If we were to assume, which I think was reasonable, that the vast majority of the powers of the underworld are either going to be wiped out or under Penguin by the end, that this is a huge step toward that.
Yeah, absolutely. This is this I guess, like you said, the power vacuum is much bigger now.
Crazy, chaotic.
But at the same time,
what's going to happen?
You think about it, and it's like, well, so Penguin is in a position that is not very advantageous. The Maronis don't like him, and now the Falcones don't like him either. Well, rather, the remaining Falcone doesn't like them. It's like, yeah, your situation is perilous. That's very exciting because it means that the rest of the season is like, holy shit, how's Penguin gonna get out of this one?
Tune in next week.
I mean, pretty much. Not for those listening to us. It'll be tune in tomorrow, I think. But right now, we're gonna wrap it up there and say that is Penguin. The Penguin episodes 1 through 4. Fantastic. What a
excellent stuff.
Good
what
job
a wonderful
they did.
surprise hit.
As you can see,
it was
vast majority of compliments for so much of every last piece of dialogue. Good job.
This was a show. These episodes are jam packed with conversations, information, plot. It's very, very it's very densely, packed in. It was very easy to just kind of binge one after the other, to just watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I gotta see what happens next. Oh, I gotta see what happens next. Because you want to see what happens next.
It was really unexpected. I don't know what exactly. I wasn't really expecting anything, I suppose, out of Penguin.
I didn't
which
know
is
what
the
to
same for a lot
expect.
of people. It's just like, yeah, I mean, I guess it exists, and maybe it'll be something to check out, but kind of only if people say that it's worthwhile. But then the longer that the series goes on, the more you start to think like, oh damn, this is like an actual television show, which is something that I feel is not to say that I even really think about this show much at all through the lens of how it fits into comic book media. I mean, it's very much at this point, it's just like, yeah, this is just a great television show that happens to be based on superhero comic book material. But
I think
this
they
is
just say Batman once.
If even.
I think it's in the intro in the news program. I think they say Batman a single time, and that's it.
Which it's up to this point with these 4 episodes, you're just struck with the feeling that you tend to get when you watch something. I mean, hell, really, I know we're not done yet, but there are some parallels between the Penguin and Andor as these 2 kind of strange projects that fit into like a broader sort of set of movies and TV shows that haven't been very good. Where you're just like, really? Okay. And then it actually turns out that the people who were involved in it were interested in telling a story.
Yeah.
They had a story that they wanted to tell. They had the capability of telling that story, and they followed through and ended up delivering something that sort of rose above like its station. It ended up like excelling and gaining a reputation beyond that which anybody could have reasonably expected for it. That it just becomes like the thing you point to as, oh, that's that inexplicably really good show that belongs to that larger intellectual property that just ended up being worthwhile. Because by this point, you know, it was mentioned before that, you know, getting to like even episodes 2 and 3, enough good stuff has happened that even though you don't know how it's going to end, you're excited to continue and see how it ends. But by the time you're at episode 4, it's like, okay, I expect that we're going to be getting a really good season, like, right to the end. It's too consistently quality for it to have been
can't
an
happen by
accident.
accident. Yeah, it has to be deliberate. You know, this is deliberate.
And
It's a really nice feeling to have.
yeah, it is nice. We want more of these. Not just good things, but also from surprising places. It's fun when that happens. Like,
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
certainly when it comes from, you know, like a showrunner who doesn't have a huge resume comes along and then makes something thoroughly impressive. That's fun when that happens.
We'll be watching your career with great interest.
yeah.
Yeah.
And we know you guys wanted to listen to us do a breakdown, so hopefully episodes 1 through 4 at least was what you were kind of looking for. And we obviously hope you're having a good Christmas right now.
Yes,
Or
indeed.
maybe
Yay,
this
Grimace.
is years after such a Christmas took place and you're just checking out this coverage anyway, because we would hope to get as many eyes as possible onto something like The Penguin if we are here to recommend good media, which I'd say we definitely are. So check it out, enjoy it.
Now more than
and
ever.
maybe if you decided not to check it out and have since listened to this set of 4 breakdowns, we have avoided a lot of the bigger things that happen in 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'd say check it out now then, if you're still interested and you listened to this but didn't actually watch the show. Go
Yes,
right
please
ahead.
watch it. 100%.
Watch it.
Do it.
Watch the show.
Do it now. Yes, from us here at EFAP, Merry Christmas. And we'll see you.
Have a good Christmas,
Indeed.
everyone.
Merry Christmas.
We'll see you for the other 4 episodes tomorrow. Doodle pip.
Bye,
Cheerio.
bye, bye. See you later.
See you later.